The nights had been growing steadily warmer. A sickening stench of decomposing leaves lingered in the air as I made my way to school, and while I tried desperately to recall my dream of the whimsical pudding angel that I had been torn from violently no more than 20 minutes ago, I felt thankful that the mornings were growing brighter again, no longer forcing me to make this journey through pitch darkness. And with these thoughts in mind, I became aware of a drifting presence, circling around me, scanning its environment with the trepidation of a child. I turned around. Behind me stood a young woman, no older than 25. From her sophisticated style and demeanor, I could immediately make out that she was not from around here. And the second she noticed me, she approached, slowly at first, but more confidently once she picked up on my friendly nature. Excuse me, could you help me? I am looking for a place called Fairview Apartments. Of course I can. There was panic in her eyes, and I emphasized with her, as it wasn't long since I had been a newcomer in this town myself, just as lost as she was. Soon, however, I had landed a job at the newspaper delivery business, the first job I had ever held, and it wasn't long before I had grown familiar with every street and corner of this deceptively outstretched town. I flashed her a reassuring smile. Fairview, that's not far from here. Just head back up the road and turn left at Central Square. You can't miss it. She let out a sigh of relief. Are you visiting someone who lives here? Visiting? Yes. I'm visiting myself. I stared at her in confusion. It's me that lives at Fairview Apartments. I just moved in yesterday afternoon, so I forgot, the fastest way home. She showed me a silver house key. I really thought I wouldn't get lost this time. Her voice turned melancholic. It's not like I'm unfamiliar with these surroundings, you know. I used to live here as a child until I was about 8 years old, and I've been back to visit a few times since then. But things have changed. The town has expanded. She stood there for a second reminiscing, her fluttering blonde hair shining in the early morning sun. Anyway, I need to go home now. To do, I'm not really sure. She smiled. I will see you around. See you. And then she disappeared just as cautiously as she had arrived. With increased speed, I continued on to school, fearing that this short delay would once more reinforce my persistent reputation of tardiness. By the time I reached the ever-cramped office of the Sunday abbot, I was fully out of breath. Ina, our ever-punctual editor-in-chief, sat waiting on me. There you are, Abbe. Your irresponsibility never ceases to amaze me. Even after pushing back your starting time to 9, you still manage to be late every single week. Sometimes I wonder if there's even a point. I interrupted her. What about May? She isn't here yet. But Ina had already begun opening the countless boxes that had been dumped haphazardly across the room. Well, at least you're not delaying the dispersal of any important headlines. We've appeared to hit a dull news season. Now that we're waiting on the municipal election campaigns to start, it seems that there isn't much to report on. She pounded. Isn't there any political gossip to write about? Nothing. They're keeping their lips sealed. But you just wait until the elections begin. The mudflinging will be out in full force. I'm sure what we're experiencing now is the silence before the storm. There will be plenty of headlines before long. The door swung open, and a blonde girl made a hurried entrance. Time for work. Let's do our best today. There, that's an attitude you could learn from, Abbe. But she was 20 minutes late. May, ignoring my comment, had begun leafing through this week's edition of the Sunday Abbot. Cool, Ina. Your piece on the arched marble moth made it to the front page. Who would have thought? Shut up, Abbe. Ever since May's addition to the delivery team, we had worked out ways to distribute the paper as efficiently as possible, more than having my regular working hours in the process. And although it was pleasant to free up some time on the weekends, the change had instantly presented Ina the opportunity to slash my already meager wages. I couldn't deny that I was facing a personal financial crisis. Come on, Abbe, we will do the tenement buildings together. Then after that we can split up and do the rest of the town. After loading our delivery cart with 3 boxes of papers, we made our way in the direction of town. The area beyond the school was sparsely developed, with only a few mansions rising up from behind spiked gates, each surrounded by acres of woodland. While I pulled the cart, May looked over the subscription directory, stopping me at irregular intervals to deliver a paper to at a house we passed by. Can you smell it, Abbe? Nature is blossoming. This hardly feels like work, now that spring is in the air. Work smells like work. No way to hide it. The scent of fresh printing ink may seem nice at first, but at the end of the day, I always have difficulty washing it from my hands. And I end up smelling like I'm hot off the press far into Sunday afternoon. May smirked. That's how it is, isn't it? But to be honest, I really don't mind the smell. The ink we use has an earthy scent that pairs well with floral perfume. May, when did you become so metropolitan? She blushed. Don't tease me. Not much later, we arrived at a large wheezy fence. Out in the yard, I detected an eager face, clearly awaiting our arrival. There you are, kids, fashionably immediately as always. Let me read the garbage you are disseminating today. Though not unfriendly, Councilman Leopold, the town's disgraced marquis, always held a close eye on our attempts at journalism. It wasn't long since he himself had been the subject of countless headlines publicizing his deals with the seedy underworld. But recently, Leopold appeared to have cleaned up his act. Here you go. Grumbling appreciatively, he browsed through the newspaper. Nothing written about you today? Leopold smiled. No, it seems like Ina has retained her decorum. I don't mind your paper reporting the news, you see. But it's when the line between the public and private sphere blurs that I have my reservations about her journalism. It isn't easy being a public figure. It becomes so much harder to indulge when everyone's watching you. You slip up once, make one tiny mistake, and it's magnified 1,000-fold. I nodded compassionately. It's a lonesome endeavor. Do you know what my party has done to me for the upcoming elections? No, they lowered me to 11th place on the ballot, just out of spite over things that happened in the past. 11th place? What does that mean? It means the end of my political career, that is. My party, AIR, only holds 8 seats in the town council, so I have exactly zero chance of returning to my old position next year. Maybe if you campaign really hard. Forget about it. It's political homicide. He scowled. Just think of all the free time you will have. I might need it. To make matters worse, my deadbeat son is returning home this year after dropping out of university. He was majoring in German Romantic Theater, or something equally useless, but even that turned out too demanding for him, and now he can't find a job for the life of him. Can't you kids put him to work delivering papers? Not really. I think our team is pretty much complete. He chuckled. Well, I can't blame you for keeping your distance. He's a real slacker, hasn't worked a day in his life. And still, he would be the type to consider himself too good for this kind of work. May jumped up. No one is too good to deliver the Sunday Abbot. Never mind. Bernard is his name. You might catch him loitering around town. I hope to have him off my hands soon. We said goodbye to the grumbling marquis and made our way to the edge of town, where a working-class district lay that was littered with council houses. We were welcomed by a loud bark. Good morning, Virus. You're up early, Fierce. Fierce here has been helping me on Saturdays by pulling the cart and protecting me against danger. She reached out to give the dog a pat on the head, but instantly the dog lunged at her and sank its teeth deep into her arm. Fierce, that hurt. Reluctantly, the dog retreated. Please be more careful, Fierce. We don't have time to play. Our work proceeded quickly, and it wasn't even lunchtime by the time we rounded the last tenement block. Fierce followed us at a safe distance. We're doing great, Abbe. Fierce and I will take the cart and finish off the remaining suburbs. You should have enough papers left over to cover the city center. Are you sure you will be safe? Don't worry, Abbe. I have fears by my side. That's what I was worried about. I thanked May and we each went our way. Abbotsford's town center isn't large, and as I made my way from letterbox to letterbox, I thought to myself that May had truly drawn the shortest straw by agreeing to cover the suburbs. May, however, appeared to derive a lot more satisfaction from the work than I did, so it seemed fair that she would take on the lion's share of the workload. Suddenly, I picked up a distinct laughter. Look, it's Abbe, always the bearer of glad tidings. I glanced in the direction of the sound and made out two girls, both of whom attended my high school. This is Naomi. You may know her. She's on the swim team. Naomi acknowledged me with a tart nod of her head. So what are you girls doing here? Church isn't until tomorrow, right? Of course it isn't, but we're helping with preparations for the Sunday service. We are here to do some routine maintenance on the church properties. Can't the church afford to hire specialists for that kind of work? It's just recurring tasks. Old buildings require a lot of upkeep. But please follow me. I want you to look at something. As I followed the girls through the main entrance into the nave of the church, I could hear soothing tones seeping in through the walls. That's the boys' choir. They are practicing in the auditorium. I hope you don't mind the sound. She beckoned me onward. We headed down a short staircase and through a narrow corridor that led into a crypt that was situated directly underneath the church. In the faint light, I could make out the walls. They were covered with engravings that appeared worn and faded, as though they had once been exposed to the elements. Rika pointed upward. There, there should be a light bulb above that door, but it isn't working anymore. Are you tall enough to look behind there? I stretched myself to see over the casing of the door where I could barely discern a small light socket. I can probably reach it, but it's pretty high up. Can't you just use a step ladder? Naomi giggled. I mean, we could, but just think of all the spiders that live up there. Please help us, Abbe, now that you're here anyway. I reached over the door with my hand until I felt the smooth surface of an incandescent bulb. Carefully, I unscrewed it, setting a stream of fine dust pouring downward over my clothes. The bulb came loose. I stepped down and held it to Rika's ear, shaking it so that a rattling sound became clearly audible. A burnt out bulb, just as I thought. But don't worry. She dug around in her uniform pocket. We bought a new one. This one uses advanced light emitting diode technology. It should last much longer and save the church on electricity. Smirking, I took the bulb from her and carefully screwed it into its socket. When I was nearly done, it began to emit a blinding light. I had to catch myself to retain my balance as the entire crypt, that had been steeped in darkness just a moment ago, suddenly became illuminated. There, that wasn't too much trouble, was it? As my eyes grew accustomed to the light, I became aware of my surroundings. We were standing inside a windowless catacomb. Large stone slabs covered the walls around us, every one of them inscribed with time-worn glyphs. Some places are better kept in darkness. Oh, not at all. Do you see these stones? Do you know where they come from? They look like gravestones to me. Rika smiled. That would be correct. You should take a look at the dates on them. Some date back to the early 1400s, when this town was still situated on an island. Did you know there used to be a different church on Abbot? It served the congregation up until 1653. Its ruins can still be visited, close to the southern point. The old church even had an adjacent graveyard, but I'm afraid the encroaching sea made for watery graves. And the salt water ate at the foundations of the church, rotting away the wood and making the stone walls tilt over threateningly. When a large winter storm swept away the cemetery gates, one dark December night, the community decided it was time to build a new and more splendid church on higher laying land. That's the building we are now standing in. Construction began immediately, although work was halted many times in pursuit of new funding. All building supplies had to be transported from the mainland, and when funds ran out, many stones were taken from the old church to continue the project. After 40 years of construction, the new church was completed, and our place of worship was moved to this new location. The dead, however, stayed behind in their old cemetery. There the remains of our forefathers languished beneath the skeleton of a decrepit chapel, constantly threatened by the washing sea. And the Reverend Cooper, my great forefather, decided that something was to be done. Now that work on the new church was finished, the villagers commenced with the process of moving the dead to the new location. They began with the graves that were in immediate danger of being swallowed by the sea. But, as you can imagine, it was unpleasant work. No one found joy in digging up old bones, and the graveyard relocation project grew into an effort that spanned multiple centuries, often lying still for decades. It wasn't until the beginning of the 20th century that the last of the graves were moved to dry land. Rika glared at us ominously, her ink-black hair glistening in the virgin lamplight. But even then, they say at least a few graves must have been overlooked, their contents swept into the endless depths of the ocean. Oh, Abbe, I apologize. We've been keeping you from your work, and to think that it's almost lunchtime. Won't you have lunch with us? Naomi has packed sandwiches. Come on, Naomi. After our hard work, I say we've deserved a break. We'll finish decorating in the afternoon. We climbed back up the stairs and settled among the pews. I made these at home. Please let us share them together. I hope you didn't have other plans for lunch. I shook my head. Usually, I don't even get around to eating on days like these. Naomi handed me a sandwich. So, how have you been doing, Abbe? Are you fully prepared for finals? I grumbled a reply. Oh, and I haven't received your submission form for Easter break yet. Could you hurry up and fill one out? We are running short on applicants. I looked up from my sandwich. Easter break. Haven't you seen the notices at school? It's our yearly outing, where we stay at the beach for a few days as a last escapade before finals start. We will hold nightly study sessions, but maybe it'll be a carefree vacation. Naomi and I are on the organizing committee together. Rika took out a small form from her purse. Please fill this out as soon as possible. You wouldn't want to miss Easter break. And let me know if you think of anyone else who would be interested in attending. As registration is low this year, anyone is welcome, not just graduating students. I would love to. I knew you would. Please fill this out and hand it to me at the earliest possible occasion. I accepted the form, slipping it into my pocket thoughtlessly. I hope you own a pair of swimming trunks. Emphasizing that I really needed to return to work, I thanked the girls and said goodbye. And with a well-filled stomach, I moved onward through the Saturday streets, which had come alive with the bustle of pedestrians enjoying their weekend. But I couldn't deny that my conversation with Rika and Naomi had stirred a certain anxiety in me. The truth was that finals were rapidly approaching, and my ever-increasing obligations to the school paper, as well as my leisurely approach to life, had not left much time for study. I resolved half-heartedly to begin preparing that very evening. In the meantime, my work was coming along nicely. In less than an hour, I had managed to complete the houses around Central Square in the shopping district, where very few subscribers lived, when suddenly I was struck by a strong sensation of deja vu. It was the same young woman I had encountered earlier that day, and she appeared just as lost as she had previously been. Good afternoon, out and about again. I I am. Thank you for your clear directions this morning. I found my way home in a heartbeat. You are so knowledgeable about the layout of this town. It comes with the job description. I presented her with an issue of the Sunday Avon. Here, take one. We always have plenty left at the end of the day. A newspaper. Curiously, she looked it over. That's wonderful for a town like this. Are you on the board of editors? Not officially, although I stand in at times. She smiled. Well, it must be exciting with the elections coming up. Thank you so much for this. I will make sure to get a subscription. Please don't feel obliged to. No, I definitely will, as soon as I get home. Which is in that general direction, isn't it? She gestured northward to the edge of town. I sighed. Follow me. I will pass by your place in a little bit. just a few more stops along the way. Oh, thank you, Abbe. I got lost again. I knew I shouldn't have taken that right turn at the mini mart. I followed my course with Larissa trailing behind me until we approached Fairview Apartments. Outside of the main entrance, she turned to me, standing so close that I could feel her breath. You saved me again. I would be lost without you. Please come inside. I will make you some tea, as I have no other way to thank you. We made our way up the Spartan staircase and through a narrow corridor before entering her flat. I apologize again for causing you so much trouble. Normally, I'm very independent. You should realize that. It's just that this is my first time living on my own. She wrung her hands nervously. I mean, when I was in college, I lived with roommates in a shared apartment. We were independent, but we divided the chores. I mainly did the laundry, and the other girls would cook and clean. And now that I'm living by myself, it feels like I have to do everything alone. I've been getting lost around town, even though this place is far smaller than the city, but I've also been getting lost in my head. I think it's just that I've had so much on my mind. Just a minute, the tea should be ready. She bounded into the kitchen where I could hear rattling with teacups, and I waited in the empty studio apartment, which, although neatly furnished, still had a certain impersonal feel to it, as though it hadn't fully been made into a home yet. I made Earl Grey. I hope you like it, as it's all I've got. She let out a melancholy sigh. Student life is nothing like the real world, you know? At college, you're sheltered, cared for. You have your path set out for you. But now that's all over. A grand open future beckons me. So why did you come to Abbotsford? I like this town. I used to live here back when I was very small. Didn't I tell you? And I'm not just freeloading. I have a job, a real job. Although I won't be starting it just yet. She grew silent. What kind of job? I can't tell you. Not until next week. Because it's a secret. And I know what you journalists are like. She shivered giddily. But I have a job. I can't even fathom it. I'm on the fast lane to success. Soon it won't be lukewarm tea, but champagne filling these cups. She broke out in an animated laughter, and I felt a strange tickle make its way down the back of my neck. Marissa got up. She walked over to the corner of the room to pick up her shopping bag, which she had discarded thoughtlessly upon entry, and brought out a packet of cinnamon buns. Here, have something to eat. It's past lunchtime. I was about to decline, but she had already handed me a roll, and I saw no polite way to refuse it. I realized you must be on your way, but you won't be able to deliver papers on an empty stomach. After no less than 3 cinnamon buns, I exited Fairview Apartments. The day had progressed, and I was borne down, physically as well as mentally, by the weight of the newspapers that remained in my bag. And though I encountered people sitting in their gardens, basking temptingly in the early spring sun, I vowed solemnly not to be held up until I had delivered the remainder of my route. It wasn't much later that I came across a slouched over figure slowly making its way in my direction. Hi, May. How are you getting along? Despite her worn appearance, she flashed me a thin smile. I'm okay, Abbe. I worked really hard. I only have the West End left. Furist left more than an hour ago. I think he decided he would rather spend the afternoon sleeping in the sun. She cast a glance at my messenger bag. But wow, you look like you're almost done. You must have had a tough afternoon. I chuckled awkwardly. I'm really tired, and to be honest, I'm starved. How about we stop for a late lunch together? My belly protested in all its overindulgence. While I had been spending the afternoon eating and socializing, May must have been working uninterruptedly. I could hardly reject her offer by confessing that I had already eaten 2 full lunches. You know what? I would love to. It's just. She stared at me hopefully. I've been feeling a little nauseous lately. I'm going to finish my work quickly before going to bed, but please eat something for my sake. You're ill. A concerned expression had come over her. Nauseous? It could be a fever. You better hurry home quickly. Let me deliver the rest of your papers. I could feel the blood rushing to my head. No, no, I'm fine. Hard work will set me free. Bent over in shame, I hurried to the last mailboxes of the day. In the months leading up to finals, the school days were short and filled with repetition. Spring has come early this year. Look outside. The Delia are budding, but it won't last long, you know? If we have a cold spell in April, the new foliage will freeze to death. Nature punishes presumptuousness harshly. She turned away from the window. But anyway, the two of you did a great job last Saturday. I will need you to keep up that attitude over the coming weeks, as the electoral campaigns will be starting next Wednesday. Although we are just a weekly paper, we are the only dedicated news source this town has. That means whenever something big happens down here, our reporting will be the focus point of all national media. If something big happens. These elections are a chance for the Sunday Epoch to break into the national headlines. So I will need you at your sharpest. She let out a giggle. And you should hear this. Currently, the parties are in the process of announcing their leading candidates. Flock 5, the town's second party, just published a press release this morning. They have been in trouble lately as their previous frontrunner was arrested on domestic abuse charges. He hasn't been convicted yet, but it's a bad look for them. Ahead of the coming elections, Flock 5 has been searching frantically for a new leader. Just take a look at who they have chosen. She presented me with a press release on her phone. I immediately recognized the accompanying photograph. I coughed. A person with no experience at all. Apparently she just graduated from law school, dabbled a little in student politics, and she did some modeling work. Ina snickered. I couldn't think of a more incompetent candidate, but let's not be too quick to write her off. Are you sure that's her? She looks an awful lot like someone I crossed paths with last Saturday. Crossed paths with? I think so, but she didn't strike me as the type to lead a political movement, if you know what I mean. What was her name again? Marissa. Marissa Roosevelt. Her name is in the press release, and you're saying you ran into her. Maybe she was in town for deliberations. She'll probably move here sometime soon. Oh, she already moved here, actually. You need to be a legal resident of Abbotsford to run for office. I smiled. She has an apartment already, though I am not sure if she's fully aware of its location. Anna ignored my remark. From the sound of her right index finger rapidly tapping against her skirt, I could tell that she was coming up with a scheme. She turned to me with a serious expression in her eyes. I think this could be a good thing, Abbe. This year I want to take a deep dive into the individual campaigns. Flock 5, as a movement, has been on the rise for a good number of years. Their politics are popular under a large section of disenfranchised voters. Some voices speculate that they could even form a sincere challenge to the political establishment of our town. I want to kick off the campaign season with an extra thick edition of the Sunday Abbot, providing an overview of all contesting parties. Extra thick. My shoulders still felt cramped from last Saturday. I want in-depth interviews with the leading candidates of every party. I can interview the town mayor and the smaller opposition leaders, but I would like you to interview Marissa. I swallowed. An interview. Me. Yeah, you. It sounds like you have one foot in the door with her already. We can't let an opportunity like this go to waste. Most definitely not. Abbe, I love it when you defy me. Please have the interview with Marissa on my desk by Friday. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to your Saturday job. Although I was tempted to call her bluff, I realized I was functionally redundant now that May had joined the delivery team. Meekly, I acquiesced. This is a large responsibility. Please don't disappoint me. Nina took place at her desk, ordering papers and humming to herself in a contented manner. It appeared that my presence was no longer needed, and I was already on my way to the door, my mind set on returning home before Ina could lay any more unsolicited work on my shoulders. When a question sprang to mind, I turned around. Hey, Ina, I was wondering, have you ever been on Easter break? Ina looked up from her paperwork, a gloomy expression forming in her eyes. Easter break. Why, are you going? I I'm not sure. Are you? Easter break. Me. That's where the stuck-up types loaf around on the beach under the pretense of studying. I have absolutely no interest in being part of that. Before I could even make it to the end of the corridor, I was cornered by Rika Cooper. Abbe, I'm so glad to run into you. You're just the person I was looking for. That can't be true. But it is, for I have something newsworthy to report. And for that reason I need a journalist. She stared up at me with pleading eyes, although I could detect a certain playfulness in her voice. Sometimes involving the press is the only way to achieve true righteousness in this world. They don't call you guys the Fourth Estate for nothing, do they? I really don't think I'm the right person for this. Ina's in her office. All leads can be submitted to her. Rika's face fell. Come on, Abbe. You know how Ina feels about me. Please come with me for a bit. I want to show you something. Just for once. You have no idea how thankful I am, for this truly is a matter of the greatest importance. Begrudgingly, I followed her. Rika walked next to me at a confident pace, forcing me to increase my tempo to keep up with her. And as we walked, she seemed thrilled with herself, grinning with a mysterious sense of anticipation. Though I'm not easily thrown off my game, her lingering silence made me the slightest bit uncomfortable. So how did your service go yesterday? She moaned favorably. No more lights that burn out. Preparation is key. No ritual can go without rehearsal. Ritual is rehearsal, or so they say. She shot me an inquisitive glance. We were walking down Lightkeeper's Lane, a picturesque trail that led to the woodlands in the southeast. Great plum trees rose up on both sides of the path, arching together into a canopy of green. Rika? Yes. That thing you want to show me. I paused for a second to catch my breath. It isn't really on the way home, is it? She put a finger to her mouth. Quiet now. This is a shortcut. Anyway, we are almost there. The lines of trees grew thicker, turning into a forest. And after a while the path gave way to a clearance, in the midst of which there lay a ruin. Vanity of vanity, all is vanity. There it lies, what remains of our old church. As you can see, many stones have been taken away and repurposed, and these ruins wither under the force of the elements, stones crumbling. Currently, we're standing at the place where the graveyard used to be, before the graveyard relocation project took place. In the past, the sea came up just a few yards from where we are standing, but after the reclamation of the surrounding land, the water slowly disappeared. In the fickle daylight, I gazed upon the desolated church, as it cast its lengthening shadows over the mossy forest floor. Proper burial is of such pivotal importance to our faith. For those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awaken one day, some to everlasting life. We believe upon the second coming of our Lord and Savior that burial forms a prerequisite for entrance into the kingdom of heaven. But let me get to the point. Over the course of the centuries, 326 headstones were transported to the new church's crypt, and 326 caskets were buried underneath. The thing is, not all of these caskets held our dead. Are you saying some of the graves were empty? Empty, yes, or even worse, they held the remains of those unhallowed. It happened at the beginning of the previous century. In 1934, the islanders were close to exhuming the last of the old graves. Only 40 headstones remained, and a large concerted effort was undertaken to complete the remaining work and close the old graveyard for good. It was during these days that esteemed scientists visited our island. Dr. Bram Bulwer, shareholder at the Department of Forensic Anthropology at Leiden University. Bram's intentions were rather sinister. He seemed interested in creating an anatomical archetype of the inhabitants of the Isle of Abbot. Among the nation's elites, many prejudices existed against our people. Considering how isolated our community was, we were an interesting case study, genetically speaking. But back then, the islanders were clueless of the doctor's true intentions. Like we have always done with guests, we welcomed him in our midst and provided him with hospitality. Bulwer did a lot of improvement work in our community, providing medical checkups to the elderly and administering polio shots to school children. My grandmother still remembers how he came to their school, lining up the children by height and taking all their measurements. Their arms, their legs, their schools. Bulwer wasn't questioned at the time, as people still held medical experts in high regard, until he began involving himself with the graveyard relocation project. Immediately upon his arrival, he offered to help with the exhumation of the graves. And during the first few days, he spent his every spare hour helping the digging crew. But after some time, this led to uneasiness. On multiple occasions, the doctor was accused of treating the exhumed remains without proper regard, taking skulls out of the graves, inspecting them, measuring them, treating them without the due reverence that should be observed during the handling of a deceased person. It led to arguments, and the doctor agreed to cease his participation in the relocation project. But even after this incident, Bulwer was spotted near the old graveyard a few times, observing the workers in the empty graves. After 4 weeks, Bulwer departed for the mainland, never to return, and the islanders all but forgot about his mystifying presence. Rika's face grew dark until Dr. Bulwer died 20 years ago. After his death, his personal archive was made public, a routine move by the university. His writings shone a new light into his stay on the island. A notebook from 1937 makes mention of 3 Abbot schools that were in possession of the doctor. That's the only time he mentions that term. 3 Abbot schools, just as an aside. And it can only be speculated what exactly took place. But I, and many on the island with me, suspect that Bulwer must have stuck out one dark night, exhumed 3 graves, and replaced 3 of our skulls with other specimens from his undoubtedly vast collection, before carefully resealing the graves, thus leaving him in possession of 3 exceedingly rare skulls from the eccentric population of Abbot. Are you saying the doctor went through all that trouble to steal some old bones? He did. He stole the remains of our ancestors, to display them in a cabinet as some kind of exotic curio. We must return these remains, the abbot's skulls, so that we can bury them in our native soil. These people, these poor souls, they have the right to a Christian burial. This is of a fundamental religious importance to us. I looked at her uncomprehendingly. You may find my obsession morbid, but these bones tell the story of our people. Each of my ancestors has been buried on this island, far back into the Dark Ages. It's a humbling thought to have them all in one place. To know that I will, one day, lie among them, in the depths of the earth, protected by a sheltering church and a mighty God that rules from above. Rika's eyes shone in an exalted glare, and I realized she could continue preaching like this for hours. Listen, Rika, I'm running late. Maybe we could continue this conversation at another. It's okay. I'm done. All I want to ask you, you see, after Bulwer's archives were published, we petitioned the university to return the schools, but they only sent us a short reply, explaining that no record existed of schools from Eppa, and that their mention in the notebook was likely an error. After that, all our further pleas went unanswered. We need someone with journalistic intellects, to look further into this case, to do due research, to find out everything there is to know about these relics, and to publicize the whole dark matter, so that the university will be forced to reveal these skeletons in its closet. She looked up at the setting sun. I apologize, Abbe. It is growing late, and I have led you astray. I am beginning to realize this really wasn't much of a shortcut. It wasn't, was it? But I know a quicker way back to town that leads through the fields. I promise we will have you home before sundown. She took me down a bicycle path that led out of the woods. Within a few minutes, we came upon a little used trail that ran through the tulip fields. We have picked the season. Pretty, aren't they? In a few days, these tulips will be harvested and flown in cooled crates to places all across the globe. She pointed to a purple spotted flower. Just imagine, this poor thing could be wilting in a vase in Beijing by the end of the week. To think that something of such beauty would await such a cruel fate. But eventually, that is the path of all things radiant. It just shows that we truly live in a fallen creation that groans under the consequences of our sin. Vanity of vanity. All is vanity. She sighed. At least the farmers can harvest gold. A batch of these tulips will fetch a fortune at auction. And come May, the land is plowed and wheat is sown, and the cycle goes on as usual.
Assertive self poll. Z. Best viewers. Stream.com remove the space HNUYZ.
Wednesday morning. I just remembered the interview I had been asked to conduct with Marissa, the scatterbrained girl I had met last Saturday. With our deadline approaching rapidly, I pondered what my next move should be. Ina could not expect me, realistically, to produce a quality interview on such short notice. And where to start? I didn't even have her phone number. If I had just showed up at her door, out of the blue, she would be sure to reject me. I pondered the thought for a second. A rejection. That was what I needed. If I could simply tell Ina that Marissa had refused to grant me an interview, I would be free from my obligations. After all, no means no, and then Ina would be able to interrogate her herself at a later date. Driven by these motives and without any prior preparation, I found myself knocking on the door of Marissa's apartment. An interview. Yes, for our paper. It shouldn't take more than a few hours of your time, but I understand if you're busy. Busy? Not at all. You've caught me a little off guard, but I would love to give an interview. A sinking feeling took hold of me. You must have heard about my appointment as a new leading candidate for Flock 5. I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you last time we met. I was under strict orders to keep it a secret until our press release went out on Sunday night. And now you want to conduct an interview, a real interview, with me. She was beaming. This is all so exciting. I was a bit disappointed, you know. You're the first local press outlet to show interest in my new position. We're the only local press outlet. I want to tell you everything about our movement, but I was actually in the middle of something. My apartment is a mess. Please meet me across the street in the Cutter Boat Cafe in 15 minutes. We will conduct the interview there. As I sat in the empty cafe, tenderly sipping a watery Mistretto, a thousand thoughts passed through my mind. Part of me was ready to escape while I still had the chance, hastily scribbling an excuse note on a piece of paper before winging it out the door. But simultaneously, I found myself making up potential interview questions as a fickle attempt to alleviate the very worst outcome, because I was well aware that I would not have the nerve to run, that I would remain sitting here, caught like a deer in headlights, counting down the seconds until my inescapable humiliation. And there she was. As I watched her approaching through the window, I noticed something luminous in her appearance that I hadn't detected back when I saw her in the hallway. It wasn't until she sat down in front of me I realized she had put on makeup. This is a great place, isn't it? So close by. Easy to find your way home from. Don't tease me. I've been doing a lot better. I bought a map, you know? Anyway, I'm very glad you're willing to talk to me. Even though some national papers ran our press release, you're the first journalist to show interest in our actual story. But please go easy on me today. You should know I've only been instated recently. That's right. I heard there was an issue with your predecessors. My predecessor, Jurgen. She blushed. Let's not talk about him at all. I believe the gutter press have uncovered all of his shady dealings. She lowered her voice. New political parties attract all kinds of types, you know? When you're building up a movement, it isn't always possible to separate the wheat from the chaff. But I think we've left those days behind. I want us to look to the future, not the past. We've dealt with Jurgen in a responsible manner, and now we're ready to turn the page. You can quote me on that verbatim. Are you taking notes? Hastily, I produced a notebook from my bag. Yes, I was trying to recall some of the questions that I had prepared before Marissa's entry, none of which I had thought to write down. Could you tell me something about your goals as a leader? I mean, what would you do if you were elected? She shuffled anxiously. Well, that's the real question, isn't it? She thought long and hard. Flock 5 wants to bring balance and safety. Many things have become unbalanced in our town. AIR, Abbotsford's largest political party, has ruled continuously for the past 60 years, and though they seem like an obvious choice for those seeking stability, we believe their sole rulership has caused a steady decline. Nothing immediate or life-threatening, but small things, like the social cohesion in our town, the sense of safety on the streets, rising corruption. Many values that were once commonplace have all but disappeared, and because this decline has been a gradual process spanning many decades, it has passed many by, until 2005, when a small group of concerned citizens joined forces against the rising tide, working hard to provide a political alternative to the time-worn status quo. Even as an opposition party, Flock has been able to achieve so much for our community. She clasped her hands together forcefully, and now we believe we are ready to take the lead. These are fighting words for a new frontrunner. Do I really come off that way? She shuffled around nervously in her seat. You can tone it down a little in the article. Please don't paint me in too bad a light. You may have heard people speak negatively about our movement, stating that we are extremists of some kind. But you must understand that there's nothing extreme about our goals. All we want is to live in a fair and safe society. Isn't that the most bothering sense of all? She smiled a tender smile. You know how it goes. When you challenge the powers that be, they will do anything to paint you in a bad light. We have been called vandals, authoritarians, bullies, but please realize we are nothing like that. They call us names in order to cast doubt upon our intentions. Politics can be horrible at times. Exactly. But it's a game, you see. I need to be resilient. A waitress came by to take Marissa's order. I got up to visit the restroom, and as I approached the wash basin to wash my hands, a young man brushed by. He turned around. How are the Madeleines here? The Madeleines? I have no idea. He grinned playfully. You don't? Having your doubts already? And with these words, he slipped through the door. When I returned to the common area, Larissa sat behind a steaming cup of latte. She gestured to the young man, who had seated himself at a nearby table where he read his paper auspiciously. Did that guy say anything to you? There was a hint of acrimony in her voice. That guy, he asked me about the confectionery. The confectionery? That's strange, isn't it? I don't know. It was just a question. She pouted. He shouldn't be asking questions like that. Anyway, let us return to the interview. I was telling you about the core principles of our party. At Flock, we are realists. We do not limit ourselves to soothing fairy tales about human benevolence. She had become serious, uttering her words clearly and without hesitation. There was little that reminded me of the timid, forlorn girl that I had led home last Saturday. We believe society constitutes no more than a thin veneer of civility that hides away the true horrors of human nature. This is a subject I have explored extensively during my studies. In the natural state, without rules and institutions to enforce peace, humans are in a constant condition of struggle. We would live in continual fear of violent death, our lives solitary, poor, nasty, prudish, short. A good government needs to be fair and strong, to withhold man from his natural inclinations to violence. And we, as Flock, are ready to take that position away from the current political elite that has become the very embodiment of that which it vowed to protect us from. So how many votes would you need to have a shot at winning the mayoral office? She pondered. Quite a bit more than we currently have, and AIR would have to lose some. She smiled before continuing in a hushed voice. But we have a secret weapon. An influential politician will be joining our party soon to back me up as my right-hand man. We should be able to release his name somewhere next week. But please hint at this news in your article to create some suspense. I promise you he's an established political figure. I believe his backing will truly push our movement into the lead. A stir beside us. Sounds like you have been getting mixed up in sleazy circles again, Madeleine. It was the young man who had switched over to a table closer to ours. In an instant, Marissa's entire demeanor changed. You stay out of this. You haven't changed a bit, Madeleine, and it appears that you found a new victim. He leaned over to me. Don't be fooled by her charm. You wouldn't be the first young man to succumb to her wiles.
Stream
Ignore him,
elements.
Abbe. Let's
Said.
continue the interview.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Bernard here is a terrible person, a bully. At university, he hung around with a band of lowlifes, wreaking havoc, causing trouble for students that actually try to accomplish something in their lives. Accomplish something, like taking charge of an authoritarian movement. Nonsense. Come on, he's ruining the interview. Let's go up to my apartment. Up to her apartment already. You're a lost cause, young man. Sick, transient, Gloria Bundy. Thus passes the glory of the world. Fuming, Marissa pulled me out of the establishment. Marissa sighed. Do you see what's happening? You can't even go for a quiet conversation without being harassed in this town. What a nuisance that Bernard is. I hope he goes away soon. He's probably visiting his dad who lives down here. Poor man. Oh, is that the son of that one guy? She clasped her hands together tenderly. Anyway, I think I have enough material for a decent article. The piece should be our next Sunday, together with interviews for the other party leaders. Thank you for the interview. She hesitated. Please don't paint me in too negative a light. As I said, our movement hasn't always been treated fairly by the press, and it causes prejudices, like those things Bernard said to me. But I feel that you're a sincere reporter who would be willing to give us a chance. If you treat us fairly, I may be able to help you. She grew serious. To help you with a revelation. I know things about the political elite in this town, about the mayor, Mayor Van Linden. What do you know about him? It's too soon. I can't tell. But let's talk a game. She scribbled something down on a piece of paper. Here's my number. I'm sure we will be in contact a lot during the campaign season. We headed to the door. Yes, I was wondering, are you going on the Easter break outing? Easter break? How do you know about that? Rika invited me. I thought it might be fun. Rika. You met Rika. Yes, her father's in the town council, you know? He's a politician for AAIR, but a respectable one. Well, that sounds like her. I think she's been inviting everyone. You should know Easter break is mostly aimed at high school students. Her lips sank down sullenly. You think so? I thought it would be fun as a relief from politics. How about you let me know if you decide to go? Then at least I will have someone to talk to. You have my number. On Saturday, May and I took to our paper route the way we had grown accustomed to. Unlike last week, work proceeded with few distractions, and it was just after noon that I found myself heading back to school to drop off my leftover newspapers. Good afternoon, Abbe. Any news for me today? I looked around to see Marquis Leopold coming down the street behind me. Sure, we dropped it in your mailbox this morning. Haven't you found it yet? You have. My mistake. I haven't been home all day, you see. Well, it should be in there. I would go read it if I were you. It's a special edition to mark the start of the campaign season. That's exactly the kind of news I subscribed for. Not that nonsense about dying insects. Leopold headed over to his mailbox. That's a nice picture of Marissa you have on the front page. You like her? She's the main rival to your party this year. Leopold grinned. My party. I agree that AI. Are you the prominent politician that's going to support him? Are you salty that AIR dropped you? Is that what was about to happen? Are you still torn up about your low placement on the electoral ballot? At two, brute, he sighed. They have betrayed me, ended my political career. You get in one little scandal, and this is what they do to you. AIR does claim to be a Christian party, you know. To hell they are. Those damn Puritans will never let me live it down. They should have taken the honorable path and just thrown me out. But to avoid commotion and to humiliate me even further, they moved me to an unelectable position. He glanced over Marissa's MHA game. But I feel that I may still have a part to play. I have been in talks with the leadership of Flock 5 over the past few weeks, and this morning they have agreed to let me grace the second place on the ballot for the party these upcoming elections. You, second place for Flock. That's quite a switch. An official press release will go out tomorrow evening, so please keep this between the two of us for now. But I reckon, with my experience and Marissa's charm, we will be able to elevate this shady clique into a true political juggernaut. AIR will regret double-crossing me. Just mark my words. Suddenly, Bernard appeared in the doorway of Leopold's house. Initially, he made a disgruntled impression, but the second he recognized me, his spirits lifted. Hi, Abbe. Is that bedwetting old grandpa bothering you? Leopold chuckled. I see you've met my deadbeat son. He receives free food and board, and this is how he thanks me. You need to support your poor son a little, now that he's standing on his own feet. Or am I interfering with your illicit dealings? Nothing we've discussed here is illicit. With a wink, Leopold excused himself, although I could tell he was irked by Bernard's banter. I turned to Bernard. Congratulations on finishing university. I haven't exactly finished university, although you could say I'm finished with university. He was staring after his father, who carefully moved his way up the stairs to the house, the Sunday abbot clasped flimsily under his arm. Pathetic. He's got a penchant for trouble, that man. Bernard sighed. I always thought local politics would be an outlet for him, a harmless way to keep him occupied. But it appears he can't stop embarrassing himself. Suddenly Bernard grabbed me by the arm jovially. I apologize, young man. I didn't really have the chance to introduce myself to you when we met last Thursday, although I am sure Madeline has filled you in. You studied with her in Bramersburg. Sure, in different faculties, though. I mostly dabbled in German literature, some theater. I wrote my last essay on Almansor. You wouldn't be partial to the works of Heinrich Heine, would you? I shook my head, and then I was reminded of something that Rika had asked me. Bernard, while you were studying, did you ever come across the Department of Forensic Anthropology? Anthropology? I hope you don't want to measure my jaw alignment. No, it's nothing like that. A friend of mine is very interested in antique skulls, for some reason. She will graduate high school this year and wants to study anthropology, preferably at Leiden University, if I'm not mistaken. Leiden, that's prestigious. They have a good anthropology department there. Pretty girls also. One of their professors is actually teaching a guest course at Braversburg University at the moment. I believe his name is. He drives down there once a week. You should ask to speak to him. Peter Housing. Peter Housing. Okay. I hear it's a very popular course, although I was never that interested. I rather concern myself with the living. Monday, Ina's off ice. I was impressed with your interview. We got a call from the Evening Mirror, a national newspaper, to co-opt the article in the Wednesday issue. Marissa's presence appears to have stirred a broader interest in the town council elections. Are you saying my interview will be distributed nationwide? She scowled. It's not just your interview. They will be publishing excerpts from some of my articles as well. And hey, considering how you seem to have a great entry with Flock 5, her tone had become friendlier. I was wondering if you would consider covering their entire campaign. What do you mean? That you would serve as a dedicated reporter. If you do Flock, I will do the other parties. I mean, your chemistry with Marissa, we can't let that go to waste. You can count on me. Ina smiled. After summer, we will both be star reporters. But I wonder if there will even be anything worth writing about. Do you think Marissa's party could truly gain a foothold in our town? I'm not sure. AIR has always held an absolute majority in the town council, and the people here are generally steadfast. But times are changing. A party like Flock can build up support by challenging the status quo, and to a certain extent, we can't blame the voters. When there's nothing to choose, a political elite will become arrogant, lazy, corrupt. Then, as soon as an alternative raises its head, people welcome it, under the assumption that any change is a good change. But will the rise of Flock 5 truly bring about good change? Only time can tell, especially now that they are under new leadership. If only we could get to know Marissa from really up close. Then she grinned as though she had just remembered something. Moreover, something interesting has happened. It appears Flock has attracted a new candidate. Yes, Leopold. Her eyes widened in amazement. You read the press release? That is unlike you. But you're right, it's Leopold. I guess it figures. The Marquis was a bad fit for heir. He's an unpredictable man, joining an unpredictable party. We went outside, and while I accompanied Ina to the bike shed, I recalled something that I wanted to tell her. Ina, before you go, during the interview, Marissa hinted at something. She says she knows of some kind of scandal that involves the political elite of Abbotsford. It was clear I had caught Ina's attention. Please tell me more. There isn't much more, just that it's a well-hidden secret leading up all the way to the mayor. Marissa promised to elaborate further if we were fair in our coverage of her party. You will need to get to the bottom of this, but please be cautious. This could be a political game Marissa is playing in an attempt to damage her political opponents. We can't go around publishing unsubstantiated rumors. Make sure you get hard facts. At that moment, a cloud of ebony hair descended upon us. Ina stopped speaking immediately. Abbe, Ina, I apologize for disturbing what must have been a very important editorial meeting. Ina eyed her up suspiciously. But I have great news. We are very, very close to reaching the participation threshold for Easter break. If the two of you could sign up now, the trip will be guaranteed to take place. You're so close already. I thought you were struggling to find people to attend. We were, but we have made great progress. Two people signed up just yesterday. A rather strange looking young man, and Marissa Roosevelt, the new girl in town. Have you met her? I could see Ina tense up. Such a nice girl, she's really trying to fit in. She even attended our church service yesterday, and now she's coming on Easter break. Ina interrupted her. Abe would like to buy a ticket. I turned to Ina, muttering at her under my breath, but she shot me a deathly glare. That's great, Abe. Thank you. Let me hand you a ticket. Please be sure to pay me before coming Sunday. This means I only have one more ticket left to sell. Rika eyed Ina pressingly. What? Come on, Ina. You'll have a great time. You could write a report for the school paper. Ina began shuffling uncomfortably. I think she will take it. Really? Wonderful. Meekly, Ina accepted the last ticket from an overjoyed Rika before wandering off in silence. It's a big step for her. Ina hates joining in with social events. I nodded, but I'm sure she will have a great time. Once she feels the warm sand against her skin, all reservations will melt off her like ice. Do not cast away your confidence, which has great reward. A silence fell. So, Abe, have you been able to look into the issue of the schools? I was caught completely off guard. The schools? I I have. I have actually. At Bremersburg, there's a lecturer who is connected to the Department of Forensic Anthropology at Leiden University. There is. I think if we would just talk to him, ask him politely, he may tell us more about the schools. Rika chuckled. Ask him politely. Abe, sometimes I feel as though you receive the world like a little child. But I'm glad you've put in the work. I'm truly grateful for that. It's worth a try. She began browsing through her calendar. Let's attempt to get in contact with this lecturer of yours and make the trip to Bremersburg. I will call you to make further arrangements. That evening I sat in my room, staring at the stacks of unopened textbooks. With all the extra work Ina had piled upon me, I reckoned there would be little time to get around to any real studying, especially now that she had signed me up for a 4-day trip I hadn't planned for. Yes, why had she signed me up for that trip? I took out my phone and rang her number. Abe, what's the matter? Why did you sign me up for Easter break? I thought you hated these kinds of outings. An awkward guffaw resounded through the telephone. I did, sure, but I changed my mind. Do you know what I was thinking? I was thinking, a trip like this is a godsend. You will be able to observe Marissa day and night for 4 days straight. You will be able to get close and intimate, truly get inside her mind. I sighed. At least we're in this together. Yeah, thanks for that. Anyway, if that's all, I have to go. I have editing to do. She hung up the phone. As always, ulterior motives were at play. Ina expected me to mobilize my budding friendship with Marissa as a means to generate more headlines for her ailing newspaper. And though I resigned myself to the prospect of going on the Easter trip, I resolved not to let things get out of hand. I opened up my tri- trigonometry textbook. Trig- trigonometry. Why am I having trouble saying that word? Math textbook, math. Determined to spend the rest of the evening in a productive manner, when my phone began to hum. When I picked up the call, Rika's voice rang out tinnily. Abe, there have been developments. I looked up that guy, Peter Helsing. He teaches a lecture on Thursday afternoons. So I called the university explaining that we are high school students interested in pursuing cultural anthropology next year. They told me to come to his lecture next Thursday and that he would talk to us after. What time do we leave? Rika let out an appreciative moan. At 3 after our last class has ended. Also, I'm very excited that you will be joining us on Easter break. We were in a bit of pinch, as most senior students have come to regard the Easter break outing as a waste of time. But in reality, the trip is a great way to relax before finals, whilst also providing a chance to reiterate over the important parts of the curriculum. We will be staying at the rustic village of Ryebury, which lies on the lakeside. I detected an uncharacteristic excitement in her voice. My family owns an inn there, which we are able to charter at a very good rate. Anyway, we're leaving Monday afternoon. Please don't be late. She terminated the call, and the room was filled with nothing else but the drone of our neighbor's extractor fan. Unopened textbooks stared at me. Defeated, I crawled into bed. On Thursday afternoon, I encountered Mika sitting outside my last class, blocking off all possible escape routes. We made our way to the station, and though I had been anticipating the trip to Petersburg with mild reluctance, I had to admit the gentle spring breeze and the omnipresent signs of nature awakening stirred a certain fancy in me. We arrived at the station just in time for the 3 o'clock train. Thank you for coming on this trip with me. I would have gone alone. It's just that I've been so busy lately, with finals and swimming practice. And to make things worse, my father has asked me to help him canvass for his re-election campaign. I detest the work, but I can't refuse him. Abbotsford is only a short train ride away from the city, and it was within 15 minutes that we approached the first suburbs. The train slowed down before coming to a cautious stop. Bremersburg. What a god-forsaken place! Built after the reclamation of the marsh polder, it aspires to be a hallmark of post-war architecture, but in all its craftsmanship it lacks culture. It lacks character. The citizens here are strangers to one another, unlike in our little town. I smiled. Maybe that's not so bad. It is. If everyone is anonymous, there is no accountability. Places like these breed evil. When we arrived at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Helsing's lecture was still in progress. We waited outside of the auditorium until he was finished and all the students had filed out. A short, dark-haired man welcomed us. You must be the students that contacted me. Good afternoon. The professor extended his hand, which she accepted gracefully. Peter Helsing, pleased to meet you. I'm delighted to see young people take an interest in the science of anthropology. And so proactive, too, to reach out to me like this. You don't see that very often these days. But it's the way to go. In the social sciences, I mean. You need to get ahead, know the right people. He let out a dry cough. Please tell me about yourselves. My name, as you know, is Rika Cooper, and this is Abe. We are in our last year of high school. For me personally, the reason I contacted you is that I am seeking direction. I'm quite sure I want to major in anthropology, but where should I go? I mean, Brimmersburg is nearby, but there are much better universities. Leiden, maybe even Oxbridge. In a thinly veiled attempt at feigning youthful enthusiasm, her voice was rising steadily. Peter placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Personally, I would advise against Bremersburg, as they don't even have a dedicated anthropology department down here. That's why they've asked me to make the commute from Leiden once a week. But there's no need to come to a hasty decision. Rika let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad to hear that. I apologize for asking you so many questions. Please tell us about your renowned anthropology department. I will, but the next class will be starting here in a short while. Let's continue our conversation in the exposition area. We followed Peter into an adjacent building where glass cabinets displayed a multitude of zoological exhibits. Let me tell you a little about my field. Anthropology is the study of humans, but what you encounter at times has few traces of humanity left inside. Anthropologists delve into the dark depths of our past, the violent, trauma-ridden tearing away from our previous existence as animals, and the turbulent process of becoming a human. When I visited the rainforest of West Papua a year ago, I was away from civilization for months. I watched as a man skinned a boar with his bare hands, and I helped him remove its entrails and clean the blood and feces from its flesh. The professor reveled at the sight of my disgusted face, as though he were enjoying the lurid details he threw our way. Anthropology is great, but it isn't for the faint of heart, especially when you take it seriously. At our department, we do science the old-fashioned way. We try to disengage from the petty trends that have come to dominate our field over the past decades. The wholesome ideals of universal brotherhood and noble savages that naive students are attracted to like flies. He leered at Rika, who shrugged coolly. How about Bram Bulwer? Was he old-fashioned? The professor stirred at the sound of this name. Bram Bulwer. You appear to have read up on the high story of our department. Bram should be regarded as a pioneer in our field. He didn't shy away from anything, even when he probably should have. But why'd you bring up his name? Rika took a deep breath. I found something in a book of his, and I was wondering if you could clarify. She took out a stack of paperwork from her bag, some of which she had marked with page markers. Please look at these. On this page of his notebook, Bull writes something about 3 Abbott schools, and I'm curious what he was referring to, but I can't find any other references to them. Peter eyed her, appearing genuinely confused. I have no idea what that could be. But then his eyes narrowed. This is such a particular inquiry, it makes me wonder why you would ask. Are you, by any chance, from Abbotsford? Rika remained silent for a moment. Then she nodded. I thought so. We have received inquiries about these schools before, from a church. Did they put you up to this? Rika shook her head violently. No, not at all. We are truly curious. The professor sighed. Look, I'm telling the truth when I say that I have no idea what Bram was referring to in these notebooks. But considering the sustained interest from your community, Rika's lips curled into a precocious smile. I'm willing to do a quick search in the archives. Next week, or whenever I find a PhD student who I can delegate this task to, he sighed again. But after this, you will really need to let the issue rest. I understand how an aside in an old book can spark interest in an afflicted community, but most likely it's no thing, a typographical error or a wild idea. Rika nodded understandingly, although I saw a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. I hope you kids do decide to study at my department, especially after all the trouble you have put me through. It will be a huge change of environment for you after growing up in such a rural community. I never grew up in. He cut me off. College is a time to expand your mind, to question the assumptions instilled in you during your upbringing. I will contact you as soon as I receive more information. Well, that went well. Rika was beaming. You think so? He didn't seem too happy with the ruse we came up with. Sure he did, but that was just a way to get a foot in the door. Matters like these require a personal touch. A dull letter from an Orthodox congregation is easily cast aside, but as soon as you give your inquiry a youthful, pretty face, it becomes a lot harder for a man like Peter to say no. She flashed me a meaningful grin. I didn't really notice him looking at you in that way, but he was looking at you. Rika burst out in contagious laughter that persisted all the way to the station. Afternoon rush hour had commenced, and the city was tense with the bustle of cars. Monday morning. I lay for a second in blissful ignorance, until the outside world intruded on me. After forcing myself out of bed, I climbed down the stairs to open the door. Good morning, Abbe. Naomi. To what do I owe the honor? Rika and I are both out and about, gathering the late sleepers. She's picking up May at this very moment. You wouldn't want us to miss the train, would you? Although I had generally been aware that Easter break was approaching, early morning amnesia had erased it entirely from my mind. I hope you're packed and ready. Come on, let's head for the station. I retrieved my bag and followed her through the empty streets. While we walked, I could feel an undeniable tension in the air. After a while, Naomi broke the silence. The weather forecast for the coming days has been good. Even though the water may be cold, we can expect all-around pleasant temperatures. Her vague attempts at small talk felt unnatural to me. I muttered a wry response. Abe, I've been meaning to ask you something. Her voice sounded brittle, as though she were mustering up great courage just to talk to me. It's about a friend. Out of nowhere, a looming figure pushed itself into my field of sight. Startled by the sudden interruption, Naomi swallowed her words. Abe, old boy, great to see you're tagging along. Bernard, are you coming on Easter break? He is. He was one of the last people to sign up. I guess Rika managed to coerce you. There was no coercion required. I'm due for an outing, you see. It's important to distract your mind every once in a while. Water, sky, female companionship. Isn't that what life is all about? And good food. Don't forget the good food. Naomi leered at him. When we arrived at Station Square, a small committee stood waiting on us. But what is he doing here? Him. He seemed interested in joining, and we were still short of participants. Madeline, as soon as I heard you were coming, I knew I couldn't be left out. I looked at Marissa without saying anything. Rika, you really shouldn't have done that. Bernard is trouble. You're so annoying, Bernard. And it looks like you've been harassing poor Abe again. Well, I am not associating with you during any part of this trip. She shrugged haughtily. Please keep your distance from me. May showed up, and after 15 minutes, even Ina appeared carrying 2 suitcases. She looked as sullen as ever. I have brought my laptop and books. That inn better have good security. Rika stifled a laugh. Ina, I am glad you agreed to come. We need someone to make sure we get around to studying. Collectively, we made our way to the platform. The train shot past miles and miles of farmland. Here and there, acres of green were interspersed with brightly colored tulip fields, imparting seasonal variety upon the otherwise monotonous train ride. The flowers are pretty, aren't they? They always cheer me up when spring comes around. Are you looking forward to the trip? I love visiting new places, the people, the culture. Ryebury is only a 30-minute train ride away, you know? Incredible, isn't it? After exiting the train at Ryebury station, we made our way through the narrow streets that led to the inn, a townhouse-style building that counted 3 floors. A soothing breeze, originating from the giant lake, could be felt throughout the town. When we arrived at the inn, Rika let us in swiftly. Dear travel companions, my family has been gracious enough to make this property available to us students year after year. Let's ensure that they continue this tradition. What the heck? Mouse, why are you being weird? By acting as responsible stewards and leaving this place behind even cleaner than we encountered it. But most importantly, please make yourselves at home and enjoy the fellowship together. You are free to share in all the amenities this inn has to offer, even though they may be sparse. Thank you for attending Abbott Sports High's 7th annual Easter break. Let us study hard and be joyful. I carried my luggage up the stairs before helping Ina, who was clearly struggling. And then I swung open the door to the master bedroom, just in time to witness a spectacle unfold. Get out, Bernard. I'm not sharing my room with you, let alone a double bed. Madeline, you are so cold. I may as well just sleep with the sour rats. Oh, Abbe, it's good that you came. What do you have to say about all this? Bernard, don't be a nuisance. Let her have the room. There, Bernard. Now it's 2 against 1. You should be ashamed to intrude upon a lady's private chambers. Attracted by the noise, Rika struck her head around the corner. You two. Larissa, come with me. We can share the penthouse suite. Abbe, maybe you should room here with Bernard. Then Ina can take the family room together with... What? I was thinking Abbe and I could share a room, in case we would need to work on newspaper busyness. Ina was blushing visibly, and I noticed Rika's lips arc into a mischievous smile. Ina, there will be more than enough opportunity for that. It's just that we can't allow mixed dormitories. My family wouldn't approve of that at all. It's not even like... Her voice trailed off. We carried Ina's luggage up to the family room, where she immediately began to unpack. Now, Abbe, you may think we are here on some kind of vacation, but I don't want to let this trip go to waste. We kicked off the campaign season with some light interviews to bring out the human factor in each of the front-runner candidates. Now, however, is the time to start digging deeper. If you get the chance, please ask Larissa about her political strategy. I will do the same for Rika to find out what she knows about her father's campaign. She paused. But there's more I want you to look into. Remember what Larissa said about the scandal she claimed to have uncovered. I want you to hear her out about this. There should be an... Just then Naomi knocked on the door. Ina became deathly silent. I excused myself. When I returned to the master bedroom, I found Bernard combing his hair in the mirror. Well, Abbe, it seems like the morality police has condemned us to one another. And personally, I don't mind. This may even provide an opportunity for us to grow closer. I reckon this is your first time. He grinned, sharing the bed with another man. I shot backward. I see a part of child fear growing in your eyes, but I can assure you there's nothing to be shy about. Once you go to college, You will realize how much joy there is in fraternizing with your fellow brethren. Life is a symposium, my friend. Love is all around. Let's go out and be bohemian. After lunch, we headed up to the beach. Bribery lies on a tideless lake, large enough to hide the opposite banks from view. I figure this is what it all comes down to. The beach. If that is what you can call it. Anyway, I brought my books. You can go ahead and splash around in the water. I'm getting cold just looking at it. Ina rolled out her bath towel. Naomi, who had been observing the scene, approached us. I think I'm going in for a swim. I need to stay in shape for the championships this summer. Carefully, she removed her glasses, passing them to Ina for safekeeping. Not wearing her school uniform, Naomi appeared unnaturally pale under the clouded afternoon sky. But please don't stare at me. I should have brought my sports swimsuit. This is very uncomfortable. I continued down the waterline to where Rika stood, looking out into the distance. Can you see how dark the waters are? At some points the lake gets very deep. When this used to be a sea, tidal currents would tear long rifts along the former shoreline. Rika really loves the sea, maybe a little too much at times. But I don't mind them turning it into a lake. The water is much calmer that way. Rika, are you going to try to swim up to the humming stone? I looked into the distance, where small black spots shimmered at the horizon. The humming stone is an underwater rock feature that reaches up right to the surface. If you look carefully, you can see a dark spot whenever a wave passes over it. It has always been a hazard for passing ships, as they could easily rupture the hole on its invisible edges. Rika has told me all kinds of scary tales about the humming stone, about the hideously deformed demons that live there and feast upon the flesh of drowned sailors. Not much later, Larissa approached me. Abbe, I hadn't found a chance to thank you yet. Thank me? For what? For your feature piece on Flock last week. The interview came out beautifully. It's no thing. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm serious, it was such a beautiful article, and so honest. I must admit, I was having second thoughts before it came out. Our movement is used to being treated unfairly by the media due to prejudices that people have. But I wanted to trust you, Abbe, because you were so kind to me. You kept your promise and treated us fairly. A fierce determination had formed in her eyes. That's all we ask for, to be treated fairly. If only the press would report the facts. Did you hear our piece was picked up by the Evening Mirror? Yes, it's fabulous. I've been receiving phone calls from across the Low Countries. Who would ever think the concerns of our little town would gain national interest? Then she sighed. I have to be careful, though. Lecturers journalists have been making comments on my appearance. The fact is, I did some modeling work while I was in university, and now the press has dug up photographs. I need to tread carefully. Although this kind of coverage can spark interest in our movement, it distracts from our core message. As I said, we are seldom treated fairly. I want to be a serious politician. Rika, who was standing nearby, turned her head. But you are a serious politician, Larissa. I read your interview. It was great. My father has high hopes for you. He's looking forward to working as your colleague. Your father, Councilman Cooper, said that. He did. He thinks you'll be a serious competitor in the race. That heir will have a heavy task maintaining his majority position. But he agrees with many of the ideas you expressed in your interview about creeping corruption and the gradual erosion of moral values in our town. Maybe this year we will see a transformation in which things change for the better, where our community wins in the long run, and not just one political party. As overseers of his creation, we must be above reproach. That's right, isn't it? Rika, you put things to words so nicely. You really are a preacher's daughter. Have you ever considered a career in politics? When evening fell, we gorged ourselves on seafood from the local cafeteria before heading back to the inn. We will have our first study session at 8. Feel free to retreat to your rooms until then. There we are, Abbe. This must be the life the gods had envisioned for us, lounging in the sun during the day, contemplating the classics at night. Does that mean you will be joining our study session? Not at all. That's for you high schoolers. Personally, I have done enough studying for a lifetime. He was staggering like a weary soldier. Bernard, what are you going to do now that you're out of university? Are you going to look for a job? I am not sure. I want to live an easy life filled with art and beauty. I have always aspired to be a playwright, you see, although I am afraid there aren't many openings in that field. I have done some amateur productions in college. I love that, especially the auditions for the female parts. You have some of your father in you. He snapped back fiercely. Shut your mouth. Don't say these things. That man wouldn't recognize beauty if it spat him in the face. He corrupts all that he touches. Poor Madeline. I heard she used to be a model. His eyes lit up. She was. I tried to get her to play the lead part in a production of Salome at one time, but naturally she turned up her nose. But I have collected her entire catalog. I even went out to buy an issue of Lighthouse when she was featured in there. I will show you when we get home. I nodded affirmatively. Rika called for us to gather in the common room downstairs. This evening will be dedicated to study. Senior students, let's look over the examination syllabus together. If we're not in our final year, can we go out to the beach to explore? Of course not. That would defy the spirit of the trip. May, you can go over your regular homework for now. I can't imagine you aren't behind somewhere. May pouted self-consciously. And Marissa, Bernard, please think of something to do. Marissa, you probably have some council matters to attend to. Marissa held up her laptop. I'm at it already. And Bernard, you do whatever it is you do. I will just shut up and read Nabokov. Grumbling, he sat himself down in a corner. Rika, Naomi, Ina, and I began working through our biology reader. It wasn't long before I realized I was so dramatically behind that there was a little point in asking questions. Ina sat staring into empty space, similarly lost, even though I had always pictured her to be a decent student. Soon May came over to our table. Ina, please help me with this. I cannot find the hypotenuse. May, I have explained this to you before. Everyone appeared to welcome the distraction. Uh, Rika, I was wondering, if the land around Abbotsford forms an artificial island, then how come the houses in Rybury look so old? Rika glanced up from her syllabus. The marsh polder was reclaimed in 1942. Back then, a large stretch of sea around the Isle of Abbot was dammed off before being pumped dry and connected to the mainland. Rybury is one of the oldest communities on the new formed land. The houses here were built in the 40s, thus containing salient traits of pre-war architecture. Soon after its founding, some of the fishing families from Abbot settled here in an attempt to revive their old trade. While the lake was filled with brackish water, they were still able to fish for herring and haddock. But once the water grew sweet, they had to venture out through the giant floodgates up north to fish on the Northern Sea. You should understand that the reclamation of the marsh polder left a huge impression on the inhabitants of the Isle of Abbot. Gradually, they witnessed the surrounding waters sink down, until only a vast wasteland of mud remained. Their idyllic island life was brutally torn away from them. These scars run deep in our community, but besides all the sorrow, the reclamation had some interesting side effects. Although the newly drained seabed was untraversable at first, soon archaeologists descended upon Abbotsford to see what they could dig up from the mud. And though the island community, still traumatized from their dramatic change in lifestyle, was uncharacteristically unwelcoming of their sudden arrival, the archaeologists proceeded to erect barracks and set to work. By now, all present had put down their books and sat listening intently to Rika's story. What did the archaeologists find? Rika got up from the table. All this talking has made me thirsty. Let's see if they've left us anything to drink. She walked behind the bar where a small refrigerator stood. We have tonic, ginger ale, chocolate milk. After Rika had returned to the refreshments, she resumed talking. Anyway, Marissa, to answer your question, the archaeologists mainly found bones. The first place where they started digging was around the old graveyard. And as I told you, Abbe, she nodded at me. They unearthed a number of old gravestones that had eroded off from the island and lodged themselves in the former seabed. And along with their gravestones, naturally, they found the remains of the deceased, which they immediately returned to the community to be buried underneath the new church. Then, after the graveyard was done, they expanded their search. On the exposed seabed, the archaeologists found remains of concentric embankments running around the island that had been swept away in the past by rising waters.
Stream elements.
Abbot used to be
Said.
quite large, but
Stay
ever
moist,
since
my
the
friends,
late Middle
hydrate.
Ages, the island slowly lost land to the encroaching sea. The archaeologists even found the foundations of stone huts that had once been submerged completely. Rika took a sip from her glass, which contained a clear liquid. But for the most part, they found bones. Boring old bones. What a terrible time these archaeologists must have had, digging fruitlessly in the mud. But you must all be getting very tired. I suggest we break up this meeting in order for us to get some well deserved sleep. I could hear Bernard stir in his chair. Excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Just bones, you say? Aren't you leaving out an interesting detail? What are you referring to? Rika's tone had become dismissive. If I'm not mistaken, I recall there was a certain implement. I'm too tired to play guessing games. Let's all go up to our rooms. Let me refresh your memory. There was a curious artifact that archaeologists found near the island. They keep it in a display case at the university. What? I believe they call it the alien implement. Oh, that's a well-known hoax. It was a hammer of sorts, and it wasn't real. The alien implement has been conclusively proven to be planted by one of the researchers as a prank. Well, if it really was a hoax, then what a hoax it was. One downcast afternoon, an archaeologist dug up a tool no more than 12 inches long, shaped like an asymmetrical double-faced hammer. It was completely unique to the area and forged from a heavy, dark steel. One of its faces was blunt, like an ordinary hammer, but the other narrowed into a sharp, reinforced point, as though it were used to kill animals with one single blow to the head. And the implement was crafted in a way that was wholly unknown to these regions. At first glance, its surface displayed a scaling of miniature shields, overlapping each other to form a thin steel plating. But upon further inspection, this plating appeared to continue beyond the surface, in layers that descended all the way to its core, and the scales interlocked in such a precise way that they concentrated upon touch, forming an almost flesh-like grip without sacrificing any of the tensile strength of the tool. And the most curious thing about this item was that it appeared immune to oxidation. After all those centuries that must have spent lying on the ocean floor, it was without even a speck of rust. Rika coughed. How scary, Bernard. Isn't it great to share lurid, horrid tales among friends? Hold on, guys, I've got to check something here. All right, well, that's fantastic. Really starting to get worried, but apparently I might be getting food stamps, so I'm too broke not to have my food stamps, y'all. I am too broke of a turtle not to have my food stamps, but I might be getting them, so huzzah! Very good. Poor turtle will have to live on nothing but beans and rice. Go and get me some fish. Fish sticks specifically, because I like my fish sticks, but fish sticks with some ranch dressing. Yep, yep, yep. That's fancy for me. Please don't overdo it. We wouldn't want to give May nightmares. I heard Marissa clear her throat. Bernard enjoys telling tall tales. The thing is, he never knows when to stop. Come, everyone, let's go to bed. We still have 3 more days before us. Unfortunately, it's a partial, which means I won't get the full, but I'm a smart turtle, so I saw this shit coming. So I stocked up a little bit. The next morning, I was woken up by an impressive sensation. Bernard, who had initially agreed to observe a broad patch of no man's land between both our sides, had somehow managed to shift so far diagonally that he was now taking up a full 3/4 of the bed. A stale odor hung throughout the room. Without a second thought, I shot into my clothes and made my way up to the landing, only to catch a shadow disappearing down the stairway. I followed it through the streets of Rybury, out onto the shore, where I observed it for a while as it stared into the distance of the lake. And it wasn't long before the shadow disrobed and slid into, nude bathing? Oh shit, oh. I just got banned last week. Don't be putting nudity on my screen again. God damn it. Rika was a practiced swimmer, and I watched as she performed her workout routine. Don't be naked, don't be naked. And while I rested in the chalky sand, the sand rose behind me, casting long shadows into the lake. After a 40-minute workout, she swam up to me. Okay, good, she's got a bathing suit on. I got worried for a second. With her hair tied up in a single ponytail, she made an almost childlike impression on me. Good morning, Abbe. Have you been spying on me all this time? I just went for a morning walk. That's funny. I never pictured you as an early riser. But it's okay. I'm not the type to tense up before an audience. She smiled teasingly. You need to hear this. I received an email from Peter Helsing this morning. Apparently, he has urgent news he wants to discuss with us. She let out an inconvenienced moan. He will be in town tomorrow, but I really don't want to go to the city, not while we are on spring break. I'll try to get him to meet us here at the shore. It would only be a 15-minute drive for him. I nodded. After taking a shower at the faculty building, Rika changed out of her swimming clothes. I see the usual crowd is beginning to rear its head. Good morning, Bernard. I'm glad to see you're awake. Did you find our amenities up to standard? Sure did. I was out cold tonight. That sea air really helps a man wind down. I noticed. Abbe, there you are. I've been looking for you all morning. Have you even eaten breakfast? How kind of you to worry about me. Come on, let's look for a quiet place. Even though we are on Easter break, the Sunday Abbot never skips an issue. Let's hold an editorial meeting before the beach becomes too crowded. A meeting? But Ina, I thought we could take it easy for a few days. She grabbed me by the arm. Have you noticed anything? That Marissa girl, I don't know what to think of her. She appears so immature at times, the way she bickers with Bernard. I wonder if Flock will be able to retain its current position, with her in the lead. She seems to be getting on with Rika. Ina pondered for a second. She is, isn't she? I wonder what will come of that. As you know, Rika's father is a member of AIR. He leads the Cooper faction, an autonomous wing within the party. If Marissa manages to sway Cooper, it could lead to division within AIR. Although I'm not sure if she would be capable of that. You know what? Maybe they are just becoming friends. Although she is dependable, Rika can come off as lonely at times, and Marissa hardly knows anyone in town. Not everything is a political game, you know? Ina grumbled. That's where you're wrong, Abbe. Very wrong. Suddenly we were blasted by a shower of sand. Ina had to duck not to get hit. I'm the sand lion. Feel my wrath. Abbe, Ina, what are you discussing? I welcomed the break from Ina's paranoid ramblings like a breath of fresh air. May, you're late for the editorial meeting. Please tell us what you will be contributing to the next issue. You are holding an editorial meeting on the beach. Why didn't you tell me? But never mind, you need to listen to what I have discovered. While the two of you have been vacationing, I've been running a covert investigation. Ina stifled a laugh. And you must hear, I have discovered a mystery. Wow, May, please tell us. Those basalt blocks there. She pointed to the breakwater that stretched out behind us. That stone isn't from around here. I could tell by the quartz layers in some of the markings. She lowered her voice to the point where it was no more than a whisper. Illegal smuggling of rare stone is an international crime. I believe we may be onto a conspiracy. Ina stopped presses. Development interest for mineral mysteries, geocrime investigator. Apparently that's an achievement in and of itself, so that's cool. We may have to put out an extra edition to cover this breaking story. Ina reprimanded me from under her breath. Don't encourage her. As the afternoon progressed, the beach became increasingly crowded with beachgoers who were drawn like flies to the exceptionally favorable weather conditions. As forecasted, the temperatures have been rising gradually over the past week, and below the unbroken rays of the midday sun, it felt as though summer had come early. And as I made my way through the multitude of people, I encountered Bernard. He stood staring into the distance, an overwhelmed look in his eyes. Hi, Bernard. It's getting pretty busy. Have you seen the others? My words appeared to pass right through him, but then he began to mutter something. Can you feel it, Abbe? Nature has finally awoken from its state of hibernation. All is teeming with life. The sheer amount of precocious female beauty, swimwear bursting at the seams. It's all too much, too sudden. I think I'm suffering from sensory overload. Just then a young woman who had been hovering nearby approached us. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but could you tell me if there is a post office nearby? There was a timid quality to her soft-spoken voice. I want to send a postcard to my grandma, but I haven't even found as much as a letterbox. I'm not sure. Did you see a post office, Bernard? Bernard just stood staring at her, wholly paralyzed. I'm sorry, my friend has been feeling a little indisposed lately, but I'm sure there's a post office in the village. Thank you. I will be off then. Who knows, I might just see you guys around. I turned to Bernard. Come on, what's the matter with you? Wasn't this the whole reason you came here? To mingle with attractive girls? Abbe, you don't understand. I couldn't. It would break the enchantment. He sighed. Man is born free, yet everywhere he is in chains. Come on, it's probably time to head back to the inn. As we left the overcrowded beach, Bernard slowly returned to his senses. Abbe, you know, if I were ever to give something to the world, it would be a grand beauty contest, a biannual event where the greatest embodiment of female aesthetics is chosen from a pool of thousands to be crowned princess over this blessed earth. I chuckled. A beauty contest? You mean like a Miss Election? Would that be your gift to humanity? It's not like that at all. In a Miss Election, both the interior and the exterior of women are judged. But in my contest, it's only about the exterior. Because that's what it's... No, bro. The exterior is important. Won't lie, love me a beautiful woman. But that's not what it's all about. The interior does matter, bro. In multiple contexts. Do you remember the judgment of Paris from Greek mythology? When the young Prince Paris gifted his golden apple to Aphrodite, crowning her the most beautiful goddess of all. Eventually, that single event led to the destruction of Troy and the birth of the modern world. It was all because of a beauty pageant. If not for beauty, what else do we have? Good food? Bernard had become overly sentimental, reveling in his idiotic words. Oh, they're not completely idiotic, but he does need to keep in mind that girls also have a personality. That evening, we returned to the common room. Come on, Rika, open up the liquor cabinet. It's time to make some cocktails. Rika pouted doubtfully. I'm not sure, Marissa. The school hasn't trusted us to act responsibly at all. That doesn't mean we can't get drunk. We just can't get so drunk that we do something stupid, right? Oh, come on. A little alcohol won't hurt, will it? You must have started taking Holy Communion by now. We've all worked so hard. You can't hold an excursion without some leisure. Larissa, we spent the entire day at the beach. But Rika had already yielded. Well, okay. Since we're all of drinking age, I see no issue in indulging a little. But all those that are still enrolled at Abbotsford High will be limited to one class. Please don't make me regret this. With a squeal of delight, Marissa bounded to the bar, where she began stirring up a batch of Tom Collinses. I will have a glass of the Glen Park class, 15-year-old. Bernard's words were lost in the ambient murmur. When Marissa returned, she handed each of us a glass of clear liquid. Wow, this is good. Better than wine. It makes you sleepy, though. Carefully, we carried May up to her bed. As the night progressed, the common room grew quieter. Larissa, Ina, and I studied at one of the round oak tables, while Bernard sat in the corner working on one of his plays. At times he would erupt, reciting one of his lines with great pathos, but for the most part he was quiet. Ina, Larissa put down her glass, which was her third of the night. I love what you are doing with the Sunday Abbot. It has such a broad appeal. I would never expect that from a school paper. Ina's eyes narrowed. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we are not a school paper. Larissa ignored her remark. Ina, I'm sure you have a brilliant future ahead of you. I know people who could. She let out a hiccup. I know people, who could really open doors for you. That's kind, Larissa, but I ask you to maintain the integrity of our relationship. Our only current concern is to cover the town council elections in a fair and objective manner. Ina's words trailed off, and I could tell that she was thinking rapidly. Ina, you're so good. It's no fun. And that's so much fun. But to be a good journalist, you should be able to spin your web a little, like the itsy weensy spider. Ina smiled. Maybe you're right, Larissa. Maybe I should spin my web. Couldn't you help us out a little? As a politician, you must be privy to all kinds of information. Can I refill your glass for you? Ina, there's no need to get me drunk. I will tell you anything you want. Larissa stared into Ina's eyes intensely. Have you ever heard the story of Anna Sanders? Ina shook her head. On 58 Oystercatcher Lane, there's an apartment on the third floor. So small and unassuming that you would hardly notice it. There's something off about that apartment, something I have been wanting to share. Even though Marissa was slurring her words, Ina had become all ears. There are things happening in Abbotsford, Ina, that cannot bear the light of day. Things that are impossible to uncover without the right entrances. What's the deal with 58 Oystercatcher Lane? I saw Ina make a quick note of the address in her notebook. Things have happened in Oystercatcher Lane. Dark, disgusting things. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. But please. Larissa moved to take another sip of her glass, but Ina stopped her. In the registry there are ways to look up the provenance of all of Abbotsford's real estate and the tax status. The tax exempt status, I mean. Please look into that. I am sure you'll figure out for yourself what is going on. That this leads up all the way to the mayor. Ina frowned. Mayor Van Linden. Your main political rival, you mean? Larissa brushed aside Ina's remark. Don't believe me? Look it up for yourselves. Do your duty. Before Ina could stop, she took a large sip from her glass. Marissa, who was Anna Sanders? Anna. A look of utter sadness appeared in her eyes. Proud Saint Margaret. For a second she closed her eyes, before she broke out singing. I forbid you maidens all, that wear gold in your hair, to come or go by Carter Howe, for young Tamlin is there. From the corner of the room I could hear Bernard humming along with the tune. Ina sighed. She has had too much. A little wine can loosen tongues, but too much and it detaches them. It won't be long before she passes out. Come on, Abbe, let's go to bed. While Ina, Marissa, and Bernard tidied up the common room, and I made my way to the stairs in order to assure myself an uncontested sleeping spot for the night. But the second I stepped out into the dark hallway, I bumped into an unseen figure. Naomi, I thought you went to bed an hour ago. I I just came down for a glass of water, but please excuse me. I stepped aside, giving her free access to the common room. Well, go ahead. No, I have changed my mind. And without any further explanation, she disappeared up the stairs. Okay. The next day we hung around at the inn until noon, when Rika and I distanced ourselves from the rest of the crowd. She had arranged for us to meet up with Peter near the North Point, where a natural sandbar ran out far out into the lake. Frequented only by incidental bird watchers, this secluded place would offer enough privacy to discuss our affairs. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. It's no thing. I wish my own students would take this much interest in my work. But students can be so calculating these days. Will this be on the exam? Is what they ask me whenever I delve too deep into a subject. As if grades were all that matters. You can't become an anthropologist just by taking tests. How does one become an anthropologist? You need to be prepared to gaze deep into the eyes of humanity, even if you are chilled to the bone by what stares back at you. Rika smirked. Let me guess. Sometimes you may even need to get on your knees and dig up graves. Peter swallowed. It's not like that. Thing you must understand. In the days of Bram Bulwer, there were many academic misconceptions about isolated communities like yours. Scholars speculated that the inhabitants of Abbott suffered from physical and mental degeneration due to inbreeding that would occur on the island. There were many stereotypes about the Abbottian Islanders, with their short arms and pasty white skin that almost appeared translucent on bright days. Rika's eyes shot fire. How about that? These were just century-old misconceptions. I think even Bulwer had to reconsider his hypothesis in the end, because in his notes he states that the genetic makeup of the Abbot schools appeared far more diverse than expected. Rika murmured approvingly, far more diverse, leading to speculation that Abbott may have operated as a trading port at some time during the late Middle Ages. For Brahm, it must have been a disappointment. Anthropologists are always looking for isolated pockets of human settlement where development has stood still. Its lips curled into an ominous grin. In West Papua, there are still tribes that live entirely without outside contact. Life there is tough but simple. For the most part, people get by with basic farm work, but a mysterious ritualized violence permeates all aspects of daily life. Religious torture, skin incisions. It's enough to make you question their sanity. But although it may appear cruel to us outsiders, to them it's a deliberate way to come to terms with the wanton terror, the disease, famine, death that nature inflicts upon them every day. By mirroring nature's violence in their rituals, they attempt to assert control over the animistic spirits that embody the destructive forces of nature. Even though the beach was wholly empty, Peter had lowered his voice to a whisper. In some parts of the rainforest, systemic infanticide is still commonplace. I have seen mothers abuse their children, not even sadistically, but routinely, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Up to 50% of children in these communities are killed before their second birthday by their own parents. Rika smiled at Peter coolly. Well, it appears that your exotic vacation has left quite an impression on you. Peter's face turned sour. But look at the time. I have a class to teach at 2. I really should get going. Wait a minute, Peter. Aren't you forgetting something? Did you manage to find the schools I asked you about? And would there be any way to return them to our community, to their rightful resting place? Yes. No. I mean, I'm doing my best. The department is looking into it, but I still have to clear some matters. Even if we do find them, I will need explicit permission to release them to you. You have no idea how many old bones the anthropology department owns. Because that's all they are in the end. Maybe we shouldn't even go through the hassle. We should, Peter. Please contact me as soon as you hear more about the skulls. Theft of human remains isn't a trivial matter. Maybe informing the press about this whole high story would help you expedite the process within your department. She nodded at me, meaningfully, as I felt a shudder of realization pass through me. Please don't. I assure you they are working as hard as they can. I mean, maybe now isn't the right moment to inform the press. We could invite them once we hand over the scrolls to you, though. Then we will both be featured in a positive light. He smirked. As you seem to realize all too well, academia is all about public relations. After saying goodbye to Peter, Rika excused herself. Alone, I followed the waterline in southbound direction, wading through the shallow water that had become pleasantly warm under the midday sun. It wasn't long before I began to recognize my surroundings. Hi, Abbe. Where did you leave Rika? Rika. She headed back to the inn. Marissa groaned. Are you all right? My head hurts. I'm afraid I overdid it last night. She eyed me suspiciously. But Rika left for the inn, you say? Are you sure? I've been looking for her all morning. She pouted. You had better not be trying to steal her away from me. She's the only real friend I have in Eplots Ford. Laughing, I punched her arm. Come on, Marissa. It's the truth. Rika said she wanted to get some cleaning done before we leave tomorrow. Marissa shot me a watery smile. And, being the gentleman that you are, I'm sure you offered to help her. Well, I didn't, but I promised to be on the lookout for willing volunteers. I'm sure Rika would appreciate some help from her friend. You scumbag. I might join her in a little while. But first, I want to go for one last swim. It was good to be away from Abbotsford for a few days. You know? Away from the rat race, the bustle. After I return, tomorrow, we will be campaigning non-stop until election day. No weekends off. Her gaze drifted off into the distance of the lake, as though she were trying to dispel her stressful thoughts. But then she regained her composure. Speaking of which, Flock 5 will be releasing its revised party platform next week. Leopold and I have been working on it for over a fortnight. We are organizing a press conference to present it to the public. It might even be a broadcast on local TV. I'm so excited. You will come, won't you? It would be embarrassing to hold a press conference without any press present. She giggled nervously at the thought. Strange, I haven't heard Ina about this at all. Did you send us an invite? Of course we did. She made a pensive face. Although it's probably still lying in your mailbox at school, waiting for you to return. Anyway, the press conference will be held next Tuesday. Please be there, if only for the moral support. Smiling, I assured her I would attend. That's great. We'll go for drinks after. Departure day. I awoke to find the bed empty. Bernard had snuck out early in the morning, leaving me to clear up the remains of our 4-day stay. I arrived downstairs to find the inn in a state of upheaval. Larissa was sweeping floors, Mina was doing the dishes, and Rico was engaged in a manhunt. May, May, have you seen her, Abbe? I shook my head. I think she's hiding to get out of cleaning duty. As the second one to escape me, I caught a glimpse of Bernard passing through the door, just as I returned from my morning swim. I bet May is on the beach looking for pretty stones. It's not even that we really need them to help. If the rest of us work together, we'll probably have the end done in less than an hour. It's just that I think everyone should contribute so that we all find joy in our collaboration. The desires of the slacker will be the death of him, for his hands refuse to work. Muttering, she continued her search. When the inn was done, we gathered our bags in the lobby and made one last round of the premises. May showed up soon after, her pockets heavy with rocks and seashells. Rika made it a point to ignore her completely. And together we set off on the journey home. Come Monday, the beach trip felt like a distant memory. The upcoming elections had caused a steady rise in subscribers to the Sunday Avon, making my easy Saturday rounds a thing of the past, and I had finally begun studying for finals. That afternoon I sat in Ina's office, staring out the window wearily. 58C Oyster Catcher Lane. I have been researching it, just like Marissa suggested we do. I remember the mysterious apartment. What did you find? Was there any truth to Marissa's drunken ramblings? Ina brushed aside her hair. I don't think so. The thing is, I can't find anything online. I guess that settles it. She sent us on a wild goose chase. No, that's not what I mean. I can't find anything online. All the cadastral information for 58 Oyster Catcher Lane seems to have been expunged. Expunged? It's supposed to be public, but the records can be withheld on special grounds, such as national security concerns. These appeals aren't granted lightly, though. They can only be submitted by law enforcement or by government officials. All other apartments on Oystercatcher Lane have full records of ownership. It's just number 58 that draws a blank. I grinned. I think we may have uncovered a conspiracy. We might have. My smile disappeared. Ina was staring straight into my eyes in an unnerving manner, as though the answer to her questions was hidden somewhere just behind my retina. There's clearly something going on at that apartment. I say we go there to scout out the place, maybe talk to the neighbors. Tomorrow after school. I have got plans for tomorrow. Immediately her mood brightened. That's right, the flock press conference. I almost forgot. Did Marissa invite you personally? She did, while we were at the beach. Great. Please go there. It will be busy. Did you see the latest polls? Flock has been climbing steadily, and it's clear they have Marissa to thank for it. Many have fixed their hopes on her. People have grown wary of the decades of misrule and corruption that democracy has brought to this town. Marissa's unambiguous talk of righteous justice must feel like a breath of fresh air to them. But will her policy proposals truly bring relief? Or are her promises of law and order just a projection of the internalized repression harbored by her voter base? In that case, it won't be long before we pray for a return of flawed democracy, no matter how much corruption it brings. Come on, Ina. It's the municipal elections we're reporting on, not the Vienna Congress. I am sure the town will be fine. Please write an extensive report. We can visit Oyster Catcher Lane on Wednesday. I exited the office before Ina could heap any more work on me. The town hall's dedicated briefing room was small and cramped, seldom used even during election times. The place hadn't been refurbished since the construction of the council building back in the 1980s. Today, however, the place was bustling. Multiple national news outlets had dispatched journalists to Abbotsford, and the Evening Mirror had sent a whole press team. Radio stations and TV networks had set up microphones that stood upon the speaker's desk. The floor was a spaghetti mess of cables and wires. As I sat waiting patiently for the press conference to start, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Can you believe the turnout? Do you think they are all coming to see me? Although she appeared nervous on the outside, her voice betrayed an indulgent pride. Marissa, I thought you wouldn't be showing up until later. I have rehearsed all my lines. The suspense of waiting backstage is driving me insane. I got you one of the best seats. Did you notice? She lowered her voice to a whisper. The guy sitting next to you is Rudolph Bresler from ANP News. He won a Pulitzer 2 years ago for his report of the Dickman affair. He's more of a celebrity than I am. As Marissa stood talking with me, heads were gradually turning in our direction. Anyway, I need to check my makeup one last time. Just look at the size of the lenses these photographers brought with them. It's making me feel insecure. Please come join me after the press conference is done. We are having drinks in town. As two approached, the crowd of journalists grew silent. A man dressed as a security guard appeared on stage. He had a conscientious air about him. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all present today to this presentation of the revised party platform of Flock 5. I hope you have all found time to read it. Shortly, our frontrunner, Miss Marissa Roosevelt, will be joining us to provide a brief introduction. After this, she will be available for questions. He exited the stage, and the room filled up with murmuring voices once again. I could overhear Rudolph Bressler speaking to a female journalist who was sitting on his right. Modeled for Lighthouse Vogue, that's what people want. If she does here, I bet she'll move on to national politics before her term is done. Definitely a breeding ground. Then, wordlessly, Marissa made her entrance. She moved to her seat on stage, walking at a steady pace. For a short while, she sat
Stream
ordering her
elements.
papers
Said.
before laying them aside
Stay moist, my friends,
demonstratively,
hydrate.
and then she began to speak. To all press that made the journey to gather in our humble town, I wish a good afternoon. My name is Maria Roosevelt. I've been chosen to serve as frontrunner of Flock 5 for the current electoral season. Today I will be presenting you our revised party platform, titled To a New Commonwealth. She let out a short sigh. I'm nervous. A chuckle resounded through the hall. Marissa continued smiling. Government, in essence, is a treaty with the people. Righteous rule should always be performed in accordance with the public's common interest and with attention to the safety and stability of the society that it serves. When a government breaks this treaty, the social contract as it is commonly referred to, it loses all claims to legitimacy, no longer serving the constituents by which it is mandated. Therefore, it becomes tyrannical by definition. As the great Thomas Hobbes once wrote, the obligation of subjects to the sovereign is understood to last as long, and no longer, than the power lasteth by which he is able to protect them. Regretfully, it has become self-evident, over and over again, that the government of this town has lost all regard for this core principle of democratic rule. I will not dirty too many words superfluously discrediting the current political elite of Abbotsford, but let it be clear that a relentless tide of corruption, crime, and impotency has placed our hometown in a dire state of disrepair. We at Block 5 believe our town and its inhabitants deserve so much better. Through 5 simple policy proposals that we have outlined in our party platform, we aspire to form what we call a new civil commonwealth. This civil commonwealth aims to reintroduce stability, to fight right past wrongs, to regain the broken trust of the populace, and above all, to lead Abbotsford out of this miserable valley of despair into a new future of enduring peace and prosperity. To a new commonwealth is not just a set of abstract ideals. It's a concrete proposal to rid our town of the onslaught of decay that it has been subjected to by decades of heir rule. She nodded her head appreciatively. As I believe that politics should be an interpersonal endeavor, I will leave my introduction to this. I will be happy to delve deeper into the details of our party platform through question and answer. A shuffling erupted as journalists raised their hands and positioned themselves to ask questions. Larissa took the time to sip some water while she looked out over the briefing room contentedly. Then she gestured to a female reporter who was sitting in the front row. You, please. The woman stood up and began to speak. Miss Roosevelt, thank you for your informative introduction. Recently, new details have been revealed regarding the private conduct of your predecessor, Jurgen Hiersma. We've come to know his ex-girlfriend will be pressing charges against him. Would you be so kind as to comment on this affair? A tense silence filled the briefing room. I could see the enthusiasm drain from Marissa's face. Thank you for your question. Today I wish to concentrate only on the matters at hand, but I will say one thing about my predecessor. She swallowed. New political parties, needing all the help they can get, will often attract different types of people, both good and bad. Separating the wheat from the chaff has been part of our maturation process. Although it was clear Marissa had prepared the answer beforehand, her reply still sounded a little uneasy. As you know, Flock 5 has severed all ties with Jurgen Hiersma. Our thoughts are only with his victims. Let's leave his disgraceful legacy behind. From now on, we will only be looking forward. Immediately, the reporter began formulating a follow-up question, but Marissa cut her short by addressing the journalist sitting next to me, Rudolph Bresler. A and P, please. Rudolph began to speak in a clear voice. Both in your introductory address as in the publication itself, you aimed scathing critique at the incumbent government of Abbotsford. But your running mate, Leopold of Abbot, ironically enough, was a member of the governing party until very recently. In this light, Miss Roosevelt, could you clarify your choice of Leopold as your right-hand man? I saw Marissa casting a quick glance backstage before bending over to the microphone. I'd like to nominate Leopold to answer this question himself. Casually, Leopold made his appearance. Mr. Bresler, you are a man of great erudition. Of all people, you should know that wisdom comes with the ages. Or, in other words, a humble grin appeared on his face. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, yet now I see. Rudolph appeared dumbfounded at these words, and by the time he had found the presence of mind to respond, Leopold had already exited the stage. Marissa moved on to the next question that came from a corpulent journalist sitting in the back. You, please. Madeline, or Marissa as we should be calling you today. We at Lighthouse are very happy with your efforts to make politics attractive to a larger audience. I hope you would be willing to clear up a certain quandary that has been making the rounds on our message boards as of late. The man let out a single loud hacking cough, as though there was something stuck in his throat. In an interview with Splash from 2021, you stated your bus size to be 75C. 2 months later, however, you told one of our reporters, and I quote, "They are a solid D cup." Now the question remains, which of the two is it? Could you clear this up for our readers once and for all? An awkward rustle erupted from the crowd. Next to me, I noticed Rudolph cringing. Poor Marissa looked mortified. I hope you realize I won't be answering that. I gave you a chance to ask me a serious question, but it's clear I was in error. But let's move forward with serious questions only. The man sat back down, an insolent smile on his lips. After Marissa regained her posture, she took a few more questions, and when the meeting approached the 1 hour mark, she addressed the crowd once again. All present, I would again like to state my heartfelt gratitude for your presence today. You have time for one last question. The noise intensified, with journalists shouting out a plethora of different inquiries, some substantive, others more banal in nature. Marissa overlooked the crowd with a softness in her eyes, and then she pointed directly at me. You, from the Sunday Abbot. The crowd fell silent, and for the first time that day I felt that all eyes were aimed in my direction. An immense pressure took hold of me. I had been fully at ease during the press conference, listening to all the professional reporters, observing them in their art. The thought that I would suddenly be put on the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. As the seconds passed, I could feel the crowd staring at me impatiently. Miss Roosevelt. I cleared my throat. I was wondering. The stares of the crowd loomed in. But then, in the corner of my eye, I saw Rudolph giving me a reassuring smile. And suddenly something sprang to mind. I cleared my throat once more. Miss Roosevelt, your party has been climbing steadily in the polls, and I was wondering, are you excited? The room remained completely silent. On stage, Marissa appeared flustered. Excited? What do you mean exactly? I sat up straight as my confidence returned. I mean, if your party's momentum continues, it looks like you will be playing an important role in forming government for this town. So I was wondering, are you excited? Marissa smiled. I see. Am I excited? Well, I have learned over the past years never to be presumptive. Air is still raining in all of the forecasts, albeit by a small margin. And even if we do overtake them in the polls, we won't know the definite result until the morning after Election Day. Her eyes turned sincere. However, Flock 5 set out on its political mission almost 2 decades ago. Our movement has had the time to blossom. We have learned from our own mistakes and those of people around us. In short, I believe that my idealism, combined with Leopold's experience, make our party more than qualified to serve this town during the upcoming term. I hope this answers your question. We will be closing the press conference now. I would like to thank all for being present. Further questions can be directed to our press office. Briskly, Marissa reorganized her papers before folding them under her arm. Then she exited the briefing room, a satisfied smile on her face. After the press conference, we set up a small sidewalk. We met up at a small sidewalk cafe that was situated on Central Square. My first press conference. Marissa's expression soured. I'm afraid it was a complete disaster. Just as expected, those reporters didn't go easy on me at all. If I recall correctly, one of them went easy on you. It was a brown haired guy who had introduced Marissa on stage. He sat eyeing me cheerfully. He did, and that's why he's the only one invited for weeks. That'll teach the gutter press. But I don't think I have introduced the two of you yet. Abe, this is Daniel. He's number 3 on the ballot for Flock 5. At the moment, Daniel is our longest serving council member. I nodded at him. Daniel works for the Apostolic Police Force. He's our specialist when it comes to law enforcement. That's right, Flock has garnered a lot of support within the force. Sadly, our chief is a little too chummy with the mayor. I think my contrarian stance in the town council may have cost me a few promotions over the years. That's how it goes down here. But I have been able to recruit a lot of my colleagues. As I said, most of the force is on our side. The waitress came, depositing a large jug of beer in front of every one of us. You know, Marissa, I don't think this press conference was as much of a disaster as you make it out to be. Admitted there were some tough questions, but you handled them gracefully. Even the one about my chest size. All but that one. I would say you definitely owed that man a straightforward answer. Come on, what size are they? Don't be modest. I would say they are at least double D's. Marissa glared at Leopold with intense hatred in her eyes. Leopold's right, though. It was a fine press conference. Without turnout, we should all be all over the national news. I say cheers to a successful endeavor. All 3 of them raised their jugs, and I joined in cautiously, wary of the contagious optimism of our companionship. And while we chatted and sipped beer under the lazy afternoon sun, my attention was caught by a small altercation that was taking place on the bike lane at the opposite side of the square. A young woman stood quivering, standing over her fallen bicycle in silence, while a middle-aged man berated her. Don't you have eyes, you idiot? Who do you even think you are, cutting in front of me like that? Do you even know who I am? And those poles, those splendid poles, they have set 6 seats. Do you think that will ever materialize? You can never trust the poles. I know you can't, but that might mean the outcome is even better. It's true, Flock is notorious for underperforming in the forecasts. They say some voters are ashamed to admit their support for our movement. I don't understand why that would be the case. Well, Leopold was a little ashamed of joining us. Weren't you, Leopold? Marissa giggled teasingly. You should be aware by now that I have no shame. And anyhow, these poles are nothing to be ashamed of. I could hear more noises. The altercation on the bike path was escalating. The angry man had begun screaming at the top of his lungs. I have a good mind to drag you before small claims court. Do you see what you have done to my shoes? You whore. You will pay for this. Marissa turned her head. What noise! You cannot even go out for a quiet drink anymore. This is a great example of the gradual decay this town has been subjected to. Gradual decay. That's one old grumpy George over there. George Van Linden. He's been acting that way for as long as I can remember. He's a big farm owner, and the mayor's brother becomes irrationally angry at the most trivial things, and he gets away with his behavior because of his brother's position. Larissa turned to me, stating in a subdued voice, "Doesn't that just prove my point, though? How corruption lingers in this town?" That's the mayor's brother over there, terrorizing people on the street in plain daylight. He has no fear of repercussion. This town has fallen prey to lawlessness and nepotism. Brute boys dominate here, assaulting the meek through means of physical force. It's even worse than I had imagined. A small crowd had gathered around George, who was closing in on his victim, menacingly, as though the eyes of the onlookers only emboldened him. Then suddenly, Daniel, who had been quietly observing the scene, rose to his feet. "Come on, George. It's time for you to go home. She's clearly had enough of your motivation." George spun around, an intense anger burning in his eyes. "Who said that?" And then he appeared to recognize Daniel. "You, you little weasel." In a few seconds he had made his way over to our table, leaving behind his victim, who gratefully made use of the distraction to pedal away on her bicycle. George stood towering over our table, eyes red, a drop of saliva clinging to his bottom lip. "How dare you harass me? I'm sure your chief would like to hear about this. Constable, how you're loitering here, off-duty, drunk, bothering law-abiding citizens." George was spraying spittle all over our table, his body language betraying great aggression. And though his anger was clearly aimed at Daniel, I sensed all four of us tensing up. Or maybe you aren't even off duty. It this you game on the job. "It's okay, George. Please stop making a scene. You are free to go home." Daniel's calming words only appeared to incense George more. "Go home. Why don't you mind your own busyness? Go catch some bad guys. Constable. I'm keeping order. Now go." Though Daniel's voice maintained the constant timbre of an experienced police officer, I detected uncertainty in his eyes. "You better realize the chief of police will hear about your conduct. You're going to lose your job, Constable. And I'm going to make sure you won't work anywhere else in this subdivision. You can burn in all hell for all I care." Furiously, George departed. Once he was out of sight, an uneasy peace returned to our table. Larissa was the first to break the silence. "That was insane. What are you going to do? Draft a report?" "It's no use. There have been reports against George coming in since before I started working. But our chief just files them in the paper bin. Do you really think he could go after your job?" Daniel sighed. "I doubt it. He will likely have forgotten about the whole affair by tomorrow. He's a sick man, George, displaying sick behavior. And there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, I need to get moving. My late shift starts in about an hour." After saying goodbye to Daniel, Marissa turned to me. "Abe, I know we have been very demanding of you, but there's a new event coming up. Next week, on Monday, Block 5 will hold its regional party convention. Usually it isn't open to the public, but with the elections coming up, we thought it would be good to have a journalist present. Would you mind joining us?" I cast Marissa a tormented glance. "There will be drinks and snacks. See you there." When Ina arrived, she was wholly out of breath. How long have you been waiting here? Just 10 minutes. It's no problem. No problem. She was sizing me up like an upset field mouse. You have been standing around for 10 minutes doing nothing, and you call that no problem. Well, just imagine how suspicious that must have looked from an outsider's perspective. You're lucky the police haven't been called. You're right, Ina. It won't happen again. Well, it better not. Together we walked down Oyster Catcher Lane, a nondescript street that was lined on both sides by terraced buildings. Most houses here were residential, although we did pass a small antique store and a confectionist's shop. Under her breath, Ina counted down the house numbers. 62, 60. That's it, Abbe. Up there. I turned to look up at the facade of a 5-story apartment complex. No, you idiot. Don't look right now. She continued in a hushed voice. But it's the one with small windows and brown framing on the 3rd floor. I'm afraid the curtains are drawn. In the corner of my eye, I could make out the windows she was referring to. They truly didn't have any discerning properties, just plain windows that revealed nothing of the secrets that hid inside. And we continued further as a soft spring rain drizzled down from a cerulean sky. An old lady passed us by on the opposite side of the road, pulling along a shopping trolley. Suddenly, Ina clutched my hand tightly. What's going on? I was whispering so as not to elicit her fury. That lady, she was looking at us. I don't think she was. She was. She could be wondering all kinds of things. Why would 2 high school students be walking here in the middle of the day? Why wouldn't we be walking here? She let go of my hand. It would be better if we had an alibi. Come on, let's turn around. I think the antique store we passed by just a moment ago was open. Begrudgingly, I followed her. The antique store was filled from floor to ceiling with all kinds of curiosities. Vintage, vintage radios, model cars, books, art deco statuettes, miter furniture, silverware, crockery, Tiffany lamps, etc. After making a short round of the premises, while making sure not to knock anything over, we came to the conclusion that the shop owner was absent. Inconspicuously, I began studying a marble ashtray, but Ina pulled my sleeve in passing. Come up to the front. We didn't come here to admire the merchandise. Look, we have an excellent view of number 58 from down here. She pointed out of the window. I see. We stood watching the drawn curtains of 58C for what felt like an hour. And what do we do now? We keep observing until someone pulls open the curtains. Journalism is patient work, you know. Mind if I go home? I would mind. Wait, did I see something move? I glanced up at the building, but curtains had never looked more lifeless. We could be waiting here forever. The boy's right, you know. Ina shot away from the window. From the back of the store, a feeble silhouette emerged. As he stepped into the light, we made out a man that appeared more ancient than the goods surrounding him. It's 58C you're interested in, right? Ina gave him a blank stare. There's not been a tenant up there for a long while. Shop's been here for half a century, you know? I see everyone who comes and goes. Number 58. What busyness do you have there? No busyness. What makes you think we were spying? We were just looking for furniture for. My eyesight might be gone, but I can hear like a bat. He chuckled. Game's up, Ina. She glared at me, but then she smiled self-consciously. Could you please tell us more about that apartment? We are writing an essay about the high story of this neighborhood. An essay. An essay. An article, I mean, for our paper. The man grinned suspiciously, but appeared all too eager to share his wisdom. Those houses were built in the 1970s, you know? At first there was nothing but marshland, for as far as the eye could see. We would play here as children, pole vaulting over the ditches. But as the town grew, more and more houses were built. This side of the road was the first to be developed. That's when I opened my store. And then a few years later they started on the opposite side. They had to use a big pile driver to hammer in poles to prevent the houses from sinking into the peaty soil. This part of town used to be sea floor, you know? What a racket the pile drivers made. It frightened away my customers. But after a few years things quieted down, and the customers returned. 58C. Let me think. He turned his head to look outside. At first a young couple moved in. Only one child. Quiet people. I think the husband dealt in farm equipment for a living. But they never stayed long. When the wife fell pregnant again, they moved into a larger place. They are nice apartments up there, you know, but cramped. Just two small bedrooms. Then after them a school teacher moved in, Hans German. He lived there alone for 20 years, up till his retirement. He taught geography at Abbotsford High, would come in quite frequently, looking for old maps and mine rules. He still comes by from time to time. At first I thought you were him, to be honest. Not many people visit the store these days. But it's okay. I am also retired, you know? I just can't get rid of all the junk. His attention appeared to be drifting. And after Hans, there were a few more tenants, an older couple, and a store clerk, but they never stayed for long. And after that, it just stood empty, empty. No one moved in. No, I don't know why. I guess people that choose to live in the countryside don't want to be cramped into a small flat. I haven't seen anyone go in or out, not for at least a decade. But I do think a housekeeper goes in at night, very infrequently. I've noticed a few times that the curtains have been shifted, and a window pane broke once during a storm, and then 2 weeks later the glaciers came by to fix it. So it's not like it's wholly abandoned, but what a waste to have a flat go unused like that. You would think they would find a tenant eventually. And you said this had been going on for 10 years. Longer even. I would say 15. Ina shifted. The owner must be well to do for him to leave it empty like that. We were wondering, whose apartment is it anyway? I could see the old man hesitate. What do you mean, child? Well, most residential property in town is owned by the church, and Marquis Leopold is also a big landowner. So who's the landlord of the house on number 58? I don't know very much about that. It could be the Marquis. He owns this store, you know. I've never had much trouble with him, although there is some overdue maintenance work. Ina nodded. Okay, that paints a clear picture. We are tremendously thankful for your help. I'm sure our essay will be a success. Our article. If you have time, I would like you to ask you some questions about the other apartments, number 58B, B, and D, and also about the neighboring buildings. The man had regained his cheerful disposition, and from the twinkle in his eye, I could tell that he wouldn't stop beating Ina's curiosity until long after closing time. Ina, I really need to leave. I have finals to study for. That's okay, Abbe. Thank you for accompanying me. I will be fine by myself. After thanking the shopkeeper graciously, I exited the store. As I passed by number 58, it was as though the elusive windows on the third floor sat leering at me mockingly, like dark, impenetrable eyes. Hurriedly, I continued onward, but even as I approached the end of Oyster Catcher Lane, I felt their gaze upon me. It was as though I was being watched by a sinister spy who followed my every move. A maddening thought. I wanted to turn around to shout out at my hidden observer until Abbe, a quiet voice like rushing wind. I spun around. Naomi. She placed a finger over her lips. No, we can't talk here. Let's meet at your place tonight at 8. Please make sure you are home. I nodded silently. Now we must head in opposite directions. She turned around. Please go quickly and don't look back. At home, my father had left me some casserole, together with a note that said he had urgent business to attend to in the city. He had never been much of a cook, The stew looked paltry and under-seasoned. I spooned out a bowlful and took a few careful bites before concluding a dish like this was better enjoyed hungry. I ascended the stairs to my room, where I spent some time paging through my biology textbook until the doorbell rang at exactly 8. I let Naomi in. Good evening, Naomi. Have you eaten already? There's some casserole left over. No reaction. Not hungry, I guess. She stared at me uneasily. Naomi had never been one for small talk, but she appeared even more taciturn than usual. Then suddenly she uttered a name. Anna Sanders. This caught me off guard. It was a name Larissa had mentioned back in Ryebury. Anna Sanders. She's why I'm here. Are your parents home? I shook my head. Well, I'm sure they could come home. We need to talk in private. Let's go to your room. I led her upstairs. Her luminous white skin shone from under her dark hair. I overheard the three of you talking at the inn. You are looking into the case of Anna Sanders, aren't you? Is that why you visited Oyster Catcher Lane? She didn't wait for me to answer, but continued in a monotone voice. I'm here to warn you. Stay away from Oyster Catcher Lane. There are people in this town who operate under a different set of rules. Well, what do you mean? She drew closer. Don't go back to Oyster Catcher Lane. People disappear there. For a second she remained silent, an expression of utmost severity in her eyes. But then she began to giggle heartily. Oh, Abbe, you should have seen the look on your face. Naomi had always struck me as a strictly humorless girl, and this sudden outburst felt uncharacteristic to me. Very funny, Naomi. Is that the only reason you came over? To make fun of me? She ignored my question, too caught up in her mirth. There was something about her laughter that made it sound mechanical, almost as though she were forcing it out. I waited for her fit to subside. I'm sorry, Abbe. That feels much better. You know, I wouldn't mind some of that casserole you mentioned earlier. All that laughing has left me with an appetite. Glad to escape the awkward situation in my room, we headed down to the kitchen. The casserole had gone completely cold. I put it on the stove to reheat, and without any further prompting, Naomi began to speak. Until 3 years ago, Anna Sanders was a student at Abbotsford High. She was 2 grades ahead of me. Most of what I picked up comes from rumors circulating at school and church at the time. What we know for certain is that, before the start of her final year, Anna left town under mysterious circumstances, never to return. Come on, Naomi. Are you making fun of me again? She smirked. No, Abbe, I apologize for my behavior upstairs. I'm serious this time. This is all verifiable information. You can look it up in the school annals. I nodded suspiciously. What was the cause of Anna's disappearance? That's uncertain, but during that last year her grades deteriorated. Initially a straight A student, she rapidly began to display a pattern of absenteeism and failing grades. Truth is, Anna came from a poor household. Around the time of her disappearance, rumors had begun to emerge that Anna was being paid to attend parties at Oyster Catcher Lane with influential businessmen and high-ranking politicians. She was paid to attend parties. Naomi stared at me tellingly. They are just rumors. Suddenly, I became aware of a pungent aroma penetrating my nostrils. I was reminded of the casserole that had been heating up unattended for the entire time Naomi had been speaking. I turned off the stove and reached for the lid, but immediately I drew back my hand in pain. The metal had become burning hot. A plume of thick black smoke rose up from the pan. Abbe, what a mess! Coming to think of it, I might not be that hungry after all. Let's go up to your room again. It can't be healthy breathing in all this smoke. I figure you have found out by now who owns 58 Oyster Catcher Lane. No, we haven't. The entry in the cadastral registry has been expunged. But the antiquarian from across the street said he never sees people enter the building. They do enter, but only after sundown. The owner of that apartment is Leopold Marquis of Abbot, Bernard's father. You can find that out by looking up the original land lease. Leopold has plenty of friends in high places who could have helped him expunge the registry. He's a councilman for Ayr, you know, the current ruling party in Abbotsford. Not anymore. Leopold left Ayr just a few weeks ago. That's inconsequential. I nodded, but silently I wondered why Leopold would have told Marissa about Oyster Catcher Lane if he himself was connected to the mysterious apartment. What more do you know about Anna Sanders? As I told you, during her last year she fell behind in school. When rumors about her extracurricular activities came out, she was bullied relentlessly by the other girls. They drew on her desk, called her names, wrote her phone number on bathroom stalls. And then, one day, Anna just left, without any prior announcement. Her classmates were told that she had transferred schools, and after that, neither the teachers nor the school board ever spoke another word about her. But you can imagine there was gossip. At first, rumors circulated that she had taken her own life, but no one lent much credence to that. Then word got out that she had been seen working at a Riversburg nightclub, and as the rumors circulated, people embellished the tales and added their own lurid details, fascinated by the story of a young girl's fall from grace. In the end, we may never know what happened to poor Anna. It was as though she had vanished from the face of the earth. Naomi giggled once more. Abbe, your face. This is dangerous territory for me. You appear to be making light of the situation. Not at all. She glanced at the clock. It's getting late, Abbe. My parents want me back by 10. Will you please let me out? Naomi followed me downstairs, and I opened the door. Would you like me to walk you home? No, we can't, Abbe. Please don't tell anyone we spoke tonight. She pouted nervously. And please don't mention my name in relation to this case. Not to anyone, not even Ina. I won't, but without saying another word, she disappeared into the night. Welcome, Abbe. Thank you for showing up. I hope it's not too crowded for you. The turnout was higher than expected. Everyone you see here is a party member. Feel free to mingle and have a drink. My big speech won't be until 4. No hard questions this time, I assume. That's right, but I'm still nervous. Different audiences require a different approach, you see? What I did last week at the press conference was easy. The goal was to present our party as a serious candidate running on a solid platform. The press has always been hostile to our movement, so we had little to lose. But today I will be addressing our core supporters. In the run up to the elections, it will be a challenge to truly capture their minds and spirits, especially considering I'm a new leader. If I mess up here, we could lose the trust of our most loyal members. But if I manage to captivate their hearts, to truly win them for our cause, then their voices will be multiplied 100-fold. Today will be a pivotal moment for the campaign. Please wish me luck. I did, and then her attention was drawn by someone in the crowd. Abbe, I'm terribly sorry. There's a sponsor present today who I really need to talk to. I hate having to leave you alone. But look, there's Leopold. I'm sure he will introduce you to some people. As Mephisto excused herself, the nobleman walked over and shook my hand. You must be having a good time, Leopold, as Ron's new star player. He grinned painfully. I wish. Half of these fools don't even realize I switched parties. Did Marissa invite you here? I nodded. She's very media savvy, that girl. Say, Leopold, I have a question. It has to do with a piece of investigative journalism we're running at the moment. It's about an apartment on Oystercatcher Lane. Do you happen to own one? I own many apartments on Oystercatcher Lane. Despite the evasive answer, the sarcastic undertone in his voice revealed that he knew exactly what I was referring to. This specific apartment is located at number 58C. Does that jog your memory? Immediately, the Marquis hushed his voice to an agitated whisper. Listen, I know Marissa's been feeding you information, but I want nothing to do with this. Not on the record. Just know I don't own that apartment on 58C. I used to own it, but the mayor has it now. Mayor Van Linden. What happened? I gifted it to him more than 15 years ago. You gave it to him? A whole apartment? He looked around nervously. Yes, it was a present for his 50th birthday. Quite a present to just give someone. Hush now. You have no idea how things work around here. Just at that moment, Daniel arrived. Anyway, that's enough talking about real estate. Just remember that I don't own that apartment, and that I have absolutely no stake in the horrible things that go on around there. Daniel nodded emphatically. talking about the Oyster Catcher Lane affair. Dark stuff, Abbe. Marissa told me you would be looking into it. How's your investigation coming along? Not very well. We received a few reports on that apartment, around the time of Anna's disappearance. There was even a police raid, but everything had been cleaned up meticulously just before we arrived. And after that, the chief forbade us from ever looking into the case. So I'm afraid the force will be of little use. But if your investigation leads to something, the whole matter could be blown wide open. Don't publish anything until you have a solid case, though. He eyed me forebodingly. It might become easier for you after the elections. He grinned. If we win, that is. Say, I need to go prepare the sound system for Marissa's speech. Catch you later, Abbe. The cafe was growing overcrowded. More and more people were arriving to hear Marissa's address. I tried to make use of the occasion to help myself to some of the snacks that lured me in, but to my dismay, most of them were gone by now. And then I caught a glimpse of coiling black hair. Rika, what are you doing here? You haven't joined Flock, have you? Your father will be furious. I chuckled at the thought. Abbe, of course not. She hushed her voice. Actually, my father sent me. He could never be seen around these people, but he asked me to take notes, as he has taken a strong interest in this budding movement. I have spoken to a few people already, but they are all quite boring. Her face lit up with a glowing smile. I can't wait for Marissa's big speech, though. And wait until you hear this. I have news. I have heard back from Peter Helsing. I was fearing as much. He's inviting the two of us to come visit him at Leiden University. Leiden, that's all the way on the west coast. Sure, but he's arranging for us to stay the night. He has a dorm room reserved. Peter didn't mention why he wants us to come over, but it's clear that he has something big to show us. I have a feeling our wait is finally over, that we will be reunited with Atlas Ford's missing skulls. This trip will take place in 10 days. Please make sure you are prepared. I will bring sunscreen. That's the spirit, Abbe. Although I doubt we will get around to much sunbathing. Anyway, don't forget to pack your pajamas. We will be sharing a room together. A bell rang and Daniel ushered us into the annex building, where Marissa would hold her speech. The annex building housed a large ballroom that was used for parties and private events. More and more people filed in until it became crowded. It wasn't long before Marissa entered, positioning herself behind the lectern. Her mere presence made the crowd quiet down, and when the room had become silent, she began speaking in a confident voice. My dearest party members, seeing you all gathered today in such large numbers, so many familiar faces, loyal supporters through bitter and worse, but also new members, sparked by the hope that our recent upsurge has inspired in many hearts. It's heartwarming, and it reminds me, as it should remind us all, that we have truly come a long way. I was no more than a little girl when our movement was initially founded, a small group standing up against the tides of misrule that wrecked our town. They set off on a journey that, time and time again, would be fraught with hardship, with disappointment, betrayal, even from within our own ranks. But also triumph. With each successive election, our results improved, our influence grew, to the point that we, today, hold 4 seats in the town council, although not every seat was won through conventional means. She winked in Leopold's direction. And now, as new elections loom on the horizon, what better time to take stock of our progress? Have you seen the latest polls? They have our party at 5 seats, trailing only 1 seat behind Air. A grand applause filled the room. Do you know what that means? At box 4, it means that if we maintain this momentum, we will be able to seize the moment, to pull through and assume leadership of this town. Even more applause shouted. Marissa waited patiently for the noise to subside, but we mustn't grow complacent. While we nod contentedly at our paper victories, reactionary forces are mobilizing against our movement, because we have truly kicked the hornet's nest. There are people operating in this town that are so vile, so wicked, that they won't stop at anything to hinder our great march forward. I am of course speaking of Air. Cries of rage. What damage decades of their rule has done. We know plenty about Van Linden's shady real estate deals, the kingdom of darkness he's erecting in our town. And now, the great hornet's nest we have kicked is sending out its first warrior crows. Oh, the tide of slander and aggression that will come our way as we approach election day. Around me, I noticed that the crowd has become wholly captivated. Larissa was addressing them so confidently that they were now collectively immersed, cheering or shaking with rage at Marissa's suggestion. And even I, who didn't normally care much for politics, had to admit that her words had a convincing power to them. After taking a sip of water, Larissa resumed her oration. But there's a means to resist these attacks, for we face a merciless foe that will fight us tooth and nail until the very end, to the point that one of two extremes will be the only possible outcome: victory or death. That will be the fate of our movement. When things are at their darkest, a blinding light will pierce the clouds, a piercing light of justice that will cleanse the corruption from this land. By working together, illuminated by the blaze of our burning hearts, hearts kindled by passion and righteousness, we will march to a new day. Realizing the effect her words had on the crowd, Larissa was shaking in ecstasy. How splendid it will be! Our town, freed from the misery, the street violence, the decay it has suffered for so long. Our coming victory on election day will allow us to right all wrongs that have been committed, to clean out the corrupt officials that made the downfall of our hometown a tragic reality. Once we have won, we will not get caught up looking at evil's past, but focus on the greatness of the good that is to come. Because a victory in the upcoming elections is not our fated end goal, it is simply a first step in creating a righteous society. I believe that our movement, bound by the trust that you, our most loyal supporters, have bestowed upon it, will be able to build a great authority. An authority that will truly serve the people and deliver them from evil. An authority that is only second to an immortal God. Fellow members of our flock, let's not be afraid, but march
Steam
steadfast out of this
elements,
hellish night.
said.
For we have
Stay
truly
moist,
come
my
a
friends,
long
hydrate.
way. A shimmering light dawns on the horizon. By the time Marissa was done saying goodbye to all the sponsors and party officials, it had grown dark. We made our way to Fairview Apartments. Thank you for walking me home, Abbe. I am so high, so elated from the convention, I could easily lose my way again, just like back when we first met. And I am famished. Do you have plans for dinner? No, my dad's working late again. If you want, you could have dinner here with me. I just went grocery shopping this morning. We could even cook together, just like I used to do at the student dorm. Her eyes became distant for a second. You must be exhausted after all that speaking. Maybe I should cook for you. She blushed. I wouldn't mind putting my feet up, to be honest. But will you be safe? I mean, can you even cook? You're only in high school. I can cook. I have no choice. I couldn't stand eating my father's meals every day. She flashed me a compassionate smile. A woman's touch. What did happen to your mother anyway? I flinched. I apologize. I asked you so bluntly. I know how sensitive these matters can be. Let's change the subject. No, it's okay. My mother left about a year ago. She left my father, I mean. But in a sense, it feels like she left me as well. She's living near the sea, together with my sister. I haven't seen them for months now. Marissa moaned. It must have been devastating to watch your parents split up. I get by. I was 17 at the time. I have a happy childhood to look back on. I could hear the sound draining from my voice. I coughed to clear my throat. Marissa moved closer, placing a reassuring hand on my forearm. And for a second, as we sat there in silence, I picked up a familiar scent. Marissa, yes. Well, what's that perfume you're wearing? She sniffed. This, it's Chanel number 5. I wear it day and night as a good luck charm, a remnant from my modeling days. I grasped her arm, pulling her closer so that I could feel her warmth. Wow, you like that perfume, don't you? It reminds me of my mother. She put an arm around me and pulled me closer. Abby, it must be so hard for you. She was so close by now that I could feel her breath, and I heard a soft rumble emanating from her stomach. You must be hungry. Let's see what you have in the fridge. Contentedly, Marissa stretched out on the couch. You can wake me when it's done. That evening, we shared a meal of canned spaghetti and artichokes. This is delicious, Abbe. Not bad at all. Next time, let's cook together so that you can teach me how it's done. It's that I really needed that nap, but there's something so unifying in cooking as a team. It really brings people together. You really miss your student days, don't you? I do. Maybe I graduated too soon. She brushed aside her hair. When I lived at home, I would cook together with my mom, you know? But somehow it never really felt like we were a team. My mother laid out the rules and made me follow them. And whenever I messed up, she scolded me. It didn't bring us together. It only drove us apart. There was pain in her eyes. And you know, what made it worse was that her rules were never the same. One day I would have to boil the eggs for 8 minutes, the next day for 10, and she wouldn't tell me until after I had messed up. How can you follow rules when they change at a whim? It was so unfair. She smiled. Here we are blaming all our woes on our parents, when we should be grown-ups by now. Come on, let's leave our childhoods behind. It's up to us to build our own future, a brand new future with rules that never change. On Thursday afternoon, I skipped exam preparations to finish the report I had been writing on the flock party convention. I was nearly done when Ina entered the office. I greeted her in a dry voice. Welcome to my office, Ina. So this is where you were hiding. I was worried when I didn't see you in class. But you are here, and you are working. What happened to the sluggish Abbe that we've all come to know and love? She came over to where I was sitting and cast a glance over my shoulder. The Flock 5 convention report. Yes, it looks stellar, front page quality. Despite the compliment, Ina didn't appear all too happy. It's just, it's just what? We've been giving the Flock campaign a lot of coverage lately. They've made the front page twice. Some readers have even started complaining that Flock is receiving too much attention, that they're climbing in the polls as a result of our extensive coverage. So what do you want me to do? Stop reporting? Or do you want me to write something mean about them? That's not. We could publish some sleazy pictures of Marissa in a swimsuit like the tabloids do. I think that would only help them in the polls. She sighed. I will be honest. When I asked you to cover the Flock campaign, I expected you to take your usual approach. My usual approach. The idea was you would write one or two pieces on Flock. I would cover the other parties, and every side would get roughly equal coverage. Her words stirred a sudden resentment in me. You have such high expectations of my capabilities. No, but you understand, don't you? You've been working so hard, Abbe, that almost half of our coverage has been related to the Flock campaign. And most of our readers love it, they really do. But you're making Marissa so relatable, so human. I'm afraid the town's falling in love with her due to our reporting. I glared at Ina. It's not just your fault. It's the national media, too. There's a certain aura surrounding that girl. She's young, well-spoken, ambitious. Ina pouted. Beautiful. She's such a breath of fresh air in the stuffy world of politics. But for the sake of our paper, for the Sunday Abbot, I feel like we need to tread carefully. We cannot be used as a campaign tool by a charismatic politician, no matter how relatable she is in person. I sighed. Do you want me to stop reporting on her? No, it's okay. Please keep up the good work. Your article looks great. I will just move it to page 2 or something. I have an interview with Karen Voorhees from Air planned for this week. That should balance things out a little. I grinned. Maybe you could get her to put on a swimsuit. As we headed downstairs, I told Ina the new information I had gathered about the disappearance of Anna Sanders. I made sure not to say anything about my meeting with Naomi, as I had vowed to keep it a secret. I did tell her, however, that Leopold had transferred ownership of the apartment to Mayor Van Linden as a gift. Leopold just gave it to the mayor, a whole apartment. That's what he told me. I couldn't believe it either. It's far too much for just a gift. Just a gift. Just a gift. In the world of real estate, Nothing is ever just a gift. Let's try to find out what Van Linden is doing in there. The university town of Leyden is situated on the Northern Sea. We had to switch trains at Bremersburg, which has an express connection with The Hague. There we would have to switch trains again and travel up the coast to our final destination. Rika appeared anxious, glancing out of the window at irregular intervals. Tomorrow we should be heading back on the same train, carrying 3 antique skulls as bounty. Do you really think Peter will be so forthcoming? Perhaps. The train passed through endless stretches of lowlands. As we approached the west coast, the landscape became increasingly populated by large swaths of greenhouses where bell peppers and other exotic produce grew. In a year and some days you shall be troubled, for the vintage will fail, the gathering will not come. The Low Countries have always functioned as a breadbasket for the Central European hinterland, bringing forth more produce than their own population could ever consume. Even the Isle of Ebba played a part. It used to be renowned for its butter up until the second half of the 19th century. It was packed in barrels before being transported up the Rhine to be sold throughout Westphalia, Swabia, Württemberg, and we also exported herring, cured in brine. It didn't taste very good, but it was preservable for months. I'm sorry. I must be boring you. I'm tired and nervous. My father has been campaigning daily after school, and naturally I'm expected to keep my grades up for finals. I hope you don't mind if I take a short nap. After 2 hours of travel, we arrived at Leyden Central Station. I remembered the old city from countless school trips. The broad moat that wound its way along the ruined city walls, distinctly marking its colossal bulwarks and giving way to a system of concentric inner canals that were flanked on each side by rows of finely masoned houses, all shining in an arrogant opulence not seen since the pre-modern age of unmitigated merchant shipping. And straight through the center of it all, undiverted, flowed the ancient river Rhine, rarely traveling its last miles into the unfathomable blue depths of the ocean. It was on the banks of the Rhine that the hearthstone of Leyden University stood, the old academy building. Its facade had been erected centuries ago in red and white brickwork, with dark Gothic windows that were accentuated by Renaissance arabesques. In the glimmering daylight, it evoked images of palaces from fairy tales, but I imagined it would feel more like a haunted keep at night, when the dim light cast elongated shadows over its outer walls, and the looming gargoyles perched upon its parapets would appear to take flight at any moment. Peter has requested to meet us at the anthropology department at 3. Come on, let's hurry. I've heard the academy building is like a maze on the inside. Rika asked directions at the receptionist's office and led me to the southeastern tower. We followed a winding corridor that gave way to multiple lecture halls, and after pausing once to ask further directions from a troubled-looking scholar, we finally made it to the anthropology department. Peter sat waiting on us. Rika, Abbe, I'm delighted you were able to make the journey. Welcome to the oldest institute for research in higher education in the Low Countries. Rika nodded gracefully. Thank you for welcoming us. We're honored to be invited as guests at such an esteemed university. I hope you find some time during your stay to explore the Academy building. You would be an invaluable asset to our faculty. There are so few truly passionate students to be found these days. The anthropology department is so beautiful. Please tell us more about the research you conduct here. Rika was acting like an excited schoolgirl. I was curious to see how much effect her flattery would have on the stalwart professor. My field of study deals with the formation of religions, most notably the way in which elements of old belief systems pass over into new ones. You come from a long line of Reformed pastors, don't you, Rika? Rika nodded courteously. Well, the Bible provides ample subject matter to use as an example. As you must know, the Old Testament recounts a series of epic battles between God and his adversaries. God defeats the behemoth and the leviathan, and he battles great demons whenever they pose a threat. These types of myths, where a deity fights off a fantastical being, can be found in religious texts from all cultures and ages. One of the main theses that I'm currently researching is how these narratives provide a way for established religions to differentiate themselves from their predecessors. The biblical demon Beelzebub, for instance, had previously been worshipped as a god among the Canaanites, and the great serpent Leviathan, Rika shuddered in glee, was based upon a Mesopotamian deity named Tiamat. By recasting these older gods as villains, the Bible establishes its own god as superior. You see this everywhere, old things being reproposed by younger religions. How interesting. The Old Testament does contain some mystifying passages, but you can find the same in the New Testament. Just look at the crucifixion of Christ. The Lord gave his only begotten Son for our sins. That's a direct appropriation of an ancient rite that was widespread in the Levantine region until the 6th century BC. The rite of human sacrifice. Rika flinched. So you see, even modern religions are filled with all kinds of customs and beings that refer back to the dark and primitive days of human development. Rika sighed disapprovingly. This is all very interesting, Peter, but you must remember that to us Christians, the Bible is the Word of God. It should be treated with due reverence. Peter smiled. No matter how interesting your research is, you must have invited us here with a reason. Please don't leave us hanging. Rika, always so to the point. If only you could have seen to what lengths I have gone to help you and your community. I have served as your unwavering advocate until the very end, and with great result. Rika's expression, that had been darkening the longer Peter talked, suddenly turned hopeful. Well, imagine this. Peter spread out his hands in a painterly gesture. A permanent exhibition to honor the colorful history of Abbotsford. It'll be hoisted here inside the Academy building. Every scholar that passes by will be able to learn about the tumultuous story of your island. Would that be splendid? Rika stared at him, a confused expression forming in her eyes. An exhibition? I mean, that would be nice, but that's not what we came here for. What about the Abbott schools? Those 3 missing schools that were mentioned in Bulwer's notebook. I thought you were going to return them to us. The schools, an impossible task. Transferring human remains is very difficult. There are all kinds of regulations, and you are planning to bury them anyway. Why go through the trouble? But an exhibition would be something you could share with the world. We will hold a grand opening. Rika was clearly losing her patience. That's out of the question. We need those schools. They were stolen from us. I think you are hiding something. No, it's just we cannot find them. I tried, but it is impossible. It is likely they do not even exist. Rika erupted in irate fury. Nonsense, Peter. Stop trying to pull the wool over our eyes. We must have hidden them somewhere. Hand them over. Peter's expression became cold. Children, I am afraid I cannot help you any further. The two of you can head to your dorm room and return to Abbotsford first thing in the morning. I regret that we were not able to come to an equitable agreement. How dare you try to buy us with a worthless exhibition, while you are holding valued relics of our community hostage? Our dead deserve a Christian burial. You must return them to us. I warned you, Peter. I will go to the press with this. Abbe here writes for the Sunday Abbot. His articles have been picked up by national news outlets. I tried to give Peter a stern look. Just imagine how that will look. A major academic institution withholding human remains from a poor marginalized community. I have asked you nicely, but if you cannot deliver these schools to us, I am afraid you are forcing my hand. Let's just hope they let you keep your institute after the whole media storm passes. A sly smile appeared on Peter's lips. Henrika Cooper, are you sure you're in the position to threaten me? Abbotsford, the idyllic Isle of Abbot. Such an interesting high story for such a small place. Did you know there was a time between 1857 and 1942 when the island was completely isolated from the mainland? Of course I know that. I imagine it must have been a peaceful time. Sadly, people like Bram Boller would still find ways to intrude on us, taking advantage of our hospitable nature. 85 years of isolation. What would that do to a small island community? It makes you wonder. What? Peter leaned over to us so that I could feel his breath. It makes you wonder what disgusting, animalistic customs your community adhered to. Rika, I have seen these schools. Rika went pale. To imagine what they must have done to them. I have seen them, Rika, and this is all I will say. His voice quivered excitedly. They are no longer normal schools. They are no longer normal. Rika had stopped looking at Peter and had begun trailing her endlessly long hair gently through her fingers. Peter, please. It's pathetic to see a recognized scholar stoop to this level. If you want us to leave, then fine, we will leave. Come, Abbe, I think it's clear that Peter has nothing to offer us. Peter appeared pleased by Rika's sudden resignation. Your room is situated in the Winkback Dormitory Complex, to the east of the town center. The receptionist there is expecting you. Then he flashed us a thin smile. Let me know if you change your mind about that exhibition I mentioned earlier. I will make sure it doesn't touch upon that part of your island's high story. Rika didn't deign to answer him. As soon as we left the anthropology department, Rika began speaking to me in an agitated whisper. Peter Helsing, that charlatan. He has been leading us on. I have come to the conclusion that we are truly wasting our time with him. When we get back to Abbotsford, I want you to write a long article in the Sunday Abbot detailing exactly how. Her voice drifted off into a distracted murmur. She dragged me all the way through the old town center and into the nearby university district, which housed many of the larger academic faculties, as well as the university campus. By the time we arrived at the dormitory complex, Rika's bad mood had mostly subsided. The receptionist showed us the way to our room where we would be staying the night. The guest dorms were a lot nicer than those provided to students, typically reserved for researchers that visited the university for conferences. It was clear that Peter was trying to get on our good side by bringing us here. Before dinner, Rika wanted to take a bath. I made use of the situation to go for a walk over the campus grounds. The place was alive with the bustle of students, all drunk with spring and the freedom that their first years away from home brought them. When I returned, I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I entered the room. Rika gasped. Abbe, I wasn't expecting you back yet. She was almost done drying off from her shower. I'm sorry, Rika. I knocked, but I didn't hear anything. I will let you get dressed in peace. Thank you. I closed the door. After 5 minutes, Rika called me inside. I apologized, Rika, for what just happened. It's fine, Abbe. I mean, my parents would kill me if they found out a man had laid eyes on me like this. Everything was always very uptight in my family. My brothers would be separated from us girls from around age 8. That must have been suffocating. It was, but I mean, it doesn't really work, you know? Even with strict rules, people still look at each other. It's just that they will become better at hiding it. I mean, I'm 18 now. I'm ready for a man to look at me that way. A shy smile appeared on her face. I have taken off my robe. Must I put it back on? I have washed my feet. Must I soil them again? My beloved put his hand to the latch. My heart pounded for him. Let us go early to the vineyards to see if the vine has budded, if the blossom has opened, if the pomegranates are in bloom. There I will give you my love. Sometimes I feel it's better not to keep things bottled up. I want to be free. I think that's why I chose to pursue competitive swimming. When I'm in the pool surrounded by water, my hair floating around me, I feel weightless, as if no one is holding me back, as if no one is pulling me down. Only then I truly feel free, and I trust you to be responsible, Abbe. Let's not make this into a big deal. It's just me and my underwear. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's okay, Rika. I'm not embarrassed if you aren't. I have a sister who isn't much younger than you, although I haven't seen her in a while. Come on, dinner will be served in 15 minutes. Let's head downstairs. We made our way to the cafeteria, where a simple buffet-style meal was served. Rika chose the salmon. Ooh, tasty, tasty fish. Yes, 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 tasty fish. Which turned out a little overcooked. Oh, darn. I had the steak, which turned out very overcooked. And then we settled down. Even though we didn't get the schools, this trip has turned out to be a nice getaway. That devil, Peter, I suspect he was stringing us along all this time, droning on about that boring research of his. And still, I feel he might be hiding something. She looked up at me. Is that steak chewy enough for you? It's giving my jaw a decent workout. You know, it would feel like such a waste to go home empty handed tomorrow. Now that we're inside the enemy base, come on, finish your steak. I'm trying. I'm trying. She shot me a mischievous grin. We should turn in early tonight. Maybe the answer will come to us in our sleep. As Rika suggested, we went to bed early. I turned my back on her politely as she undressed, but a telltale sensation lingered between us. And as we drifted into sleep, my mind ventured beyond, into the darkest depths of time, marveling at animalistic spirits, rites of mana, totemic cults, the unspeakable mysteries and ancient hermetic customs that marked mankind's horrifying journey from animal to human. And then I heard the voice of God, Abbe, and a ephemeral hand on my chest. Abbe, Abbe, wake up! You must heed my call. Wake up, God. Mika, I made you coffee. Well, what time is it? It's one. Rise and shine. I have an excursion planned for the two of us. I grunted and sipped my coffee, too groggy to question her motives. The confidence with which Rika guided me through the midnight city had me wondering how long she had been planning this nocturnal escapade. As we made our way through the winding streets of cobblestone, sneaking through back streets and alleyways that we hadn't passed through during the daytime, Rika expanded on her plan. Peter's inquiry has been very ineffectual. He has had months to look and hasn't even shown up with one lousy skull. I definitely feel we should take matters into our own hands. The Academy building loomed before us, incandescent light illuminating its windows like a gas lantern. Should we go in, Rika? It looks like people are still working there. Of course we should. The building is open 24/7 to provide access to the library and the study halls. But there won't be much staff present, just a night guard. There's nothing to be afraid of. We passed by the receptionist's desk and entered the deserted corridors. Behind the dark windows, lecture halls lay like voids of emptiness. We encountered a cleaning crew, but they ignored us entirely. Finally, we held still at the Department of Anthropology. There we are. Rika tried the door. Locked, as expected, and I assume you don't have the key. She frowned. Anna's lockpicking skills would have come in handy at a time like this, but I'm afraid we'll have to resort to brute force to get in. Brute force? But they will hear us. You think so? From her pocket she produced a small jar and a Bible. She screwed open the jar and began spreading its content, a viscous white paste, onto the door's window pane. What is that stuff? It's library paste. My father makes his own bibbles as a hobby. I borrowed some from his study. She opened up her bibble and tore out a few pages from the end. One by one, she stuck them against the window. Can you just destroy your holy book like that? It's sad, I know. It hurts me more than it will ever hurt you. But I think there's a certain irony to doing it this way, after all the nasty things Peter said about my religion this afternoon. We'll only need a few pages. You can have the rest of this Bible once we are done. My dad will fix it up for you. I chuckled. Nice attempt to get rid of the evidence. When Rika was done, the window was patched over with a thick layer of paper and glue. Abbe, would you please do the honors? What do you want me to do? She presented me with the Bible. It was small and heavy, leather-bound, with wooden sidings. Well, what do you want me to do? One hard strike, please. It's antique glass. It will break at the slightest touch, and the paper will dampen the blow, preventing any noise from falling glass. I accepted the Bible, and hesitatingly I performed a trial swing in the air before striking the window with all my might. The glass gave way instantly, producing little more sound than a broom falling over. Old buildings are terrible for security, an issue that I have to bring up with our church restoration board time and time again. After removing the sticky paper, Rika carefully reached her hand through the broken glass, unlocking the door from the inside. We entered the anthropology department. There we are, the lion's den. Come, Abbe, let's set to work. First to find a skull gets to eat a full English breakfast tomorrow morning. We sifted through all the cabinets. The place was loaded with samples and bone fragments of every size. Nothing, however, resembling a skull. Rika appeared to be growing increasingly impatient. There's no thing here. Are you sure? I gestured at the tall bookcase that I had been studying and knocked on the adjacent wall. You see this bookcase? There's an architectural dead space behind it. I noticed it this afternoon. Dead space? What do you mean? I mean there's a hollow that extends into the corridor like an alcove, but on this side it's just a flat bookcase. You think? Just look. I put my weight against the side of the bookcase, pushing it perpendicular to the wall. My suspicion was right. There was an alcove, and a dark stairway leading down. A secret passage. You could say old buildings used alternative means of security. Rika turned off the lights, and then we descended the staircase into a round room with a low ceiling that appeared to be situated on some kind of mezzanine floor. A secret laboratory. This must be it, where Peter keeps his valuables. We resumed our search, hurriedly ransacking the place. I came across Erlenmeyer flasks filled with mysterious fluids, a book about embalming, and a set of dried turnips that, after closer inspection, turned out to be shrunken human heads. After overcoming my initial shock, I showed them to Rika, but she affirmed these were not the heads we were looking for. And then it was her turn to call out. I have found something. Here, look at this. She produced an elongated oakwood box that was about 2 feet long. Carefully she pried open the lid to lay bare 3 eggshell-colored premiums. All 3 of them were there, lying next to each other on a bed of set, facing downward. We have struck gold. Quick, let's get out of here. After hurrying up the secret staircase, we found ourselves back in Peter's lecture hall. Wait, Abbe, let's look one more time, just to be certain. She opened the wooden box again. Here it says it on the inside. 3 schools from Abbott. Peter, that devil, he must have been sitting on them for all this time. Suddenly she was overcome by a morbid triumph. Carefully she lifted up one of the schools weighing in her. Is there a way to hide? Oh, that is a beautiful picture. Hold on. Yes, please. But this is what happens. If Abbott's Ford's dead aren't returned to her, she sends her sons and daughters to retrieve them. She stared up into his empty sockets, a gaze of pure infatuation in her eyes. To behold your countenance after so many centuries. Who do you belong to? A girl just like me, perhaps. Your cheeks must have been rosy once, glowing with youthful health. Would you have resembled me? I imagine you with laughing, mischievous eyes, hidden behind a curtain of dark, curling hair. I imagine you with laughing, mischievous eyes, hidden behind a curtain of dark, curling hair. Where your skeletal grimace rests, there once were lips, full lips that spoke and kissed, and prayed so devotedly for entrance into the luminous kingdom of heaven, a kingdom brought from you mercilessly. But I will return you to the earth, my beautiful sister, together with your brethren, to await that joyous day of rapture when we will all be resurrected to live again, together, forever and ever. A tear came to Rika's eye as she trailed her finger down the skull's pale cheekbone. To think, Abbe, that we will all look like her one day. How finite our worldly existence is. How little it all matters compared to the infinity beyond. Look at us in the springtime of our life, filled with youthful arrogance. But all our joys and sorrows will be swept away by that great tidal wave of time. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. What does man gain by all the toil in which he toils under the sun? A generation goes, a generation comes, but the earth remains forever. From dust were we made, to dust we shall return. Oh, Yorich! A sound. Hurriedly, Rika returned the skull to its container. I had a hunch you might be back. Part 4, Waves of Sand. You will give me back what's mine. Rika jumped, grabbing the box under her arm. Quick, Abbe, run for it. I was already at the door, but as Rika leapt to me, Peter moved in on her, blocking her passage. Then, with a loud whack, her pocket bibble connected with his jugular, knocking the wind out of him and sending him reeling backwards. Together we raced through the corridor, while a perplexed cleaning crew stared after us. And out we ran, giddy with excitement, into the starlit city. Once we had put a little distance between ourselves and the academy, I called to Rika, who was running a few yards behind me. Where do we go? Back to the dorms? Of course not, you idiot. The police will be waiting for us there. We're heading directly to the station. But what about my pajamas? Your pajamas are a sacrifice I am willing to make. We cut straight through the medieval center until we approached the railway station. Here, Rika pulled me into an alleyway, and we hid in the shadows until 3, when the night train to The Hague would depart. I was completely out of breath from the 2-mile sprint, but Rika, for some reason, appeared wholly unaffected, even though she had been running behind me for the entire duration. We boarded the train without even seeing a policeman. Rika was glowing, patting the wooden box with a self-indulgent smile on her face. We could take the night network all the way to Bremersburg, but we'll have to wait there for a couple of hours until the first train to Abbotsford departs. That will leave us time to find a place that serves full English breakfasts. All this breaking and entering has left me with an appetite. 6 days after our nerve-wracking escape from the university, even though Rika had told me she wanted to entomb the captured skulls as soon as possible to prevent them from ever being stolen again, she hadn't called me even once, and I had been preoccupied. Finals would be starting in a week. The pressure motivated me. I had spent the afternoon studying Latin vocabulary, and was now nose deep in my trigonometry syllabus. But had I started too late? Was 1 week enough to make up for months of procrastination? I feared the week, even when bearing gifts. The doorbell, my fear of violent capture by an arrest squad that had faded to the back of my mind over the past few days, flared up. Who could it be at this hour? With pounding heart, I descended the stairs to answer the door. It was Naomi, standing silently in the pouring rain. Streams of water cascaded down her chalk-white cheeks. Come in. Wordlessly, she obliged. I took her up to my room, where I offered her a towel to dry her drenched hair. But she declined. My glasses. I've lost my glasses. Her voice sounded hoarse, as though she were in great distress. You lost your glasses. Outside, in the rain. I will go out to look for them. No, I've lost my glasses. I've never seen sharper. Her whole body was trembling. Could we dim the lights? My eyes. I reached for the switch. The darkness appeared to calm her nerves. She collected herself and began speaking, but her words still came out disjointed. It started about a month ago. People began commenting on my appearance. You look so pale. I have always looked pale. I didn't know what they were talking about. I'm sure they would just never noticed before. and then my eyesight went downhill. Everything became blurry until I realized that my eyes weren't actually getting worse. They were getting better. It were my glasses that made everything blurry. When I removed them, I saw so much sharper. Now, Abbe, thank you for. Are you a vampire? Are you a vampire? Abbe, thank you for letting me in. I want to tell you everything I know about Oyster Catcher Lane. She moved closer. When I visited for the first time, I found the rumors weren't true. Everyone was very nice. It's not shady, not seedy. It's surreal inside. They have turquoise lampshades and everything is neat and tangible light. There are satin bed sheets and tucked pillows and thick clouds of incense that drift on deep breezes. She let out a sob. So you can stop your investigation now, you and Ina. There's really nothing to worry about. Anna knew. She knew. She accepted it, but she changed after the great deep. They keep parts of her around. I mean, she knew she changed after the visits. She. Are you saying they keep Anna around? Suddenly she sank down onto the bed. Her eyes had become filled with unspeakable horror. Abbe, help me. It's everywhere. Around me, outside, inside. Do you understand? Help me, Abbe. I have told the police, but they can't do anything. It's far worse. It's about the great deep. These visions, these dreams I've been having. Poor Anna. They keep her sleeping below miles of water, surrounded by. As she spoke, her voice was becoming more and more guttural, as though it were close to giving out. The more she talked, the less I could make out her words. Her voice had turned into a macabre, throaty gurgle that sounded so unsettling to me that I became paralyzed with fear. Naomi, would you like me to call someone? No. She shoved me violently. No, you're just like them. She threw herself on the floor and crawled under the bed, where she lay burbling. Go away, go away, go away, go away. Without hesitating, I exited the room. Standing in the hallway, it took me a full 5 minutes to regain my senses. I could still hear Naomi growling through the wall, although the sounds were growing fainter. After a while, she had become completely silent. I hurried down to the kitchen to get her a glass of water. But when I returned and opened the door, she was gone. She must have jumped out the window. I ran after her into the nocturnal streets. The moon was obfuscated by a thick blanket of rain clouds that poured out their inconsolable hearts in an endless torrent of warm tears, drenching the deserted streets below. And though I imagined hearing footsteps at times, pattering somewhere in the distance, the noise of the lashing rain made it impossible to determine where the sound was coming from. I dwelt for hours searching, aimlessly calling for her. Naomi, Naomi. But the longer I repeated her name, the more it lost its meaning, to the point where the syllables began to sound foreign to me. Naomi! My voice grew weaker with every shout, as the futility of my efforts sank in. A faint morning light began to shimmer on the horizon. The downpour gradually attenuated. I found myself at the gates of Rika's house, the manse of the Church of Abbot, that had served the Cooper family for countless generations. Gently, I tapped on her window. It swung open almost immediately, and Rika climbed out, fully clothed. Abbe, what's the matter? It's 5 in the morning. Rika, it's about Naomi. She's gone missing. What? Naomi visited me tonight. She was in great distress to the point where she crawled under my bed, and while I went to get her a glass of water, she got up and just disappeared. Rika eyed me suspiciously. Naomi visited you in your room. Maybe she had her regrets. Maybe that's why she ran away. She let out a mischievous giggle. It wasn't like that. She had been acting erratically all evening, as though she were afraid of someone or something. Abbe, it was probably nothing. You know, I have so many practice with her in an hour. If she doesn't show up there, I will call her parents. I'm sure she's safely in her own bed, sleeping. Can't wait to hear her side of the story. Rika's sobering words were slowly bringing me back to my senses. Thank you, Rika. That's a good idea. Let me know what her parents say. Don't break yourself up over this, Abbe. I'm sure she's fine. Naomi has her moods at times. She said goodbye with a wave of her hand and disappeared back into the house. After Rika's reassuring words, it felt pointless to resume my search, but I couldn't stop myself from drifting aimlessly through the drizzling rain until I found myself knocking on Ina's door. God, Abbe, you are dripping wet. Quick, come inside. I was sleeping. What's the matter? After laying out my coat on the heater, I told Ina everything that had occurred that night. When I was done explaining, I received a call from Rika, confirming that Naomi's parents had found her bed empty. Her voice sounded alarmed over the phone, devoid of the nonchalance she had shown earlier. I could detect an accusatory undertone. Rika went on to tell us that Naomi's parents were in the process of filing a missing persons report with the police. Then she hung up. It looks like Naomi truly is lost. These things Naomi said to you
Stream
about
elements.
visiting Oyster Catcher
Said.
Lane
Stay moist, my friends,
and
hydrate.
how she had been dreaming of the sea. You said she was acting incoherent. Maybe they drugged her at the apartment. Maybe she was on her way back from there. Drugged her? Who? Who? I would say it's a clear-cut case. We have evidence that Leopold gifted the apartment to Mayor Van Linden, likely in exchange for a tax break of some kind. Just then my phone rang again. Abbe, it's me, Daniel. Abbott's Foreign Policy Department. Marissa gave me your number. I apologize for calling you at this early hour. but I'm investigating the missing persons case of Naomi Mayer. At the moment, you are the last person to have seen her before her disappearance. I am. Rika must have told you. We would like you to come in for questioning today, after we are done running door-to-door checks. Come in. To the station? Am I under arrest? Not at the moment, but it is in your best interest to make sure she's found alive. I could hear him rustling papers. I need your help with something. I have a file here that concerns Naomi. Over the last few weeks, she's been filing police reports about Oystercatcher Lane. I was wondering if this sounds familiar to you. Naomi mentioned contacting the police. You know what? Stay there. I'll come over so we can talk. As we waited for Daniel to arrive, Ina got dressed while I tried to catch up on some sleep. The doorbell rang after only 20 minutes. Thank you for letting me come over. Please tell me everything you know. I took my time, once more, to recount the conversations I had had with Naomi. Then Ina told Daniel about the trip we had made to Oystercatcher Lane and the things the antiquarian had told us. After we were done, it was Daniel's turn to speak. I'd been reading through Naomi's police reports all morning. When they came in, the department dismissed her claims as unsubstantiated, like we always do with allegations related to Oystercatcher Lane. And even though I'm risking my job digging into this, I just can't let another young woman go missing. If we don't act quickly, Naomi's life will be in danger. Daniel brought out a thick envelope. Naomi made 4 police reports in total, the earliest of which were very coherent. In them, she recounts how she came under the influence of a group of men. Interesting, well-connected men, all older than her. And although Naomi was initially rather taken in by her new acquaintances, she also reported being afraid. It seems she was aware of the rumors that surrounded Oystercatcher Lane, and that she had made use of the situation to investigate the disappearance of Anna Sanders. She likely filed these police reports as a paper trail, in case something would happen to her. What struck me most was the level of detail with which Naomi described the interior of the apartment, fully corroborating what I had seen during the police raid 2 years ago. There were details in her reports that she couldn't possibly have known about without having been inside that apartment. The thing is, while Naomi's reports started off perfectly normal, they grew increasingly outlandish over time. Her later reports contained telltale signs of ritual abuse type paranoia, descriptions you would expect from people suffering from acute stage psychosis. Daniel began spreading out papers. These are copies of Naomi's police reports. I also included all anonymous tips that we received about Oystercatcher Lane after the disappearance of Anna Sanders. And Leopold gave me a copy of the deed proving that he transferred ownership of the property to Mayor Van Linden 15 years ago. Anxiously, Ina accepted the envelope. This is a trove of information. I'm sorry I can't act upon it in a professional capacity. With things the way they are, my hands are tied. Ina had begun paging through the documents. With all this evidence, we should have enough for a feature piece about Naomi's disappearance. We will link the 2 missing persons cases and write a summary of Van Linden's involvement in the property. That will undoubtedly lead to more anonymous tips, hopefully even Naomi's safe return. Daniel nodded. Once other news sources pick up on this case, it will likely have a snowball effect. The police will have no other choice than to launch an official investigation into the matter. Thank you for your help, Daniel. I'm going to start writing right away. You'll have the paper printed overnight, and Abbe and May can deliver it as a special bulletin tomorrow morning. Wonderful. There should be enough in here to fill in the blanks. But I want you to be careful. As I said, the allegations in Naomi's later reports are so unreal, so out there. She must have been under great emotional stress by the time she wrote down these things. I urge you to keep these fragments out of your reporting. They will only lead to ridicule. They won't help our case. Ina looked a little disappointed. I understand. And another thing, Abbe, you have my number. Give it to Ina. If anything happens to either one of you after bringing this case to light, if you receive threats or you notice people following you, I want you to call me right away. We are dealing with dangerous people here. We must be diligent. We understand. After Daniel left, Ina set to work analyzing the documents, while I made arrangements with the printer's office. Wake up, sleepyheads. Read the special edition of the Sunday Abbot. We had gotten up at the crack of dawn to deliver the paper. Due to the exceptional circumstances, Ina had agreed to join our delivery team as a one-time exception, and even though it was at her own initiative, she appeared hesitant to be partaking in such lonely labor. But with all three of us contributing, the work proceeded rapidly. We finished just after noon. I had just said goodbye to the girls when my phone rang. It was Marissa. Abbe, that feature piece on Oyster Catcher Lane. I'm just done reading it. It's better than we could have ever imagined. Let's meet up at the council building. Sure, I will be there in 10 minutes. By the time I arrived, Marissa was already standing outside. Abbe, how terrible what happened to Naomi and the teen trafficking ring. To think something like that has been going on in a town like ours. It chills me, it really does. Let's hope Naomi is found as soon as possible. I hope so too. Come, Abbe, let's go for a walk. The council building is in chaos right now and I need some peace of mind. We walked over to the edge of town where the remains of sand dunes rose up from the landscape. Mayor Van Linden has been on a rampage ever since he laid eyes on the paper this morning. He's looking for someone to place the blame on. Friend or enemy, he doesn't care. I think he realizes his back is up against the wall. His disgusting practices are about to come to light. Everything is coming together splendidly. These allegations, our climbing in the polls. Block 5 will be perfectly suited to take over after Van Linden has fallen. We will clean house like never before. We had just crossed over into the linseed fields that lay beyond the last houses when Marissa's phone began to ring. Hi, Leopold. What? Are you sure? He can do that? That's a tyrannical move. I will get back to you on this. She put down her phone, looking out into the distance with a furious stare in her eyes. That was Leopold. He says the mayor is postponing the elections. Postponing them. I am just as surprised as you are. Now that he has come under controversy, he has decided he wants to await the result of an investigation into his conduct before proceeding with the elections. Apparently, he has the authority to take these kinds of decisions. It's disgusting. It's undemocratic. It's unfair. By the time new elections will be held, our movement will have lost all momentum. We continued onward for a while, an oppressive silence surrounding us, until suddenly a calculating calm came over Marissa. No, he can't do this. I won't have it. Let me explain. The Abbotsford Town Council had 14 seats in total. After the last elections, 8 of these seats went to Ayr, 3 to us, and the remainder went to smaller parties. But now, with Leopold switching sides, Ayr is left with only 7 seats, which is 50% of total. This is enough for Ayr to retain power until elections take place, but they won't be capable of introducing new legislation without bargaining with the opposition, making Mayor Van Linden even more ineffective than usual. Marissa clenched her fists. But I believe we can break the stalemate. As you know, Ayr is internally divided. 4 of their council members belong to the religious Cooper faction, while the others are trade-oriented agrarians. Our negotiations with John Cooper have been moving along so well. Counting Leopold, Flock now has 4 seats. If we manage to gain support from the Cooper faction, we could force a breakthrough. A burning fire ignited in her eyes. I'm sure Van Linden won't allow free elections until the optimism surrounding our movement has died down. He's afraid we will become a threat to his power, and during that time Abbotsford will languish under horrid misrule. Everything will grow dark around us. Corruption and crime will reign freely. How many more innocent girls will have to go missing? We can't let an entrenched minority dictate what's truly good for the people. All we have to do is play our cards right. Van Linden will have no other choice than to listen to us. Despite her powerful words, I noted a hint of inconfidence in her voice, as though even she herself was afraid of the implications her views held. When we returned to the council building, Ina was standing outside. Abbe, Marissa, have you heard the news? The mayor is suspending the elections, all due to our special report. She sounded triumphant. I have heard, Ina. It's dark what's happening to our town. So what are you going to do? Will you continue campaigning? Try to fight this in court? We won't let the mayor get away with this. The elections will continue. How will you ensure the elections take place? I can't tell you, Ina. You know how distrustful we are of the press. But I will tell Abbe. Marissa turned to me. Abbe, dire times have befallen to our town. Ayr has governed for so long that they will do anything to retain power, even if it means overruling the will of the people. But there is a way to let righteousness prevail, to bring fair elections to Abbotsford's populace. If you continue reporting on our campaign in the fair and unbiased way you have displayed before, I will let you document our struggle during these unprecedented times. You will be witness to historic events, but you'll have to report our honest story even when things get rough. Will you continue reporting on our campaign? I need a break. How disappointing. I agree, but it may be for the best, Abbe. She turned to Marissa. He has finals coming up, you know? They will likely take up all his time for the coming weeks. I will continue reporting on your campaign, Marissa, even if it means building up trust from zero. Whatever. Feel free to contact our press office. Well, Abe, I guess we won't be seeing much of each other in the future. Good luck with your finals, and thank you for everything you have done. She disappeared into the council building. With Marissa, it's all busyness, I guess. See you at school tomorrow. I spent the following days loafing around town. Even though finals would be starting in a week, I couldn't commit to my studies. Not as long as Naomi wasn't home. Ina had thrown herself at the unfolding political crisis, reporting both on Flock's attempt to revert the postponement of the upcoming elections, as well as the police investigation into Mayor Van Linden's involvement with the Oyster Catcher Lane affair. While I remained idle, wandering compulsively, looking out for a sign, silently hoping she would suddenly come around the corner as though nothing had happened. I realized how futile my search was, but it reflected the aimlessness of my existence at the time. In this state of mind, I returned to Oyster Catcher Lane. I had become very familiar with the layout of the street, passing through it countless times in my aimless wanderings. The rain had begun to seep through my summer jacket, so I entered the old antique store. I hadn't spoken to the antiquarian since the day I came here with Ina. The interior of his store had remained unchanged, frozen in time. Good afternoon, Abbe. I had a feeling you would be back. How so? I read the papers, you know. All that debauchery that went on behind those windows. And I never had a clue. I had a hunch it was more than a school project when you and that girl came in to interrogate me, but I never imagined it would surmount to this. She is a sharp one, that Ina girl. She is. At least the police are doing something. They raided the apartment a few days ago, and some officers came in to question me. What did you tell them? He sighed. Same I told the two of you. I've never seen that missing girl. And I've also never seen Mayor Van Linden, or anyone else for that matter, enter or exit the place. Anyway, the door's still sealed off with police tape. You should go over and take a look. Thank you. I will do just that. Outside, the sky had cleared. Everything was enveloped in the scent of freshly fallen rain. After making my way to the side of the apartment complex, I climbed up the exterior staircase. I found myself in front of number 58C, but something was off. Although traces of police tape still stuck to the casing of the door, most of it had been removed and laid strewn carelessly on the floor. I reached for the door and found it unlocked. I hesitated. If I gave in to my curiosity right now, I could easily be caught in trespassing. Considering my involvement in the case, this would raise suspicion, possibly even leading to my arrest. The unlocked door beckoned me invitingly. I thought about how reluctant the police had been to investigate anything related to Oyster Catcher Lane, and then I imagined hearing a girl's voice behind that door, ever so softly. I didn't hesitate. Within a second, I was over the threshold. My heart pounded. Cautiously, I moved through the apartment, looking around every corner and doorway just in case someone was lying in ambush. The interior was nothing out of the ordinary, and I saw no signs of the lavish decor that Naomi had described in her murmurings. But then, halt, intruder! I nearly jumped out of my skin, but it was a playful voice that called out the command. Caught you, Abbe, you bad boy. This makes you our primary suspect, doesn't it, Rika? Bay, Rika, what are you doing here? But we could ask you the same thing. Rika had an embarrassed look on her face. When I saw the door was open, I couldn't help but enter. Well, we are conducting a secret investigation. Naomi is a friend of ours, and we want to capture her abductor. That's right. When I laid my eyes upon Edith's feature article, I couldn't help but visit this place in person, to witness for myself a den of such depravity. I guess there's nothing much to see in here. This looks just like any other old apartment. May jumped up. That's not true. We found a clue. Rika shot her a death stare. What did you find? Nothing special, just some old. Come on, Rika, show him. Reluctantly, she produced a curious artifact from her bag. It's a Damascene steel sickle. She held the tool close to her body, as though she were highly protective of it. As it flickered in the fluorescent lamplight, I noticed there was something odd about the sickle. In spite of its metallic sheen, the tool appeared to be made up of tiny interlocking plates that contracted under Rika's grip. This is such a strange object. I wonder why the police didn't take it in as evidence. It was hidden very well, inside the bed's headboard, but Rika managed to sleuth it out. She truly is an ace detective. I eyed Rika suspiciously. That's about enough, Bay. We're filling Abbe's head with all kinds of strange ideas. Sure, I will admit this is a noteworthy find. It's just that I don't want it on the front page of the newspaper this coming Sunday. I believe this is a key piece of evidence related to Naomi's disappearance. It may help us track down her whereabouts. Then Rika grew sincere. Abbe, you must have realized by now that we're conducting our own research into Naomi's disappearance. I'm willing to share my findings with you, as I understand you have a vested interest in this case. But I will need a vow of absolute silence. Any more press coverage or police involvement could jeopardize Naomi's safe return. I know you are a trustworthy person, Abbe, and I owe you greatly for your help in hunting down the Abbot schools. I will gladly join forces with you in finding Naomi, but you must promise to keep our investigation a secret. Will you, Abbe? I'm not in the mood for any more misadventures. That's a pity, Abbe, but it was to be expected of you. Please be gone before anyone else sees you here, and I suggest you keep out of our busyness entirely from now on. Go home. Go study for your exams. We will continue the search for Naomi without you, as you are clearly not cut out for this. Sad you can't join us, Abbe. I'm sure you would make a great detective. See you around, I guess. And don't worry too much about Naomi. I promise we will bring her back alive. I could tell Rika was concealing a bittersweet smile. The weeks passed by. Knowing Rika and May were investigating the case, I gradually lost motivation to continue searching for Naomi. I decided to sit for finals. even though hadn't studied at all. And then, in an ironic turn of events, I passed. I won't embarrass myself by disclosing my final grades, but they were just enough to scrape by. And without a trace of sorrow, I said goodbye to Abbotsford High as I prepared it for a carefree summer. Come spring, I enrolled in business administration at the University of Riversburg. It wasn't much, but it was the only university that would accept me with my grade point average. And I was happy enough to leave Abbotsford, that ignorant country town, whose self-indulgent villagers all appeared to bask in their backwater eccentricities. I may never become a great scholar, but I will be happy to return to the civilized world and etch out a simple existence for myself outside of the limelight, permitting myself at times a few of the luxuries I had gone so long without. In the end, I never recall finding out if Naomi's disappearance case was ever solved, or if Marissa became mayor of Abbotsford. It was like they had disappeared from my mind the second I left town. But I had no regrets.
きっと約束だよいつかまた同じ笑顔で今すぐ 束だよいつかまた
Abbe,
同じ笑顔で
I knew I would be able to count on you. To be honest, I feel like our campaign wouldn't have gotten half this far if it weren't for your reporting. This is great, Abbe. I'm sure our exclusive coverage on the fall campaign will solidify our status as a serious news outlet. Anyway, I must say goodbye. Our party is holding an emergency meeting in a few minutes. As you can imagine, there will be a lot to discuss. Larissa winked at me. I will call you tonight to discuss any subsequent actions that result from our meeting. I need to get going as well. Even though we just put out a special bulletin, we can't forego work on the Sunday at Box regular edition. As Ina was about to leave, she hesitated. Abbe, please remember to be wary of Marissa. I fear she's fast becoming a seasoned politician. The manse hadn't changed since the last time I visited, on that rainy night 3 days ago, but the glowing afternoon sun did have a way of bringing out its splendor. Situated in an affluent neighborhood, its tastefully landscaped garden was enclosed by a natural stone wall that was overgrown with ivy. When Marissa arrived, we rang the doorbell. Rika answered the door. Marissa, I'm so glad you came. And I see you brought Abbe with you. She squinted at me. An interesting decision. Don't worry, Rika. Abbe is a friend of both of us. I wanted to have the press present today because I value transparency. We wouldn't want anyone thinking we're engaging in backroom politics. Abbe has promised me he will withhold from publishing the details of our conversation until the next issue of the Sunday About comes out, to prevent anything of strategic importance from getting out. There's no reason to be apprehensive. That's reassuring. But never mind that. Welcome to the manse. My father is waiting for you inside. We followed Rika into a spacious living room that was decorated modestly yet with great attention to detail. I noticed the Cooper family abstained from many modern comforts, such as television and radio. Rika sat us down on the purple suede couch before disappearing into the kitchen to prepare coffee. Soon after, a tall gentleman made his entrance. John, it's so good to see you. Marissa shook his hand. Abbe, this is John Cooper, leader of the Church of Abbot and frontman of the Cooper family. I mean, an important figure within the council. John Cooper flashed me a warm smile. Abbe, I'm blessed to finally meet you in person. My daughter has been speaking very highly of you. I shook his hand. Rika came in with a tray and poured everyone coffee. Then she took place next to me, on the couch opposite her father. John, I apologize for scheduling this meeting at such a short notice. That's okay, Marissa. You're always welcome here. Marissa cleared her throat. In that case, let me get straight to the point. As you know, turbulent times have come to the town council. I'm sure you're aware of the executive orders Mayor Van Linden put out to postpone the upcoming municipal elections. Cooper nodded. Of course I'm aware. We're fellow party members. For once, let's put party allegiance aside. Cooper grinned. You must understand how dangerous the situation is for our town. Regular elections are vital for the functioning of a healthy democracy. By postponing them indefinitely, Van Linden's jeopardizing. John interrupted her dismissively. I understand, Marissa. Your party is performing very well in the polls. You would rather have the elections take place sooner rather than later. No, that's not it. I really. Cooper raised his hand reassuringly. It's okay, Marissa. I see your point of view. The mayor is stooping low, even for his standards. You should know I strongly opposed his decision to postpone when he discussed it with me. But he's a stubborn man, and it was his decision to make. There's little I can do. Marissa took a sip of coffee, her eyes gleaming. No, John, as you know, I've been spending a lot of time with your daughter lately. Marissa nodded at Rika. She has told me all about your political vision for this town. Cooper looked at her curiously. I am aware of the growing kinship between the two of you. You've even begun attending our church, which is highly unusual for an outsider. Rika interjected. Marissa isn't an outsider. She was born here, but was forced to leave when she was a child. Whatever I am, I know your vision differs from that of the mayor. Politics is about compromise. Yes. Marissa had raised her voice. Immediately she covered her mouth. I'm sorry, but I agree. Politics is about reaching compromise. I feel there are so many connecting factors between our ideologies. And there's been a shift, you see. A shift. A shift of alliances within the council. Are you referring to a certain lecherous nobleman? An expression of seductive glee had formed in Marissa's eyes. 4 plus 4 is 8. I could see John counting his fingers. It's a start. I believe we could make this town a much better place through compromise. Mandatory Sunday closing of businesses, public funding of your church renovation project. Rika squealed in delight. I'm dreaming of a full re-evaluation of the high school curriculum and termination of all current and future seasonal labor initiatives. Marissa smiled. All topics we could compromise on so splendidly. Then she lowered her voice to a whisper. Please support me coming Wednesday during the plenary session. Remember, 4 plus 4 is 8. Rika will fill you in on the details. Cooper sat on the couch, staring off into the distance, a wistful look forming in his eyes. I could hear Rika murmuring. A refuge from the storm, a shade from the heat. When the blast of the tyrants is a storm against the wall, is as a storm, you will bring down the noise of strangers. As heat in a dry place, as heat in the shadow of a cloud, the song of the tyrants will be diminished. As we left the manse, Marissa was glowing with excitement. Marissa, what did you mean with 4 plus 4 is 8? It sounded like some kind of code. It wasn't code at all, just basic arithmetic. You will find out tomorrow. Please attend the plenary session at 1. All will be clear. Welcome to our council hall. It's nothing fancy, I'm afraid. I guess it shows how much our town government cares about public representation. The councilmen for air sit on the right side of the table, the other parties two on the left. We moved our Leopold seat a few weeks ago, so there's an equal number of members on each side now. This symbolizes the precarious balance that exists within the council. The gap left by Leopold's missing seat created visible separation between the 4 seats belonging to Ayer's Cooper faction and the 3 belonging to the agrarian wing of the party. Please pay extra attention to the resolutions the council votes on today, even when things become chaotic. It's your duty to communicate today's events to the outside world. I can assure you they will be historic in nature. I produced a notebook and tape recorder from my bag. The plenary session should start in 15 minutes. Good luck today. She winked. One by one, the council members began to file in. I recognized Daniel, who took place next to Larissa, and Karen Voorhees, May's adopted guardian, who served as councilwoman for Ayer. The 4 members of the Cooper faction, all dressed in austere black suits, entered together, led by the Reverend John Cooper. It was clear that they had been deliberating together up until the very start of the meeting. After they had taken their seats, Larissa pointed out 3 council members, sitting on her side of the table, that I hadn't met before. These are the representatives of the 3 one-man parties in the town council: the Nationalist Party, the Abbotsford Workers' Union, and the Green Party. These parties only have 1 council member each. Their following has been disbanded over the past decades to the point where they have to fight to retain a parliamentary foothold. While the Nationalist and Green parties have never been big, AWU initially received strong support from the farm workers that lived here in Abbotsford. During the late 1970s, they were even able to rival Ayer for power, but over the subsequent decades their position waned. As our farms became more reliant on seasonal labor from farther afield, many AWU supporters were compelled to leave town, and what remained of their constituency has largely switched support to our party. Today, Eva Van Susteren stands alone as AWU's last representative. Larissa took her seat, and Karen, who presided over the plenary session, opened the meeting. Dear representatives of the electorate of Abbotsford, welcome to this year's 23rd plenary session of the Town Council. This week we will be discussing. The door swung open and Leopold entered the room with a swagger. I apologize, Miss Voorhees. I was obstructed. He seated himself next to Larissa, who I could hear muttering disgruntlingly. Good afternoon, Leopold. If I may continue, this week we will be discussing the traffic conditions on the intersection of Regent Street and Nightingale Lane. We will also discuss the redistributed allocation of funds under the Imperial NGV regulations. And lastly, Councilwoman Roosevelt has scheduled an item pertaining to the postponement of elections by mayoral order. I hereby declare the plenary session officially open. The council members went over the menus of the previous assembly and discussed the incoming mail, before moving on to the first items on the agenda. Although these were all trivial matters pertaining to the everyday running of the town, they managed to stir fierce discussion. But despite the heated debate, I noticed that the members of Block 5 and the Cooper faction remained forebodingly silent. After an hour of deliberation, Karen concluded the last of the items. The last point on the agenda deals with the mayor's recent executive decision. I give the floor to Councilwoman Roosevelt. Larissa addressed the assembly. My fellow councilmen and women, although I enjoy today's sundry deliberations, I feel we have been ignoring the elephant in the room. That is, on Tuesday morning, Mayor Van Linden has suspended the town council elections until further notice. The reason for this suspension, a pending police investigation into the mayor's illicit dealings with underage girls, cannot have escaped any of us. I would like to state first and foremost that the entire caucus of Block 5, including Council Member Leopold, wholeheartedly denounces mayoral decree and consider it a gross violation of the democratic order within this town. As she paused for breath, murmurs of approval could be heard from Marissa's side of the table. All members of AIR remained deathly silent. Block 5 maintains that this vulgar abuse of power cannot go without consequences. Therefore, we demand that Mayor Van Linden and all his office holders lay down their position with immediate effect, and that a new mayor and executive board are elected by this council to ride out and oversee the coming elections. Karen was looking at Marissa with a bemused stare. I wish to put this motion to the vote today. Please regard this as a formal vote of no confidence against the current mayor and his board. A polite cheer erupted from Marissa's side of the table. Karen struck the table a few times with her gavel to subdue this commotion. Then she addressed Marissa dryly. As president of this plenary assembly, I would like to elaborate that the mayor is well within his executive mandate to postpone the elections, especially now that his person has come under proper scrutiny in a highly contentious manner. It would be more than reasonable to await the results of the police investigation into his conduct. Eva Van Susteren of AWU raised her hand. Even though my party and Roosevelt's don't often find themselves in agreement, we fully intend to support her vote of no confidence. Van Linden's obstruction of the democratic order goes directly against the right of Abbott sports workers to fair elections. AWU seconds Flock's call to remove Van Linden and his board from office. AWU representatives of the Nationalist and Green Party nodded in agreement. I object. Van Linden and his board of office holders have received a democratic mandate to serve their community. The mandate was confirmed by this very council at the beginning of its current term. It cannot simply be revoked. I suggest you drop this motion and communicate with the mayor in person about the earliest convenient time at which new elections can be held. Larissa scoffed. The town council has granted the mayor a mandate for the length of his term. Both elections due, this term is about to come to an end. The longer the elections are postponed, the longer Mayor Van Linden overstays his welcome. Eva chimed in. Miss Voorhees, please cease obstructing a democracy's due course. It's crystal clear that your loyalty to AIR is interfering with your capacity to be an unbiased chairperson for this plenary session. If you keep raising politically motivated objections, I suggest we nominate a non-partisan representative to chair this meeting. For a moment it appeared as though Karen wanted to reply, but she relinquished. Okay, if this is what you really want, I will let you hold your vote, but I would like to reiterate that I find this a highly unusual course of action. Also, please realize that a vote of no confidence requires a special majority to pass. This means that at least 2/3 of the town council will need to support your motion for it to come into effect. Larissa's face fell. To reach a 2/3 majority, we will need at least 10 out of 14 votes to support. Please go ahead and formulate the motion you would like to put to vote. Thank you, Karen. After producing a document from her briefcase, Larissa stood up. In a formal tone, she began to read out her statement. The council, considering how Mayor Van Linden's unfortunate executive order to postpone the incoming elections forms a grave assault on the democratic course of events within our town, and considering the expiration of Mayor Van Linden's statutory 4-year term, revokes its confidence in the mayor and his entire board of office holders before continuing its proceedings as usual. Signed, Representative Roosevelt. A written version of this vote of no confidence will be posted to your desk as soon as the session has ended. Thank you, Miss Roosevelt. Then Karen addressed the assembly. Now, voting will commence. Voting operations are aye, no, or withhold. Please cast your votes after I announce each voting option. She allowed an ominous silence fill the room. Those that vote aye. As expected, all 7 representatives on Larissa's side of the table raised their hands in unison, granting Larissa's vote of no confidence a backing of 7 out of 14 votes, insufficient for it to pass. But then a half-second after the others, John Cooper raised his hand, and the rest of the Cooper faction followed suit. A gasp arose from Air's remaining members. Karen shot Cooper a deathly glare. Then, meekly, she continued the vote. Those that vote no. The 3 remaining members of Air, including Karen herself, raised their hands. All present had voted. In a soft voice, Karen summarized the results. 11 votes for, 3 against, none withheld. Roosevelt's vote of no confidence against Mayor Van Linden has been passed by the Assembly. Larissa let out a stifled squeal. In light of those unforeseen developments, Air asks for a 5-minute suspension of the plenary session. Larissa cast Karen a compassionate smile. That's okay. All 7 Air members exited the hall. Immediately, Larissa came over to me. Did you get all that? My vote of no confidence was passed. I told you this would be a historical event. 15 years of Van Linden's misrule has finally come to an end. I smiled, unsure of how to respond. What do you think Air is discussing right now? I think the Cooper boys are receiving a fine-tuning out from Karen. Eva Van Susteren came over to where we were standing. Congratulations, Larissa. This was a huge success for the opposition. I must admit, I thought it was over once Karen brought up that special majority, but you think you got Cooper and his men to join our side. I think Cooper's as tired of Van Linden as we are. I suggest we ask for a few days respite before electing a new mayor. We need to find a non-partisan candidate who will be able to oversee fair elections, while Van Linden is under investigation. I might know someone who could. Larissa smirked. Eva, I couldn't agree with you more, but it looks like we have already found a suitable candidate for the position of interim mayor. It will be someone dependable, with the presence of mind to act as a righteous steward over our fragile democracy. Eva stared at her with a confused look on her face. Look, Air has returned. Let's see how the meeting continues. Karen announced that they were done deliberating and that she was ready to resume the meeting. Miss Roosevelt, it appears that your vote of no confidence obtained an unexpected majority. The ball is now clearly in your court. Please make a proposal on how you would like to move forward. Larissa cleared her throat. Now that my vote of no confidence has been passed, It's self-explanatory that the mayor and his board resign immediately. And to make sure our town is governed during their absence, we would like to waste no time with electing their successors. The opposition would like to nominate a team of suitable candidates for office that will be able to oversee the dealings of this town in a fair and impartial manner until a new council is elected by the people. Karen swallowed. Larissa, you're moving so fast. Wouldn't it be wiser to wait a few days in order to create consensus? That's unnecessary. We are confident our candidates will command widespread support within the council and beyond. Please, can we commence voting? Larissa addressed the assembly. For the election of a new mayor and board, we won't need a special majority. Just 50% of the votes plus one should be enough. In our case, that's 8 votes. Hesitantly, Karen nodded. Well, if you're confident you can present a list of candidates that will receive majority support, we can proceed to the vote. Please introduce your candidates. Larissa began listing off names, and one by one, the General Assembly chose a new board of government for the town. The office holders for education, water, healthcare, housing. Each was elected by an 8-6 majority. Flock 5 and the Cooper faction voted for the other members against. The leaders of the one-man parties had clearly realized how they had been used by Larissa. Eva sat glaring with incense to look in her eyes. Leopold, on the other hand, appears to be having the time of his life. Of the 4 offices, 2 went to loyal members of Block 5. The other 2, ironically, were returned to their original air office holders, as both were loyal to the Cooper faction. When the voting was done, Larissa, who had now effectively taken over leadership of the plenary session, took the floor. A new board of government has been elected. Currently, there are only 2 positions left to be distributed, those of mayor and vice mayor of Abbott's board. She let a theatrical silence fill the room. For the post of vice mayor, we would like to nominate Councilman John Cooper. Karen gasped. For what? Cooper is a member of council. You can't be councilman and vice mayor at the same time. That goes against the separation of powers. John Cooper raised his hand. If the General Assembly grants me the confidence to serve as vice mayor, I will lay down my position of council member. My chair will be filled by the next person on AIR's electoral ballot, who I happen to know is Pete Cantclear, an old friend of mine. Eva shook her head in disbelief.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Again, the votes were cast. As expected, John Cooper was elected to the position of vice mayor by an 8-6 majority. John arose from his seat. As the first government appointee to be present at this plenary session, I would like to thank the representatives for the confidence you have placed in me. I acknowledge the unconventional conditions under which I am called to this post. However, I will fulfill my duty in the best interest of the town, and I will fulfill it humbly. For, as Romans 13 reminds us, there is no authority except from the Lord, and the authorities that exist are appointed by the Lord. Therefore, whoever resists the authority resists the ordinance of the Lord, and those who resist will bring judgment upon themselves. Larissa smiled. Thank you, John, for these inspiring words. May you fulfill your office with great prudence. But now, she uttered the words suspensefully, the moment you have all been waiting for. Miss Roosevelt, please adhere to parliamentary protocol. I apologize, Miss Voorhees. Humility dictates that I nominate the Marquis for the introduction of our final candidate. Leopold let out a loud cough and sat up straight. That's right. Thank you, Miss Roosevelt. For the last office, which is the office of Mayor of Abbotsford. He was no longer able to conceal the giant smirk on his face. We nominate the lovely councilwoman, Marissa Roosevelt. Parliamentary protocol, please. Eva hid her face in her hands. Voting options are aye, no, and whatever. You know the drill. Those for Marissa as mayor. 8 hands went into the air. Those against. 6 followed. Then by popular vote, the General Assembly elects Marissa Roosevelt mayor of Abbotsford. Congratulations, Marissa. I'm sure you will do a great job. With Marissa's election, all positions had been filled. The meeting was over. I waited in the reception area, working through my notes, while Marissa went to pick up her bag from the floor chambers. A few minutes later, she joined me. Have you heard the noise? Van Linden has been updated on his removal from office. I caught him going ballistic on Karen in the walkways. Apparently, he thinks she should have blocked my vote of no confidence, as if that would have been an option. Anyway, I got out of there as soon as possible. I had rather not face the former mayor until he has quieted down. We walked back to Marissa's place together. It was the first time I experienced how close in proximity her apartment was to the council building. Your first night as town mayor. Please don't say that, Abbe. It hasn't even fully sunk in yet. To think I was only a college girl around this time last year. Your path to power was a short one. Stop it, right now. She giggled. Let me see. I want us to celebrate tonight. I think I might have something in the fridge. She disappeared into the kitchen, to return with a bottle of champagne and 2 flutes. As she poured champagne into the glasses, she let out a melancholy sigh. Abbotsford, my birthplace. More and more memories are returning every day. Of the old town center, the streets, the fishermen's houses, but also the surrounding meadows, the brightly colored flowers. It can be simple scents or sounds that trigger my recollections. I've been dreaming of rushing fields on a summer's day, mysterious waves rippling through golden wheat. Many things have remained the same since I left town. Others have changed, like the mayor. She smirked. Now you mention it, Van Linden must have already been in office by the time my mother and I moved away. But as you understand, I don't have any recollection of the political landscape of our town back then. So why did you and your mother leave town? Marissa appeared unprepared for that question. Marissa, we, my father, left us. She made a face as though she were swallowing something bitter. Then she finished her glass and smiled. Never mind that. Come on, let's drink. I'm really starting to enjoy democracy, although I had my doubts initially. I mean, democracy can lead to such despair, the corruption that's visible all around us. But it can also instill hope in our hearts. Please excuse me for a moment. I just need to get out of these work clothes. Please After changing into her more comfortable clothing, Marissa curled up on the sofa, draping herself against me. Abbe, this is all so exciting. It's like I never really expected our plan to work. To have the one-man party support us, and the Cooper faction all at the right time. My heart was pounding so loudly during that initial vote, and I feel, now that we finally hold this mandate, that we cannot disappoint the people. Do you mean you will be writing out new elections as soon as possible? Sure, I will, and I believe the people will reward us for electorally for our actions. But I want to do more sooner. I want to begin implementing reforms tomorrow using our new mandate. The needs of the people have been ignored for so long that I want to make a head start at enacting restorative justice. Because this truly is a fated time. She bent over me, grabbing my for the champagne bottle and filling up my glass. I'm sure former Mayor Van Linden will throw a fuss now that he has been ejected from office. He will try to make it look like we are the bad guys. And if he succeeds, the withering ruins of his party may be able to seize power once again during the coming elections. That is why I want to demonstrate to the people of Abbotsford how refreshing new leadership can truly be. I want to start working on the glorious new Commonwealth that Block 5 has envisaged and its new party platform. Also, as you might recall, I kind of promised John Cooper that we would pass some of his pet legislation, reforms that failed to gain support from the heir's agrarian faction. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. You can stay here tonight, if you want. The council building is so close by. Stay on the couch, I mean. She was embarrassingly close now. I smelt her perfume, laced with the sweet fragrance of champagne, but I was able to dispel the encroaching visions of my mother. I remember sliding from the couch at some point of the night, Marissa's slender hands touching my face before slipping into a dark, dreamless sleep. Next morning at 6, we headed for the council building. Marissa made a hurried impression, as though she wanted to arrive as early as possible, in order to banish the suspicion that yesterday's events had been no more than a dream. When we arrived, two figures sat waiting on us at the receptionist's desks. I recognized former Mayor Van Linden, and he was accompanied by a woman dressed in formal attire. The mayor eyed me suspiciously before addressing Marissa. V. Linden. Good morning, Marissa. I see you have your inseparable press liaison with you. Chief DeWitt here would like to have a talk with you about your behavior yesterday. Abbe, this is Martha DeWitt, Chief of the Abbotsford Police Department. I don't believe the two of you've met. I shook Martha's hand. Mrs. DeWitt, you have come at exactly the right moment. In a booming voice, Chief DeWitt spoke over Marissa. The mayor has told me everything about your evil attempt at seizing power during the General Assembly yesterday. I'd like you to know that Abbotsford Police Department won't support any of this nonsense. For all intents and purposes, Mayor Van Linden remains the acting mayor of this town until new elections have taken place. Uneager to be pushed around, Larissa had taken an assertive stance. Eyes stripped from her eyes as she stared down the domineering policewoman. Martha, please, let us speak as civilized human beings. There's no need to get so aggressive with me. Aggressive? I'm not being aggressive. It's you trying to displace the rightful mayor of this town. But I won't let law and order be breached in such a manner. Larissa grinned bitterly. Law and order? How dare you speak of law and order? Yesterday I have been elected mayor of Abbotsford by the town council. That means you answer to me, not Van Linden. Chief DeWitt was growing red in the face. Defying me is gross insubordination. If you continue to do so, I will have you replaced. Have me replaced? I won't be fired by a washed up underwear model. I advise you to drop the charade and return to your post as councilwoman, or there will be consequences. Larissa laughed heartily. Consequences? Suddenly an ominous calm came over the chief of police, and her voice became collected. That's right. Currently, we are investigating both you and the Marquis in the missing persons case of Naomi Mayer. Please be aware that I could issue your arrest warrant at any time. Van Linden flashed a cold grin. Arrest us for the disappearance of Naomi Mayer. That's rich, isn't it? Considering how the actual culprit is standing right beside you. I'm sure you wouldn't inconvenience Mr. Van Linden for even a second. That isn't true. We brought him in for questioning, but his alibi checked out. At that moment I noticed Daniel. He must have arrived a few minutes ago and was observing the confrontation from a distance. To let a guilty man walk, and to threaten two innocent representatives with arrest, it couldn't be more clear that these charges are politically motivated. I'm disgusted by you, Martha. Your precinct is rotten to the core. Then Daniel mixed himself in the conversation. Martha, I'm sure this is a misunderstanding. Let me handle this. I will talk to Larissa. Chief DeWitt spun around. Daniel, you have quite some nerve addressing your chief in that fashion. I order you to stand down at once. He doesn't have to stand down for anyone. I will have you removed as chief of police, Martha, and I will appoint Daniel to your position this very day. She grinned. You and Van Linden can keep each other company at the unemployment office. Chief DeWitt had become cold as ice. In an aggravated whisper she addressed Melissa. You have no idea who you are dealing with. I will be gone. Next time you see me, I will be accompanied by an arrest squad. I doubt it. Chief DeWitt ignored his remark. Mayor, are you coming? No, I'm staying here. I need to guard my office before Miss Roosevelt tries to put her insolent feet up on my desk. While Van Linden made his way up the stairs, Chief DeWitt left the building, furiously slamming the glass door behind her. Thank you for having my back, Daniel. From now on, I want us to keep the front door locked. Don't let anyone in who isn't part of the city council or a registered member of the press. And don't let any police in, at least none that you don't trust. Will do. Abbe, what's going on? Why were the doors locked? Where's the receptionist? I had spoken to Ina over the telephone earlier that day, but there had been so much to say that she had invited herself over. Bernard, for some reason, had tagged along. As I filled them in on the latest developments, they stood looking around curiously, as though they were investigating the scene of a natural disaster. So there's a power struggle going on. Flock and the Cooper faction have installed Rissa as town mayor, but the old establishment isn't respecting her claim to office. I nodded. Typical for that old windbag father of mine to get himself involved in something like this. A tale of two mayors. It's such an unprecedented situation. And to have a reporter on the inside. I'd like us to interview Larissa, together if possible. She's in session until 4. I believe they are appointing Daniel as a new chief of police for the town. A full-blown coup. Do you think Leopold is in that session as well? I want to try to talk some sense into him. He seemed pretty content with the course of events yesterday. He probably thinks he made the right choice, leaving Air just before their demise. But we have no idea what Marissa's endgame is. Are you sure she's going to write out new elections? She said so. We have no other choice than to release another special edition of the Sunday Ebot this evening. There's just so much to report on. Traffic to our website has increased sevenfold. I've been receiving all kinds of phone calls. And finals will be starting tomorrow. Nina sighed. To be quite honest, I've all but given up on them. I can't get into the mindset for English grammar, not while historical events are unfolding within our very own town. Will you be attending tomorrow's maths exam? It was a question I had been asking myself since yesterday. I'm going to try. I will leave here at around 2 and return when the exam is done. I'm sure Marissa will fill me in on any events that occur in the meantime. Well, good luck on your exam tomorrow. Uh, by the time Marissa and Leopold came out of their meeting, Ina and Bernard had already left. I relayed Bernard's messages to Leopold and handed him the blood pressure medicine that he had given me. The nobleman appeared a little embarrassed at that. And as the council members and staff departed, Marissa took me aside. Abbe, I know the long day is done, but I feel awkward going home. As long as Van Linden doesn't formally recognize my position as mayor, I must remain here. To guard the castle, as they say. You want to sleep at the council building tonight? Yes. At home, I would feel like the police could break in my door without a moment's warning. Here is where I am safest. Then let me join you. For a while, at least. I'm sure you could do with some company. She smiled. Thank you, Abbe. These are Flock's chambers. Our council members hold office here. It's where we do the lion's share of our work. As mayor, I should have my own office. In due time. But that won't happen until Van Linden gives up his room. But these chambers should shoot us well. There's a couch to sleep on. But these chambers should shoot us well. There's a couch to sleep on. I am becoming a seasoned couch surfer. Using whatever we had at hand, office supplies, desk lamps, promotional material, we attempted to make a cozy living space. And then we went downstairs to sneak some sandwiches from the break room. I am afraid it isn't much of a meal this time, but if we get hungry later at night, there's a vending machine in the west wing. We have the whole building to ourselves. Isn't it wonderful? our own private fortress. As we made our way back to the flogged chambers, our footsteps echoed off the walls of the empty corridor. Say, now that I think of it, does your dad know you're staying here? He might be worried because you haven't been coming home at night. He will be fine. My father can be out for days on end, you know? I'm sure he isn't sitting at home waiting for me. A sadness appeared in Marissa's eyes. She sighed. I guess I know that feeling. I should tell you about when my father left us. I remember the sound of waves beating up against the concrete embankment. My mother took me straight from school every day while my father was missing to look out for the big ships returning from sea. By that time, he was due back days ago, and yet there was no sign of him. But we returned daily to stare out into the distance. The sound of lapping waves, the fresh scent of brackish water, the false sense of hope whenever another ship appeared at the horizon. Later, I found out that my mother had known of my father's death since the night it happened, and that she had hidden it from me, initially just until his planned return date. But as the days passed, she made up new lies, telling me the boat was late, that it would definitely arrive tomorrow, over and over again. It's sad to imagine, but for some reason, her fear of telling me the horrible truth must have outweighed the immense pain she felt, standing there with me every day, facing the tragedy of her deceased husband alone. I figured that while I looked out hopefully into the distance, she found consolation in my journey, and that as long as there was hope for me, there was also hope for her. After a week had passed, I began to notice things. Friends and family would show up at our house, and there were officials for the fishing company, but it wasn't even their presence, or the fragments of conversations I overheard, that unnerved me. It was the look in their eyes, the unspoken expression of intense compassion that they all displayed when they looked at me. My mother had instructed them to keep me in the dark, turning my life into a surreal shadow play, steeped in utter sadness. And as the days at the waterside went by, bright afternoon suns casting their dazzling rays over infinite blue, I gradually began to lose all hope, sinking into the deepest despair. And one afternoon, it must have been on the 10th day, my hope had worn down to its last thread. I'm sure I knew by then, deep down, that I would never see my father again. But in my darkest hour, I found a shining bright light of hope. Suddenly all was clear. He would return that day, and I cried up to my mother. I cried, he's coming home today. Mom, he's coming home. It's the 10th day. He's coming home. You promised me he would be home. And I danced over the embankment with unparalleled light-heartedness. And I'm sure I imagined I could see his ship arriving on the horizon. But in my outburst of anticipation, I knew I was challenging fate. The weeks of uncertainty that my mother had put me through to placate her own insecurity had been taking their toll on me. Through my outburst, I was trying to force the matter, to compel fate to finally cast its unwavering dice. I needed to know if my father was still alive, and I think my mother saw through the act. My dancing had become erratic. I was screaming my lungs out of joy. He's coming home today. He's coming home. She must have feared I would misstep and fall down into the waters below, to be swallowed up by the crashing waves like my father had been. So she bent down on her knees and told me everything. Tears rolled down Marissa's cheeks. That's what happens, Abbe. We tell each other lies because we fear the truth, but it's not to protect others. It's to save ourselves from having to face reality. Many feel that speaking the truth makes you complicit with it. For my mother, telling me about my father's death must have felt like losing him all over again. But we can't think that way, Abbe. Even when the truth is harsh, we must always speak the truth and work to a world of righteousness. Waking up inside the council building felt unreal. We scavenged the cupboards in the front chambers for coffee and breakfast. Marissa found some ramen noodles that were kept for late night deliberations. I asked Leopold to order supplies, just in case we end up camping here for longer than expected. That sounds like it would be right up his alley. She winked. The delivery truck should arrive in the course of the morning. We will survive. Just then, Marissa was paged down to the reception desk. Daniel says Martha DeWitt has returned, with reinforcements this time. She had begun nervously chewing her autominate. I bet they found my bed empty. I washed away my last mouthful of instant noodles with coffee before following her down the stairs into the reception area. Marissa, good morning. The boys were just unloading the crates when she turned up, trying to make use of the situation to enter the building. Through the glass facade, I could see Chief DeWitt glaring at us, flanked by two police officers. At least everything has been brought safely inside. I got us some nice wines from a good vintage, and fruit, cheeses, vegetables, bread. Will last 4 weeks. I heard the whirring of a megaphone. Open up. Police busyness. No way. You have no busyness inside the council building. Larissa had to shout to make herself heard through the thick glass. If you want to speak to me, I will step outside. Please stand back. Reluctantly, DeWitt commanded her officers to stand down. Larissa and I stepped outside. Leopold quickly locked the door behind us. Outside, the sky was filled with the chirping of birds. The scent of morning dew lingered in the air. DeWitt put down her megaphone. Marissa, as discussed yesterday, you have unlawfully appointed yourself as mayor of this town. We are here to present you with an ultimatum. Please drop your claims to the position of mayor, or we will take you into custody. Marissa's lips curled into a broad grin. Forget it, Martha. You have been removed from office. You hold no power here. I marveled at how quickly the situation had escalated. Larissa and Miss DeWitt, face to face, illuminated by the bleak morning sun. With a motion of her hand, DeWitt signaled her men closer. That settles it. Larissa, we're taking you to the station. Menacingly, her officers closed in on us. But to our side, a door swung open, and Daniel emerged. Guys, leave Larissa alone. Larissa welcomed Daniel's entry with a gasp of delight. Officers, this is Daniel, your new chief. But Daniel silenced Marissa with a wave of his hand before addressing the two policemen in a diplomatic manner. Mike, Robert, it's okay. You know what's been going on at the council. This is a political matter between us and Van Linden. It's nothing you should get involved with. Once things are settled, we want the police force to have good relations with the new mayor. Please don't complicate things by stepping in. The officers appeared in doubt. unsure if they should act on DeWitt's orders. DeWitt turned around at her officers. Didn't you hear me? Arrest her. She is breaching the peace. But they wouldn't budge, standing by idly. Clarissa, I think Martha has made it clear that she isn't to be reasoned with. Let's head back inside. I'm warning you, if you retreat into the council building, we will treat this as an unlawful occupation. I will return with officers that aren't as useless as these two. We will cordon off the perimeter and arrest everyone who enters or exits the building. Larissa smiled. We don't care, Martha. We are the law now. I'm sure this misunderstanding will be resolved in due time. We re-entered the council building and locked the door behind us. Through the glass, we could see DeWitt reprimanding her men. You're lucky I know those two officers. They are decent cops that support our cause, but there are plenty left that will obey Martha blindly. If they do set up a perimeter around the building, we will be stuck here for the foreseeable future. That's okay. Leopold brought in plenty of food to last us for a while. I think it's time to go talk to Van Linden. Threateningly, Larissa swung open the door to the mayoral office. Van Linden, I'm sure you were able to follow the conversation that just took place outside. It's become clear that Mrs. DeWitt will continue opposing us to formally resign her position as mayor. Van Linden sat staring at her with curious eyes. This means you have no choice between two options. You can either drop your futile protest right now and release a public statement which you approve as provisional mayor until new elections have been written out. In that case, you'll be free to leave. Larissa's voice had become forceful. She was staring at Van Linden dead in the eyes. But if you continue your opposition, we will hold you as a diplomatic host agent for opposition against the new government has been blocked. Perplexed, Van Linden looked at us in turns. Hostage? Me? Only if you continue disrupting the democratic order. No, Mercy, you've gone too far this time. Now let the police sort this one out. Please let me go home. I want nothing more to do with this nonsense. With these words, the mayor moved toward the door, only to be caught by Marissa, who had clearly been anticipating that we escape, and subdued him by grabbing his arm forcefully. Let me go. Van Linden's voice, which was normally so calm and confident, had lost all its power. Wait a minute. Marissa pointed to a dictaphone that lay upon the mayor's desk. You are free to leave, Van Linden, but not before you have recorded your statement of resignation. No. I'm being placed under unlawful captivity. You don't have the right. At that moment, Daniel stepped in. We do have the right. Please stop resisting. All you have to do is record a statement, then you can go home. Quietly. Defeated, Van Linden sank down in his chair. A contorted smile spread over Marissa's face. She picked up the dictaphone and placed it in front of the former mayor. That's right. You sit there and think about a nice concise statement to record. Just let us know when you are done and we will review your message. I have no intention. Marissa flinched. What? I will not record any such statement, not while I am under duress. I'm currently the acting mayor of this town. Your occupation of the council building is illegitimate, and I'm confident that the chief of police will in this capacity before the day is done. Larissa stood back in amazement. A travesty. You are calling our government a travesty. Who has let corruption run rampant still for the past 15 years? Who has done nothing to maintain law and order while the people of Abbotsford succumb to soaring crime rates? She bent over him, stopping only an inch from his face. Who, for the last decade, ran a teen trafficking ring from his daughter's apartment building? I did no such thing. You did. You did so, you filthy pervert. You child molester. You disgust me. How happy it will make me to see you languish here, counting more days. The hour of retribution has come. The light of justice will finally shine on your innocent ways. King of darkness, make way for the Queen of light. Nonchalantly, Larissa spun around. Lock the door, Daniel. He can knock whenever he has a change of heart. In a triumphant gait, she exited the mayoral office. Interesting times, aren't they? Rika, how did you get in? She grinned playfully. Me. Our family has a key. Marissa told me we have effectively taken control of the town council for the time being. I have a meeting with her about education reform in a few minutes. She must be ecstatic to see that all her hard work has paid off. She's been dreaming of this moment for months now. For months. Suddenly there was a rattling behind us. Open up. It's locked. Why is it locked? Van Linden never locks his door. Rika let out a giggle. I don't think it's locked from the inside. Didn't you hear? Larissa has confined Van Linden to his room for being a very bad boy. Are you serious? I felt compelled to elaborate. Larissa is holding Van Linden hostage until he steps down as mayor publicly. Karen gasped. How brutal. I never expected her to stoop so low. I think Larissa is done with the niceties. Van Linden can be a stubborn old fool at times. It's good someone teaches him a lesson. Rika cast a glance at her watch. I'm meeting with Larissa in the plenary hall. See you both later. She disappeared. This is an outrage. I'm going to report the situation to the chief of police. They will deal with it swiftly. She seemed ready to leave, but then she cast me a motherly look. I think you should get out of here too, Abe. I know you have been reporting on the flock campaign for the newspaper. It's just, I'm not sure what these people are capable of. I'm not sure if you're safe in here. I hesitated. Over the last year, I had come to know Karen as a trustworthy and caring role model. But at the same time, I felt that this wasn't the right time to abandon Larissa. Safety first is my motto. Just know, I've worked with Leopold for years, and though he's mostly harmless, he can act erratically at times. And that Larissa girl, I have no idea what her motives are. Daniel passed by. Karen stopped him by touching his arm. Daniel, could you please let me out? I want to speak to your boss about this whole mess. Daniel chuckled. I'm my own boss now. But no problem, Karen. You're free to go. As evening fell, more and more police cars appeared around the perimeter. By this time, all civil servants and council members unrelated to Marissa's cause had evacuated the premises. The siege of Abbotsford Town Hall had begun. Thanks to Leopold, there was plenty of food to go around, and we dined like kings that night. And we didn't forget about Mr. Van Linden, the root cause of this whole situation, who was still holding out in his office. Leopold went to bring him a plate of steak with gravy. After our meal, we had no other choice than to spend the night inside the building. For Marissa and me, this wasn't our first night camping in Town Hall, but the rest had a hard time curling up on couches or rolling out futons to sleep on. During the night, the police would sound sirens at irregular intervals to disrupt our sleep. But eventually, morning came. Good morning, Leopold. Have you slept at all? Me? I have never slept better. There's an excellent pull-out sofa at the air chambers. I saw to its procurement myself back in the day. Slept out many a hangover on that old thing. You do look relaxed. This whole righteous occupation has really lifted my spirits. I feel like a young man again. And you should know, I just received a phone call from my old pal Bob Thatcher, who works at A&P in The Hague. He tells me our coup is breaking news on all channels. Are they calling it a coup? It's not a coup. We're simply resisting an illegal siege of our council building. Leopold sighed. Most of them are calling it that, I'm afraid. You know what journalists are like, seldom favorable to our cause. But listen, my friend Bob Thatcher, he says A&P wants to give us a chance to tell our side of the story. He wants us to record a video message in here while the siege is ongoing, and then A&P will broadcast it on live TV. Larissa nodded suspiciously. All for the ratings, I presume. Definitely. But imagine how many people we will reach with a message like that. Larissa thought for a second. The millions. A light began to shine in her eyes. Once the people hear about our plight, the injustice wrought against our movement, we will be able to win their hearts for our cause. So many lies have been spread about us, but if I could only speak to them directly, look into their eyes while proclaiming my honest word, it could lead to a national outcry. Once the public realizes how our small democratic movement is being overrun by forces far greater than our own, the backlash might be strong enough to break the siege. Leopold, this is an opportunity we cannot waste. We need to record a message. Tomorrow. No, today, in time for it to be broadcast on the evening news. I truly believe this signals a reverse of fortune. The Marquis nodded. But you need to make your friend, Mr. Thatcher, promise us something. And that is? He must broadcast our message unedited and in its entirety. I want our statement to go out unadulterated. Sure, Marissa, I will ask him. I'm sure he will honor your request. He is a respectable journalist. Marissa huffed. I have yet to meet a respectable journalist. But then she glanced in my direction and smiled. Aside from you, Abbe. Just warn him, Leopold. If I find that even 1 second of our broadcast has been tampered with, I will have his head. Leopold walked off, muttering something inaudible. The hum of anticipation filled the briefing room as Marissa prepared for her official address. Daniel was positioning a large camera. Daniel, I will need to be in full focus, but I also want some shots of Leopold. She bent over to Leopold. For credibility purposes, let me do the talking, though. I know my place. And Abbe, you can ask me questions after my statement is done. It will be just like the press conference we had. Questions. I will have to prepare. She handed me a piece of paper. No need for that. I have written it all down for you. Begrudgingly, I accepted the paper. Although I was happy I would not have to formulate any questions myself, Marissa's lack of faith in my journalistic capabilities didn't sit well with me. Please state them loud and clear so that the microphones will pick up your voice. Larissa shot me a smile. We can't afford any mix-ups today. The whole country is watching. Maybe even the whole world. I think that's pushing it. Everyone took their positions. Daniel gave us the okay, and Marissa began to speak. Citizens of our nation, my name is Marissa Roosevelt. It has come to my attention how the lying press have urged you to make up your mind about me and my movement. I'm sure they have attempted to throw sand in your eyes, to overrule your own judgment through deceit and unsubstantiated facts. Despite her strong words, she looked into the camera with a timid smile. And for that reason, I address you today, to set straight the record on our movement and the occurrences of the past days. Flock 5 doesn't have a well-oiled media machine, so you'll have to make do with me, with my honest words. First and foremost, it's important to understand that me and my Vice Mayor, John Cooper, have been elected by Democratic majority. Due process has been followed in a transparent and legal manner. But in blatant disregard of the will of the people, certain elites have laid siege upon our town hall in an attempt to usurp our government. You should know that dark forces are at play in this town. We must all be aware of the lurid allegations that have been brought forth against Mr. Van Linden, our former mayor. Allegations of corruption, of shady real estate deals, and most importantly, of trafficking teenage girls. How vile! I'm almost ashamed to mention these practices in relation to my own birthplace. But this is what we're up against. Van Linden and his henchmen have erected a kingdom of darkness that we are attempting to overthrow with a democratic majority. Citizens of our nation, please look around you at your own towns and villages where you yourselves live, and realize that the fate of Abbotsford shines through in every town, in every village. There's so much corruption, so much disregard for authority, so much crime these days, and the lying press sides with the forces of darkness time and time again. Citizens of our nation, we need your support. We need your help to counter the lying, false narrative stating that our movement has somehow staged an extra parliamentary coup. Only with your help will we be able to withstand the tides of evil. And who knows, in Abbotsford we may be able to start a revolution that resounds throughout. She smiled. I would like to give the only press representative with enough courage to be here today the chance to ask a question. Abbe from the Sunday Abbot. Daniel spun around the camera. I felt a million eyes stare down on me while I folded open the piece of paper that Mirza had gifted me. Mayor Roosevelt. Is it true that the police investigation into former Mayor Van Linden pertaining to his involvement in the oyster catcher lane trafficking ring has been halted prematurely? Thank you for your question. Yes, that is the case. We have received notice that, despite the mountains of evidence against his person, the investigation into Mr. Van Linden has been aborted and that he is no longer considered a suspect. We consider this a great miscarriage of justice. However, as soon as our newly appointed chief of police can assume control of the Abbotsford Police Department, we fully intend to reopen the investigation into Mr. Van Linden. He will be put to trial for his crimes. I hope this has answered your question. It has. I looked down on my sheet of paper. No further questions. In that case, I'd like to thank all of you at home for your listening to our plea. Please take our case to heart. That evening, while others huddled around the TV to watch the broadcast of Marissa's address, I made my way to the back of the building, where a small service entrance was located. Through the frosted glass door, I could vaguely discern Ina's silhouette against the surrounding darkness. She had been waiting patiently, but as soon as she detected my movement, she headed for the door. Come out. I need to talk to you. Her voice sounded muffled through the heavy door. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It won't open. I spoke in a loud whisper so as not to be noticed. Let me try. I heard the soft grating sound of Ina pushing a hairpin into the lock, followed by a click. The door sprung open and Ina pulled me outside. A mild evening breeze blew through the courtyard. Ina had selected a shadowed spot, hiding us from police loyalists that would be patrolling the perimeter. Wow, Abe, what an incredible turn of events. Ever since the start of the siege, my phone has been ringing off the hook. Word has gotten out that we have a reporter on the inside. Is our town still making headlines? Still, the hype is only growing. Yesterday I was interviewed on the 8 o'clock news. And today I got a request to write a report for the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. This has all been very good for the reputation of the Sunday Abbot. But the thing is, Abbe, I only know so much about what goes on behind the police perimeters. You need to update me more frequently. Your text messages aren't sufficient. And then there's something else. Running the paper is becoming increasingly difficult. Ever since Marissa's rise to power, the town has grown divided. Supporters of Flock 5 are trying to implement Marissa and John Cooper's new plans for the town, while those loyal to the old establishment remain unwilling to accept Marissa's rule. Even the police force is split. Half of the town's police officers is siding with Flock, patrolling the streets and cracking down on crime, while the other half remains positioned here, laying siege on the town hall as Chief DeWitt has instructed them. I had to sneak by to reach the building. And to make things worse, some Flock officials came by my office yesterday. They introduced themselves as members of the new municipal school board, and they demanded executive authority over the operation of our paper. But I will never give it to them. The Sunday Abbot isn't a school paper, it's an independent periodical. I will run it out of my mom's garage if need be. I think Flock is critical of the way I've been reporting on Marissa ever since the siege began. How have you been reporting on her? Truthfully, of course. I've written about how Marissa made use of the chaos within our town council to consolidate political control. I guess that's one way to put it. But my writing doesn't correspond with the party line, and now Flock wants to turn the Sunday Abbot into a propaganda machine. The fresh evening air revitalized my senses. Locked up inside the council building, I had almost forgotten about the world outside. The developments Ina was telling me about sounded surreal to me. I don't think Marissa would approve of these actions. It sounds like her followers are taking liberties. I will talk to her about this. Marissa, such an ambitious young woman, graduated from University cum laude, successful modeling career, political juggernaut, and she hasn't even turned 24 yet. Ada pouted enviously. I would be proud if I could achieve even half of her success. She's popular as well. There's been a lot of press coverage, and even though most of it is negative, large segments of the public love her whole push attempt. They consider her a truly assertive female leader, and in a sense, they are right. The World Court has always been decided in favor of those stronger, fuller, more self-assured. Even though Marissa's promises of transparency and order may appear enlightened at first glance, a contagious will to power shines through in her words that appeals to the base desires. Abbe, there's something I've been wondering. Has Marissa ever mentioned Leviathan? Leviathan? When you say Leviathan, do you mean that old sea serpent from the Bible? I'm sure Rico would be happy to fill you in. No, no, a different Leviathan. Never mind. It was just a thought. It's probably no thing. But if Marissa ever mentions a Leviathan, in any context, please let me know as soon as possible. It could be a cause for concern. Suddenly we heard sounds, shouts, and footsteps. What's that? It sounds like the guards may have been caught up in a scuffle. The police may be attempting to break through the barricades. It's better we end this meeting before things escalate. Good luck, Abbe. Please update me twice per day from now on. And try to answer my phone calls. And she bit her lower lip. Please make sure you're safe in there. I mean, I'm grateful for what you're doing. You've single-handedly turned the Sunday Abbot into a household name.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
But I worry sometimes. What will happen when things escalate? More noise, more heavy footsteps coming in our direction. Quick, we need to get out of here. As Ina dashed for the bushes, I could already see the first police officers around the corner. And then everything happened very quickly. I ran for the back entrance. And the second I stepped over the threshold, my hand still firmly on the door handle, I felt a strong force ramming against the door, trying to push it open. A scuffle ensued. I put my entire weight against the door, frantically attempting to push it into its lock, while the officer continued to exert force from the outside. Come here, I have found an opening. He was calling for backup. My heart sank. But then, a bang. Although it didn't sound close by, it was loud enough to pierce my eardrums. Immediately, I felt the officer's hold on the door slacken, as though he had been distracted by the sound. And instantly I made use of the situation to push the door into its lock. By that time, the officer was already running off into the night. Two more bangs, even louder than the first one, unmistakably gunshots, clamor, footsteps, police sirens, chaos. I hurried up the stairs and entered the council offices, where I found Larissa pacing the room in an agitated manner. Leopold sat on the side, looking ineffective. Abbe, there you are. I'm glad you're safe. What happened? I heard bangs. Bangs. Those were gunshots. Likely rogue police officers. They have been provoking us relentlessly all day. There was a shuffle, and Daniel came running in. Shots fired. Daniel, what happened? Who shot who? No casualties. They shot first. No one's been. We returned fire. They've been trying to force open the main entrance using a crowbar. We've been deterring them using non-lethal methods all evening. throwing water, pepper spray. But then, 15 minutes ago, when we thought they were retreating, they suddenly fired a single shot at us. Must have missed my shoulder by half an inch. We returned fire immediately, but they were already out of sight. Marissa had been restraining herself. They fired at us? They are completely out of line. Then she shot a furious glance at Daniel. And what were you thinking? Returned fire like that? As a standard countermeasure, we were in danger. You know how they are going to construe this. They will muddy the waters, make it look like we shot first. She cast down her eyes. I'm sorry, Daniel. I shouldn't be yelling at you at a time like this. I want this to be a peaceful operation. Abe, you need to report this to Ina as soon as possible. We need to get the truth out before Martha can spin the narrative. I nodded, thinking to myself now how happy Ina would be with this headline. Larissa's eyes softened. Are you alright, Daniel? Daniel shrugged stoically. I'm okay. The bullet missed me and buried itself in the first floor balustrade. I could hear a tremble in his voice. We are trained for these kinds of situations. It's just, this must have been the first time a shot was fired in this town since the 1980s at least. Leopold groaned. I don't like this violence. We need to make sure this remains an isolated incident. I agree. We need to maintain law and order at all costs. We can't allow wanton chaos to engulf this town. Abe, those sirens are messing with my mind. I need peace and quiet. I wish there was a place where we could escape from all the chaos. I want it all to go away. I want to return to my co-legged dorm room and cook a meal with the other girls. Just look at what I have done. I've only been mayor for 3 days, and this was not you. This was not you, I don't think. I'm a big failure. She looked so vulnerable, as though the gunshots, fired in anger and confusion, had pierced holes in the competent exterior that had surrounded her all this time. I placed my hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Larissa. You're doing fine. You have chosen a difficult path. There will be trials along the way. It's important to decide how you react to them. She looked up at me and sniffed. In my mind, the gunshots kept replaying, a single one first, followed by 2 in rapid succession. Here, I handed her a small packet, about the size of a ring box, which had been lying among my belongings. What is it? I smiled. Abe, open it. Carefully, she pried open the lid to reveal 2 bright orange earplugs. Her eyes lit up. I found them downstairs in the maintenance room. You might want to wash them first. Abe, this is the most wonderful gift I could imagine at a time like this. They will be great to shut out the noise. She bent over and kissed me on the cheek. And while Marissa prepared for bed, I put the last hand to a message I'd been writing to Ina, detailing in full the events of today. The following morning, the streets trembled under the rumble of large vehicles. Helplessly, we looked on as the Abbotsford police force retreated from the perimeter of the building, making place for military vehicles and officers in tactical gear. The police sirens that we had grown so accustomed to slowly began to fade. That's the National Guard, That means control of this operation has been transferred away from Martha DeWitt. Marissa laughed through her teeth. They have finally concluded how worthless she is. It must be due to the gunfire yesterday. I guess this means this isn't an internal conflict anymore. We're up against the imperial government now. A true David versus Goliath situation. Just look at them. Is that an armored vehicle over there? I'm sure people will come to see how ridiculous this whole charade has become. Once the National Guard had installed itself, they began broadcasting announcements via megaphone, demanding Marissa to surrender without a fight and to release her hostage. Not a chance. What a mess this has all become. The National Guard laying siege upon our town hall. Imperial boots trampling the soil of our beloved island once again, defying the will of our people. My father isn't happy about this at all. The ruckus, the press interference, has brought so many outsiders to our town to report on the siege, to laugh at our misery. If we had known it would turn out like this, we would have never gone along with your plans. Larissa, you preached order and stability. But now, chaos reigns triumphant in our town. Rika smiled a sad smile. Larissa, I have come to relay to you the message that my father and his men want out. They will give heed to the National Guard's ultimatum and exit the town hall in exchange for amnesty. Larissa erupted in impromptu fury. What? Traitors! How dare they bend to brazen intimidation? Is that the proud, sovereign John Cooper that I've come to know? Who doesn't even have the guts to speak to me himself, but sends out his teenage daughter? Rika appeared hurt by this remark. What use have Cooper and his cult been to our cause? They have spent the entire siege holed up in their chambers while making empty demands. And all the work, the defense, the communications, they left it all to us. Cooper can leave and reconcile with his old friends for all I care. But don't you think I will lay down even an inch of power? I will continue my mission that Cooper himself has entrusted upon me, with even less distraction from unwanted elements. You call yourselves Christians, yet you're happy enough to bow to the King of Darkness. Be sure to know the Leviathan has awakened. I recalled Ina's words. Rika's eyes shot hellfire. An agitated John Cooper made his entrance. Be quiet, whore of Babylon. How readily you invoke the Leviathan, that beast of Satan. Your time in the limelight is over. You know nothing of our town, of our faith, our traditions. You are just an outsider who seduced us with her enchanting song. But we are out. We are leaving today. I hope the National Guard takes out every last one of you. Then he turned to me. Abbe, you are welcome to come with us. I know you are only here to report on events, but once the shooting starts, there's no way knowing who gets hit. You must realize by now how much of a tyrant Larissa has become. A beast like Emperor Nero. And you, Leopold, it looks like you got exactly what you wanted. You're on the front page of the newspapers, old man. Finally relevant again. I bet you wouldn't even care if this whole town burnt down to the ground as long as you got your attention. Even if you die, your name will live on in infamy. That's enough, John. It's clear that you want to leave now that things are heating up in here. But take your insults with you. All we have done is try to save democracy. All aggression has come from their side. You must realize that. We will continue in our pursuit, even if we stand alone. You're a stubborn old fool. After establishing radio contact with the National Guard, Rika and the four members of the Cooper faction left the premises. They were immediately hauled off in an armored vehicle with blinded windows. Now that they were gone, we were left with only 6 people plus our host age. Daniel and his right-hand men, Bob and Igor, spent most of their time implementing additional security measures. And I caught Leopold a couple of times inside the mayoral office, sharing a bottle of wine with Mr. Van Linden and exchanging anecdotes. Even Marissa became less and less present. At first, she had been micromanaging every detail of the operation, implementing new policy, mediating in disputes, communicating with followers on the outside. But now there would be times when I couldn't find her anywhere. I would have to spend the better part of an hour searching, only to find her hidden in a corner, writing in her journal or staring out into blank space. This time, she was trying on dresses. How does this one look on me? You look beautiful. Where did you find that? This room is used by the Office of Civil Affairs. It's where they officiate marriages. I know it's not the most glamorous place, but not everyone can afford an expensive wedding location. And for that same reason, they keep a collection of simple wedding gowns so that every bride can feel beautiful on her wedding day. Maybe I could get a tuxedo. She chuckled at my remark. Look, they have a few old records with wedding music. She walked over to the cabinet, where she began fumbling with a record player. She sighed as the solemn tones of Wagner's wedding march began to pour from the speaker. The most wonderful day in a girl's life. I feel embarrassed admitting it, but I've always dreamed of getting married, ever since my father died. It's considered so old-fashioned these days. My sorority sisters would make fun of me whenever they caught me looking at dresses in wedding magazines. They couldn't believe someone as ambitious as I would have such a childlike view on romance. But it's not just the romantic aspect of marriage that attracts me. It's the legal ramifications. How light-hearted young lovers can be as they dart around from flower to flower like butterflies. But lightheartedness leads to volatility. Young love is here today, gone tomorrow, gone tomorrow. Through marriage, love becomes codified and law. It loses its transient nature and manifests itself as a legal reality, as eternal and enduring as law itself. I could never handle the chaotic nature of casual dating. She quivered. But now it looks like I will never get married. I will surely die here. I was struck by the severity of her words. What do you mean? I'm scared, Abbe. You've seen the forces that gather outside. I am sure they are planning an invasion. They could breach our defenses at any time. An invasion like that will be messy. even if I try to surrender. I have made too many enemies by now. They will have something happen to me, an unfortunate accident. I'm sure many of these pretend soldiers out there would find it arousing, killing a defenseless woman. I'm so scared of dying a violent death, Abbe. So scared. To think this movement started in order to end the violence. But despite my idealism, the chaos and brutality are only increasing, and the people around me are sensing it. Cooper and his men have betrayed me. They are leaving me to die here. And I'm sure the others will also betray me over time. Even Leopold, I have begun to detect a look in his eyes. This isn't what he signed up for. Once things get tough, you begin to see who your true friends are, how few they really are, the fickle nature of human alliance. I wish I could forge an alliance that wasn't so easily broken. She looked up at me, smiling playfully. Will you marry me, Abbe? You have always been loyal to me. I know you won't leave. Not until death do us part. It would just be a wedding rehearsal, like a game that children play. By squinting our eyes, we can even make this pale off ice look like a grand wedding hall. It would mean the world to me, even if we don't make it out of here alive. At least we will have gotten married. Isn't that the most consoling thought of all? Abbe, would you do this with me? We have everything needed here. She opened a trunk that rested on the table. Marriage certificates, officiant's text. Casually, she began to read from a piece of paper that she produced from the trunk. Welcome, loved ones. We are gathered here today to join Marissa Roosevelt and Abbe Jansen in holy matrimony. How wonderful that sounds. Her eyes lit up with a childlike joy they had been devoid of since the beginning of the siege. Larissa was shedding the iron shell that intense political strife had forged around her. And even though I realized what she was doing, I couldn't bear to stop her. Look, they even have the vows. Abbe, I promise to cherish you always, to honor and sustain you, in sickness and in health, in poverty and wealth, and to be true to you in all things, until death alone shall part us. As she looked up at me, I noticed how enchantingly beautiful she was, how naturally the synthetic silk blended in with her classically feminine features, making her modest dress appear as haute couture on her. She was shining so brightly with a radiant energy that our impromptu wedding rehearsal stopped being make-believe. With this ring, I, Larissa, take you, Abbe, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish. A tear rolled down her cheek, her voice broke. Till death do us part. By the power vested in me by the town of Abbotsford, I now pronounce us husband and wife. She drew closer. You may now, I could feel her breath, kiss thee, bride. I closed my eyes. The morning after, we were out of coffee. Larissa was in a foul mood. Please leave me alone for a while. You shouldn't have to endure me while I am like this. Leopold stocked a lot of coffee, you know, but the night guard has been using it to stay awake. I'll see if I can find some in the meeting rooms downstairs. The council building appeared lifeless in the dim morning light. Here and there you could see signs of the ongoing occupation: sleeping bags, clothes, empty wine bottles. But for the most part, the building was in orderly condition. Larissa had instructed us all to keep the premises as tidy as possible, as any mess or damage we left could be used to paint us in a bad light. After my initial search turned up with no more than a box of tea bags and some creamer, I headed down into the basement where the storage supplies were kept. Down here, a maze of narrow concrete passages gave way to a network of storage rooms. The basements housed a multitude of supplies, and I found piles of foldable chairs, tables, fencing, office equipment, uniforms, ashtrays, and the entirety of the council administrative archives, which were stored in shelves upon shelves of cardboard boxes. I took to task making my way through the countless rooms in the hopes of finding coffee beans of any capacity, when suddenly I was jumped. Here, I have got one. Quickly tie him up. Wait a minute. This isn't one of Marissa's flunkies. It's Abe, our man on the inside. Ina, Bernard, what are you doing here? Keep your voice down. Bernard here is engaging in a covert insurgency operation, and I am writing a report on it. You can consider it a type of conzo journalism on my part. I got bored staying in the office. So how did you guys get in? The police have been trying for days. Can't tell you that, Abe. We don't want Marissa finding out. I mean, I know you're trustworthy, but we're operating in a need-to-know basis here. And to be honest, there has been speculation on the outside that you have fallen victim to a case of Stockholm syndrome, being locked up with an attractive woman for all this time. Ina frowned. Bernard is right, you know? The mainstream media have been calling your integrity into question. A recent op-ed in the Evening Mirror has dubbed you Roosevelt's personal propaganda chief. Many feel that you have lost your journalistic independence ever since Marissa's TV address took place. And others have suggested that you may be operating under duress. Of course, I am doing my best to dispel these rumors. But we need to do something, Abe. Flock has this town in a stranglehold. Even after the arrival of the National Guard, Flock members still control the Water Board, the School Board, the Chamber of Commerce. And they are curbing press freedom. They have cut all funding for the Sunday Avon, at a time where we should be putting out daily editions. I will be dipping into my savings to publish this report. Also, the police force is still in a state of utter chaos. Ever since the takeover by the National Guard, Chief DeWitt's competence is being called into question. More and more police officers are joining Flock. They are turning the town into a miniature dictatorship. I don't think that's Marissa's true intention for the town. Her followers are being overvigilant in her absence. Listen to yourself, Abe. Don't you realize you're being brainwashed by her, just like my brain-dead dad? I want you out of here, Abe. Your reporting has been first-rate, Pulitzer Prize material, but the siege has been 4 days now. It's unwarranted to keep you in here any longer. To be fair, This was my main objective for this mission, to retrieve you in one piece. Come on, Abe, you should see the military hardware they are gathering outside. This won't end well. I wouldn't want any harm to befall you. And she bit her lip timidly. You've been spending so much time with Larissa over the last week. I've been growing lonely. If you leave with me now, it could be a way for us to spend more time together. Will you escape the building with me? I will leave with you. Ina smiled. It's good to have you back, Abe. Listen, Bernhard, I'm going to take Abe out through the tunnel. We can't risk him being caught with us. He will be branded a traitor. Who knows what they will do to him? That's okay, Ina. I will head back with you. This was just a reconnaissance mission after all. We have confirmed that the tunnel is a viable entryway to the town hall. Abe, I'm sure you can give us additional details once we're out, like where the mayor is kept and how security is organized. I paused, thinking for a second how disappointed Larissa would be if she found out what I was doing right now. Don't worry, Abe. You can take it slowly. I'm sure you have a lot to process. Cautiously, the three of us made our way through the basements until we reached a small hatch in the wall. It had been half hidden behind a large poster board. This is your passage to freedom. Show him, Bernard. Bernard pulled the handle. With great difficulty, the hatch gave way, revealing a narrow tunnel that extended into darkness. Thick wires ran along the roof of the tunnel. These wires were once used to control the town's traffic lights.
Said, "Hello, mortals."
Hello, Immortal. Welcome on in. You're probably in ads right now. I'm not sure. They are a remnant of the days before digital switchboards. It appears that the police have forgotten about these old service shafts, but Eva Van Susteren notified us of their existence. There's a whole network of them. We made our way through the narrow passage. The tunnel was dark and cramped and filled with spider webs. After about 200 yards, we encountered a long ladder that had been driven into the wall. Bernard began to ascend up into a dark shaft that stretched out above us. And then we emerged in the middle of a busy intersection. Watch out! A car! Quickly, Bernard pulled down the manhole cover. We waited for the overhead traffic to subside before re-emerging safely. As my eyes adjusted to the blinding daylight, I began to recognize my surroundings. We were a fair distance away from the city hall. I couldn't even see the police perimeter from where I was standing. A secret entryway into the council building. Who would have thought? Okay, you should be back from ads right now, probably. Welcome on in, Immortal. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Hello there. Yeah. Convenient, isn't it? Abe, you need to tell us everything that's happened. What are they doing in there? How's the mayor? I swaggered. Ina caught me. Abe, are you okay? Poor thing. Being locked up for a week must have taken its toll on you. I'm just tired. It's all right, Abe. Let's get you some food and a good night's sleep. We will discuss details tomorrow morning. I slept for most of the day, which caused circadian rhythm to be fully reversed by the time evening came. And that night I lay awake, thinking of Larissa and the others who were still holding the fort at Town Hall. They must have noticed my disappearance by now. How had it affected them? Was Marissa furious or indifferent? I was just a journalist after all. She couldn't have expected me to stay by her side until the end. But we had grown close over the past week, closer than I had imagined possible. I'm sure my departure hurt her. She saw me as her only true ally. I cringed as I thought back at the wedding scene we had staged. I hope she ends this whole charade as soon as possible. The next day, Bernard came to pick me up. Good morning, Abe. I'm glad to see you up and running. You should see how much the town has changed ever since Flock has taken control. Larissa's henchmen have organized themselves into a provisional government, operating from outside of City Hall. They receive their orders from Marissa and Daniel, although communication with them is limited. But as long as the siege is ongoing and they retain support from within the police force, Flock can operate unrestricted. Wherever I looked, I saw pamphlets and posters pasted on walls or behind windows. Most of them seemed to support Flock, although there were some also in opposition. This situation might last for a while. Larissa's support has been increasing steadily ever since the National Guard took over the siege. DeWitt's position as chief of police has all but collapsed. People inside and outside the police force regard it as proof of her incompetence, how she wasn't able to quash the occupation without external help. All the officers on the streets support Flock now, and the town is being flooded by journalists who are sensationalizing the whole event. There have been several clashes between the police and the press. It's intimidating. Anyway, it must all be a bit much for you. I've read that it can mess with your mind, being locked up with a charismatic cult leader in close quarters. I don't have Stockholm Syndrome, you know? He smirked. Many men would have paid good money to have been in your position. Or even though it should be clear as day that Marissa isn't sweet Madeline anymore. I tried to warn them not to be swayed by her superficial beauty. But the flesh is weak, and now our only hope lies in resistance. It's good to have you back, Abe. Once you've caught your footing, I would like you to join one of our meetings. Your meetings. These are dire times. Without an operational town council, the provisional flock government isn't subjected to the regulatory checks and balances of democratic rule. While the National Guard is standing idly by, the dark shadow of authoritarianism is falling upon this town. As expected, Larissa is becoming the very thing she swore to destroy. We have a meeting planned for tonight. Please come to the school at 9. Ina will know the password. I had all but forgotten about Bernard's secret meeting until Ina rang the doorbell. Come, Abe, we better get going. Welcoming the distraction, I followed her into the humid dusk. Summer was approaching rapidly now, and the air was heavy with dust and pollen. Walking silently, side by side, she led me up the old school road to Abbotsford High. We've been meeting in an empty classroom. The place is pretty much deserted at this time of day. If we get caught, we should say we're with the geology group. The geology club. It doesn't matter how implausible it is, as long as we keep our stories straight. A small group of people were present when we entered the classroom. Bernard was there, looking important, and May, accompanied by Fierce. And I also recognized the council members Karen Voorhees and Eva Van Susteren, who had both been present at the General Assembly. Heads turned when Ina and I took our seats, and some gasped in surprise. But before anyone had the time to approach me, Bernard opened the meeting. Brothers and sisters, welcome to the third meeting of our secret underground resistance society, Rosa Alba. The Iron Curtain of dictatorship has fallen over our town. Even though we suffer enduring threats against our civil liberties, our academic freedom, our humanity, a rose of determination spreads blossoming hope. That's enough, Bernard. Please get to the point. Right, Ina. Today we would like to welcome our newest member, Abe, who, as you all know, has experienced Marissa's brutality firsthand. Although initially sent to report on her misdeeds, Abe was gradually forced to spread propaganda for Flock 5. The longer he was locked up in the Eagle's Nest, the more his journalistic integrity became compromised. I was about to utter an objection. During yesterday's reconnaissance mission, we were able to free Abe from Marissa's clutches, clearly demonstrating the viability of the southeast maintenance corridor as a back entrance into the council building. Maybe we could use the secret passage to free Mayor Van Linden. That's right, May. Once Madeline loses her hostage, she'll have no other option than to surrender Town Hall. Abe, please give us detailed description of the mayor's whereabouts and the general condition. I cleared my throat. Mr. Van Linden is being held in his office on the second floor. His door is locked, and I know Leopold has a key. They bring him food 3 times a day. When his food is brought, Leopold often stays for a while to keep him company, even though Marissa doesn't approve of this. How are their food reserves doing? They are plentiful and could last for weeks. They are almost out of coffee, though. No coffee? We should strike at night. I don't think we should strike at all. It was Karen, who had been listening with a worried expression on her face. I do not think we should undertake such a dangerous mission. You should disclose the location of the secret passageway to the National Guard. They are far more equipped to handle this. A tense silence filled the room. I do not think the National Guard is any more capable to handle a mission like this than we are. They will make a lot of noise and cause an alarm, and then they will probably start shooting. They have guns, you know, and many of those guardsmen are itching to use them. As civilians suffering under tyranny, we have the right to bring about our own liberation. We don't we don't need government boots handling our affairs for us. I say we go ourselves in a small team. We have demonstrated how easy it was to extract aid from the premises. I promise we will be able to rescue the mayor just as easily without any bloodshed. Karen sank back. You found the tunnel. You decide. Abe, what do you say? You know the current state of the council building better than any of us. Will you join me on this mission? I was caught off guard by the sudden request. But out of some kind of strange compulsion, I found myself nodding affirmatively. I knew we could count on you, Abe. Then he addressed Ina. And Ina, we will need your lock-picking skills. She eyed him pensively. I don't know. I don't know about any of this. What's wrong, Ina? She sighed. I don't really want to participate in any current affairs. I just want to write them down. And, you know, I'm this close to losing the Sunday Abbot. If they catch me breaking into the council building, I'm sure they will take it away from me. I will have to let the two of you go alone this time. It is safer that way. You will make less noise. Then May piped in. Maybe you could take Pyrrhus. He is a first-rate sleuth hound. Bernard chuckled awkwardly. That much? I do not think so. He will be a liability. Pyrrhus will not be a liability. He is very well trained. Spurred by May's excitement, Pyrrhus exploded in a blizzard of hair and teeth. No, Pyrrhus, do not bite me. Bernard moved to close the meeting. Thank you all for your presence tonight. Based on the information Abe has given us, I will work out a plan to free Mayor Van Linden from the council building. I ask all of you to maintain utter silence. Loose lips could jeopardize the existence of our resistance effort. Let's leave the school in small groups with 5-minute intervals so as not to raise suspicion. Ina grabbed my hand. Abe and I will go first. Together we walked in distance to my house. Abe, I would like to come inside. Inside, just for a smile to make sure you settle in. I mean, you look a bit pale. Have you been eating properly? Although it was dark outside, I could tell she was blushing. You can come in. She followed me up to my room. Wow, Abe, it's really stuffy in here. Please open a window. While I cracked open the smaller side window, Ina began digging through my washing basket. My God, what was the last time you did your laundry? I could smell these filthy clothes from the hallway. These are the clothes I had on during the occupation. There weren't many opportunities to wash them. That's disgusting. It won't do. Where is your washing machine? She picked up the laundry basket as though it contained toxic waste. We loaded the washing machine. I still can't wrap my head around it. Marissa, having you walking around smelling like pigs. It just proves to me how disorganized her whole effort has been. She sniffed. Yuck, I think her stench is still on here. And in a single movement, she removed her shirt. If there's room, I'd like to put my shirt in with this load. It will save me work when I get home. I smiled. 10 minutes later, we were sitting in my room, listening to the vibrations of the washing machine downstairs. Ina sighed. Please don't think I'm the type that fusses about doing laundry and that kind of stuff. I'm really not much of a housekeeper. It's just that I have a sensitive sense of smell. It's okay, Ina. To be fair, I appreciate the help. You know, we tried to maintain a sense of normalcy at first when we were locked up inside the council building. We cooked and did the dishes and washed our clothes by hand. But after a while, things began to break down. The Cooper faction sequestered themselves in their private rooms, and the others became listless. Larissa would be gone for hours on end, hiding somewhere. I bet she was affected by cabin fever. Did her behavior become erratic? A little. There would be outbursts. Larissa became angrier the longer the occupation lasted. And do you remember the conversation we had on that evening when I snuck out to the side entrance? She nodded. Do you remember warning me about Larissa mentioning the Leviathan? This caught Ada's attention. Yes, I do remember. Tell me, Abe, did she mention the Leviathan? She did. I knew it. Abe, why didn't you say so during the meeting? Don't you realize how serious this is? She grabbed my arm. Don't know? I mean, no, we honestly don't. I had begun shaking as soon as she noticed she let go of me. I'm sorry, Abe. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be hounding you like this. It's nothing important. I'm only adding to your troubles. I smiled. It's okay, Ina. Please tell me. What is the Leviathan? She glanced up at me furtively. Well, you should know. I've been looking into Marissa's life over the past months. I admit it was out of misguided admiration at first. Anna cast down her eyes. I mean, she's so ambitious to have achieved all of that at such a young age, while I am just playing editor-in-chief of the school paper. But then the siege started, and you got locked up in the council building with her. That is when I really began to do a rigorous background check. And you should hear what I found. Although Marissa's popularity may stem in part from her beauty and charisma, she's not some airheaded bimbo. Larissa has been working to a career in politics ever since she was a teenager. At age 16, she began working as a fashion model under the name Madeline. It was then that she developed her public speaking skills. And during this period in her life, she also began showing an interest in societal issues, to the point where tabloid newspapers would call on her to comment on political news as a gimmick. After Marissa graduated high school, at the top of her year, she went on to major in constitutional law at Bremersburg University. This is where the seed of our current condition truly lies. Because Marissa graduated on social contract theory, a school of political thought. The essence of social contract theory is simple. It states that the citizens of a nation implicitly submit part of their personal freedom to their government in exchange for law and order for all. The social contract has become a fundamental principle of modern democratic rule, and generally leads to fair and peaceful societies. But if you look at Melissa's graduation thesis, she appears to adhere to an older and darker reading of the theory that was put forth by a philosopher named Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century. And this is where the grueling key to her willpower can be found. For Hobbes, the social contract wasn't subject to continuous renewal through a system of democratic elections. He intended it to invoke an autocratic sovereign, eternal and omnipotent, a ruler that was so powerful that could not be expanded by any human force, neither civil nor military, so strong and fearsome that it could only be destroyed by the Almighty God. And for this reason, he named this entity the Leviathan, after the all powerful serpent in the book of Job that was eventually defeated by God. Hobbes' Leviathan would be a single man, an absolute monarch legitimized by the social contract, but free to reign unrestricted. Ina looked up at me ominously. By uttering its name, I'm afraid Marissa may have shown her true intentions. She probably does care for the hardships of the inhabitants of our town, but someone like her doesn't want to be held back by the constant drag of democratic institutions. Soon her talk of free elections will die out, and from then on she will only deal in terms of absolute power. Because the Leviathan, once enthroned through the social contract, no longer needs a new mandate from the people. It rules like a dictator, at its own discretion. But listening to Ina's words, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread come over me. Ina, it's my fault. It's all my fault. My journalism, the exposure I gave her, it gave Marissa the following and the confidence to seize power. And if I had just minded my own busyness, she would still be the leader of a fledgling political movement. But I got pulled in by her charisma. Forget it, Abe. There's nothing you could have done. She trailed a finger down my cheek. This isn't your fault. In the end, I would even say it isn't Marissa's fault. What do you mean? I mean, something like this. It isn't caused by the actions of a few individuals. The Leviathan can only be summoned by something far larger, by 1,000 minds combined. Abe, the emergence of a strong authoritarian leader like Marissa isn't the cause of havoc to come. It is only a symptom of a populace that is ripe for change. Look around you. Could Marissa really garner the popularity she has received if there weren't a broad segment of the population that yearned for her strong living wage of crime and punishment? It comes from inside us, Abe. Just look at our day-to-day lives. Every day we go to work or school where we submit to the dominance of all-powerful teachers and employers. We love it. The rigid hierarchies, the clearly defined role patterns. Throughout our school days, and then our working lives, we are gradually kneaded into submissive and obedient slaves. But this creates a certain discord. If our everyday lives are so devoid of freedom, why does our government embody ideals of freedom and democracy? Our systems of representation are so slow, so complicated. Wouldn't it be better if the clean and efficient authoritarianism that dominates our work lives extended into the realm of the government? The past century of peace and freedom has only brief exception to the common rule of force that has dominated human high stories since the dawn of mankind. But the signs are abundant that it's about to come to an end. You can see it all around you in our world. Constitutional democracies have become old and corrupted and are gradually making place for authoritarian systems of domination. So please don't break yourself up over contributing to the success of Marissa's campaign. You need to realize that her message has been blessed with immense momentum that will guide it to eager ears, and that in the end is the strength of the Leviathan. Because once the social contract has been sealed and the Leviathan arises, you will not see the sovereign when you look it in the eyes. All you will truly see is yourself. All of us who are signatory to the contract bestowing our collective power onto the beast.
Stream
We have
elements,
created Larissa ourselves,
said.
Abe, and now we have to
Stay
deal
moist,
with
my
the
friends, hydrate.
consequences. She cast down her eyes. That is why it's no use fighting her. You can go in tomorrow with Bernard and try to free the martyr Mayor, but what use will it be? If Larissa is defeated, a new contender will stand up. The momentum is there, inside the hearts of the people. It's only a matter of time before the perfect storm rolls in that pushes a movement to victory. She lowered her voice to a hoarse whisper. Sometimes I find myself wondering if it wouldn't actually be better if someone like Marissa took control of our town. Look at how intelligent and beautiful she is, with a heart that yearns for security and justice. Just compare her to so-called democratic politicians like Mayor Van Linden, that filthy pervert, and the choice is readily made. I know I shouldn't think this way, Abe, but democratic rule has truly turned our town into a cesspool of corruption. Something inside me would like Marissa to shine her cleansing light into the darkness. If we can't beat her, we may as well join her. A tear fell down her cheek. Ina, you are the last one I expected to be susceptible to Marissa's message. Although being locked up with her in close quarters, I have experienced firsthand how contagious her words can be. Ina looked up. But I could never rejoin her cause. It would feel too strange after being rescued from the council building by the two of you. You should know, deep inside, Larissa is a very fearful person. She's afraid of crime and violent death, and that has caused her to advocate for stricter rules. But I don't want to live like her, in fear. I like Abbotsford. I know it has its problems. I think Larissa's discourse of its decline has been an exaggeration. Don't you think we should try? I could tell Ina wasn't buying my words of motivation. She sat kneeling on the bed, staring into nothingness lethargically. Softly she mumbled an answer. It's no use, Abe. It's no use. And then, I think the washing machine is almost done. Together, we waited for the spin cycle to complete, and then we hung the washing on the drying rack. By the time we were done, it was past midnight. The laundry smells great. Her scent is gone from your clothes. And hey, there's another thing. I'll have to stay here tonight until my shirt is dry. I guess it can't be helped. Suddenly, I thought back to something that Peter had told me back when Mika and I visited him at Leyden University. Ina, there's something else. Something about the Leviathan. I began to quote from memory. The Bible is filled with great battles between God and evil demons, like the Leviathan. But many of these demons are actually gods from older religions, before Judaism and Christianity came about. That's true. The Leviathan of the Bible was originally based upon a Ugaritic sea god, Ugaritic, but there's more. These battles, God defeating the Leviathan, they were a way to prove the new god's superiority over these older gods. I don't really see how this is relevant at the moment. Ina must have seen my face drop, but it's interesting, Abe. Thank you for sharing this insight. We brushed our teeth and made ourselves up for the night. Abe, maybe I will join you and Bernard during the rescue attempt tomorrow. That's great, Ina. Why the sudden change of heart? I don't know. I was thinking about what you just said about new gods vanquishing old gods through titanic battle. I guess if everything does go to hell and the Leviathan comes to power, I guess that would be the only way out, wouldn't it? To create new gods to defeat the Leviathan. Create new gods. Yes. Do you know how you create new gods, Abe? She turned off the light and snuggled up against me. Close your eyes, and I will show you. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. It was a desolate morning. On our way to the intersection, Ina and I passed by the National Guard perimeter. I saw guardsmen drinking coffee in their armored vehicles, their faces cumbersome. They had been camping out here for 4 days now. I couldn't imagine their patience lasting much longer. Bernard waved at us. Okay, let's run through the plan one last time. Once we exit the basement, we climb up 2 flights of stairs to free the mayor from his room on the third floor. And then when we escort him out through the tunnel, Daniel and the other two guards should be focusing on the exterior of the building, and Marissa is probably still asleep. It will be 2 hours before the mayor gets his breakfast, so Leopold should be around. Sounds like a solid plan. All in all, we will be in and out in 15 minutes maximum. If anything goes wrong, I will us to abort mission immediately and run for the exit tunnel, with or without the mayor. They are armed, so we will not engage them. Is everything clear? Ina and I nodded in unison. Bernard lifted up the manhole cover, and we descended into the dark shaft. The spiderwebs that we had brushed aside on our passing 2 days ago had been reconstructed, and I felt a million legs crawling down my shoulders. One by one, we emerged from the tunnel. The basement lay unchanged since the day I had left, and suddenly an oppressive sensation came over me. What a compulsive idiot I was to allow myself to return to the very same prison I had escaped from only 2 days ago. I felt the concrete presence of the council building looming above me, heavy as a tomb, and my heart was filled with the nauseating premonition that, this time, there would be no escape. I took a deep breath. Follow me. I led them aptly through the labyrinthine network of storage rooms and passageways until we reached the staircase that led up to the offices. Let me go up first, she was whispering, to see if the coast is clear. A minute later she returned. All clear, not a sound. I think they are still sleeping. On tiptoes, we climbed up the stairs. Once we reached the ground floor, I paused for a second to look around. The place appeared frozen in perfect stasis. We climbed a flight of stairs to reach the first floor, and then another. There, that's the door to the mayor's office. But then I felt a warm hand on my shoulder. I see you have returned, my prodigal son. It's Leopold, abort mission. Run. But the nobleman stepped out surprisingly fast, blocking our passage to the stairway. Abe, Marissa has been worried sick about you. She was afraid you had been captured. I stood nailed to the ground. I tried telling her you had run away, but she wouldn't listen to me. She wouldn't believe you would betray the cause. I noticed Ina eyeing me doubtfully. Dad, you need to let us pass. If Marissa catches us, she'll have 3 more hostages. You must. The nobleman interrupted him. What's your objective here? Bernard remained silent. Well, what's your objective here? He didn't seem angry. He was just staring at us with a fatigued look in his eyes. To be fair, we were trying to free Van Linden, but we realize now he's well guarded. We will see ourselves out if you would just step aside. Leopold sighed. I do not know anymore. He was a combative at first, you know, Van Linden. I have worked alongside that man for a long time, and I've been talking to him over the past days. But I am seeing the fire in his eyes go out. He is stubborn. He will never give in to Marissa's demands. but he feels betrayed by the outside world. He has gone a week without seeing his family. He is an old man. The stress of captivity is taking its toll on him. Leopold let out a tired grunt. I am an old man too, you know. If I had known the siege would take so long. But never mind, there isn't much time. I'll give you 10 minutes. That's what you have to get the mayor out of here. After that, I will sound the alarm. You better hurry. The guards have guns. I saw anxiety in Bernard's eyes. Dad, come with us. We will take you to safety. For a second, Leopold was paused silent as though he was pondering Bernard's offer. No, do not tempt me. I could never do such a thing. Betrayal is dishonor. And for a nobleman, dude, you betrayed your own party. The fuck are you talking about? Unless it doesn't count because they did it first, I guess. Honor is all I have. We waited until Leopold had disappeared down the hallway. Quick! Producing a lockpick from her pocket, Nina pounced upon the door of the mayor's office, and with a practiced flick of her wrist, she opened the door. We were met by a pungent odor. It took Bernard a second to find the light switch. The room was a mess. Here and there, dirty dishes lay on the floor, remains of moldy food still sticking to them. I also saw a bucket filled with questionable content. In the corner of the room stood a camping bed. Something began to stir. Well, what's that noise? Van Linden, quick, come with us. We are here to rescue you. Van Linden rose to his feet. Groggily, he began rubbing out his eyes. What? Who are you? We are with the resistance. We are here to free you. There is no time to explain. You need to come with us before Marissa catches on. But then Van Linden noticed me, and a fury came to his eyes. You, I recognize you. You are with them. This is a trap. You are going to take me to a secondary location. He was shivering with confused anger. No, Abe's on our side. He led us here. Come with us. There isn't any time. Nina and Bernard began pulling on his arm, but Van Linden flailed around in uncoordinated defiance. Let me go. I want to stay here. Don't be stupid. We're bringing you to safety. And then the door opened. What exactly is going on here? It was Marissa, flanked by a nervous-looking Leopold. Bernard, Nina, how have you breached our barricades? And her pupil shrunk, and for a second she appeared confused. Abe, Abe, you have returned. What is going on? Her voice betrayed a mixture of anger and despair. Were you on their side all along? Abe, you led them here? Then fury. I will never let you take away our full stage. Leopold, fetch Daniel. The nobleman disappeared into the hallway, muttering curses under his breath. Van Linden sat whimpering uselessly. Abe, you traitor. I trusted you. You have no idea how much I cared about you, how hard I worked to build a future for the two of us. And this is how you repay me. By leaving the enemy behind our defenses. By trying to take away our hostage. Our only protection against the forces of darkness that gather outside, waiting to deliver me a gruesome end. Abe, you have stuck a knife in my back. I will never forgive you. The guards should be here soon. Please surrender, all three of you. Put your hands where I can see them. Wait, Marissa. Maybe we can compromise. Compromise. For a split second, Marissa's eyes softened. Compromise. Abe, I do not see why not. Even though you betrayed me, something for which I will never forgive you, I am willing to talk to you. This occupation has gone on for so long. Our town deserves new elections and stable government. But I hope you understand that I will not readily give up my hostage. I nodded. There was a scuffle and Leopold and Daniel entered the room. Seize them, so that negotiation can commence. I felt strong arms grabbing me from behind. Wait a minute. Lock them all in separate rooms. Marissa grinned devilishly. I am sure we will be able to work out a wonderful compromise. Now that we have 3 more hostages. I spent the next 24 hours in solitary confinement before being released into the hands of the National Guard. Larissa had been right. With 3 additional hostages, the district attorney for the Marsh Polder was pressured to bring the siege of Town Hall to a quick end. And Marissa was able to secure favorable terms for herself and her accomplices. Not only were all participants in the occupation granted full amnesty for any trespasses they may have committed, but it was also agreed upon that new elections would be written out immediately after the end of the siege. And lastly, a special investigation was opened into the trafficking allegations that surrounded Van Linden, led by an impartial commission of inquiry. After our release from Town Hall, Bernard, Ina, and I were free to go. And although the National Guard were rather displeased with our forced meddling, our fellow townsmen were generally happy that the whole siege and the media circus surrounding it had finally come to an end. As promised, new council elections took place, and that is when something noteworthy, albeit not entirely unexpected, happened. Marissa's party, Flock 5, obtained a supermajority in the Abbotsford Town Council, and a landslide victory. Flock managed to capture 8 out of the 14 seats, enough to guarantee them the mayorship and control of the board of office holders. It was strangely ironic. A party that had unsuccessfully attempted to use extra parliamentary force to gain political power had now been handed it voluntarily through democratic elections. All the publicity surrounding Marissa's failed coup truly had worked in her favor, and with the investigation against Van Linden still pending, There was little interest among voters to support the powers that be. So that is how Marissa Roosevelt became mayor of Abbotsford. And to my disgrace, I did not even do the smallest thing to prevent it from happening. Even though I had turned 18 last autumn, making me eligible to vote in my first elections ever, I had ended up staying home that day. After my week of extreme overexposure, I had become very tired of politics, you see, and I could not bear the thought of having to deal with them ever again. September came. Ina and I would both be repeating our final year. Welcome, Abe. Thank you for attending this year's first editorial meeting of the Sunday Avon. The first and last, that is. The first and last. Why the last? Larissa came to my office this morning, threatening that she would pull our funding unless we gave her full editorial control of the paper. She can do that? Flock has a majority on the school board now. She sighed. This week's issue is at the printers already. Larissa will not like my cover article. It is a status report on the first month of Flock rule. I did not hold back. But even if the school board pulls our funding, I will continue this paper. A loan if need be. Our subscribership has increased tenfold ever since the siege, and through our new electronic edition, we will be able to reach readers all across the Low Countries. Whatever happens, I vow to continue writing this paper. Abe, the people of our town deserve it. They deserve to know what they have voted for, what Marissa's doing to this town, how she is hollowing out the institutions, replacing all in key positions with people loyal to her, how she is introducing legislation that strengthens her executive power as a mayor, how she is tampering with anything that may be a threat to her sole rule, to the point where I doubt we will have fully free elections again anytime soon. I swallowed as a surge of nausea and guilt made its way through my abdomen. The people, every single one of them that voted for Marissa, deserve to know exactly what they voted into power, even though I suspect they knew all along, inside their heads. It is just as I predicted, Abe. Democracy is making place for more direct forms of government, and all we can do is observe from the sidelines of High Story the awakening of Leviathan. Grab, grab Van Linden and run! While I shoved Marissa aside, Bernard and Ina bolted for the door, dragging Van Linden in between them. As we stumbled down 3 flights of stairs, we grew aware of shouts and footsteps behind us. Even Van Linden appeared to be urged forward by these sounds, and he picked up speed. As I led them through the basements, the noise behind us grew fainter. Our pursuers were clearly losing us in the underground maze of rooms and passageways. And then we arrived at the hatch. Van Linden was not built for narrow passageways, but with Ina and me pushing and Bernard pulling, we managed to inch our way into the dark. Fresh air, daylight. Mr. Van Linden stood blinking in the morning sun, visibly dazed by his sudden liberation. Together, the 3 of us led him to Abbotsford Police Station. The place was deserted. Abbotsford Police had reorganized itself into independent task forces that listened to orders from Town Hall. Looks like no one's here. We will have better luck handing him over to the National Guard. But as Ina headed for the door, a voice rang out. Wait. Out from the shadows, Chief DeWitt stepped forward. A Sunday abbot, I presume. Are you here to write an article mocking the police chief who lost her force? But then her eyes fell upon Van Linden, who stood sulking in the side. She gasped in disbelief. Mayor, Martha, what happened? You didn't give in to Marissa's demands, did you? Not at all. We freed him. I led a covert mission into occupied territory, and we came out victorious. Van Linden smiled, and I saw tears come to DeWitt's eyes. You are back, at last. I should never have let you return to your office. They must have treated you horribly. They gave me 3 meals a day. This is wonderful. It means we can finally end the occupation. She sighed. We will need the National Guard, though. I am afraid the force does not listen to me anymore. DeWitt made a phone call, and less than 10 minutes later we were joined by Commander Bill Custers of the National Guard. So the hostage has been freed. How unusual. I will call a squad to transport Van Linden to a safe house. Now that his life is no longer in immediate danger, we will be able to perform a sweep of the council building. DeWitt sat grinning like a ravenous butcher. I suggest we come down on Marissa with extreme prejudice. She has brazenly defied to our authority. I say we make an example out of her to discourage others from attempting similar stunts in the future. If possible, I'd like to partake in this raid myself. I have had combat training, you know? What I would give to look Marissa in the eyes when we capture her. Van Linden began to sputter. No, they treated me kindly. They fed me. Those beasts, look at what they have done to him. The poor man has been tortured for so long that he has developed compassion for his captors. It is a type of psychological warfare. Custers hushed them to be quiet, and then he approached the three of us. Look, kids, this conversation is not suitable for your ears. Swiftly he grabbed Rena's notebook, but she pulled it away just in time. I'd like you to go home and leave these matters to the grown-ups. But before you leave, please tell me how you succeeded in penetrating the council building. It would be of great strategic importance. How we did it. Bernard grinned arrogantly. We snuck in the back entrance, grabbed Van Linden, and got out again. That was all it took. The back entrance? That is impossible. We have cordoned off the entire perimeter. Are you sure? I would double check. We'll find a way in. You are grown-ups, after all. Come on, Bird. I have a feeling we are not wanted here. Let us leave before you end up in the clink. That night, we hung around at the Cutter Boat Cafe. Due to its frontal view of the city hall, it had become a hotspot for the national press over the course of the siege. While we sat there, I ran into Rudolph Bresler, who congratulated me reproachfully on my investigative journalism and on escaping the council building. We looked out over the perimeter. The guardsmen had been active all afternoon, setting up screens to shield themselves from the gathered press and shouting out commands. At around 2, when the cafe began to grow quiet, we noticed a squad of 10 heavily armored officers departing the command center in the direction of the council building. A buzz ran through the remaining reporters. That's it, they are going in. The siege has entered its final hour. I wonder if DeWitt is among those officers. I hope not. She sounded all too bloodthirsty back at the station. She has a personnel score to settle with Marissa. We exited the cafe and sat and watched the council building for a good 10 minutes. It was dark and there were screens blocking our view, making it difficult to get a clear sight of what was going on. Then, suddenly, shouts, gunfire. Oh God, they have run into resistance. It must be Daniel and his men. They have camp arrows that point toward the perimeter day and night. More gunfire, automated weapons. The remaining guardsmen were springing into action. We heard sirens, walkie-talkies, and then a second squad.
extreme elements, said.